Chapter 16. Although his plan had been perfectly laid out and set in his mind, even after speaking with Tang Jihao, one glaring problem clung to his side. Tang Yuchu had vanished. Chen Ren had scoured the Tang manor and questioned every servant he could find, but all anyone knew was that she had left the manor. Being outside was about as useful as saying she was somewhere under the sky. The city was vast, and people disappeared easily into its winding streets, crowded districts, and hidden alcoves. He knew how people like Tang Yuchu would act when they were troubled. Often, they'd seek quiet corners where the noise of life would fade away and the chaos in their mind could find some peace. The issue was that those places were rarely obvious, especially for someone like Tang Yuchu, who would be smart enough not to hide in plain sight. Maybe she had somewhere private where she found comfort. Maybe it was a person, but again, he doubted she had such close friends considering her nature. He also hadn't seen her with anyone else other than her maid. But how would he know where to find her? How would anyone know? With a sigh, Chen Ren set off, his steps light but his mind heavy. The city stretched before him like a puzzle, its roads teeming with life. He made his way through familiar streets, heading towards the upper district, a more refined area beyond the bustling market. He had been here before, more than once, a wide landscape that offered a semblance of peace. Yet, even after combing the alleys and looking into the refined tea houses that someone like Tang Yucho would frequent, she was still nowhere to be found. His search felt endless, each corner revealing nothing but the familiar sights of merchants, shoppers, and city dwellers going about their day. The upper district may have offered more serenity, but it did not yield the answers he sought. Frustration clawed at him, his thoughts a jumble of worry and mild irritation. He had hoped to find her deep in thought somewhere, brooding in a corner, contemplating whatever troubles had sent her off in the first place. But it wasn't until he moved closer to the noodle stall, his last resort, that he spotted her, Tang Yucho, seated casually, bowls of noodles scattered around her like trophies from some odd competition. She wasn't brooding, wasn't lost in thought. Instead, she was slurping noodles with the kind of focus that suggested she was thinking about absolutely nothing at all. A soft, bemused voice broke the silence of his thoughts. "You should have looked for her here right away, Yalen," his feline companion muttered from his side, her amber eyes glinting with amusement. Chen Ren sighed, rubbing his forehead. "I thought she'd be sitting somewhere, lost in thought, not slurping noodles." "Some people eat when they're stressed," the cat remarked with an air of superiority, tail flicking lazily. "You humans have the strangest habits." Chen Ren shook his head, though a small smile tugged at his lips. Of all places. Still, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. She was here, not lost or troubled in some hidden corner. Just here, surrounded by noodles and clearly coping in her own way. Now, it was just a matter of talking to her about what was in his mind. Chen Ren gave a subtle nod to Yalen, acknowledging the cat's dry wisdom before setting his sights on Tang Yuchu. In the middle of a small mess of empty bowls, her eyes were narrowed but drew a blank. She was slurping the last of her noodles as if they held the answers to all her problems. It was still early, just before lunch, so the line for the stall was small but growing, the quiet before the midday rush. He stepped closer, weaving through the sparse crowd with ease, and gave a polite nod to Yuchu, who glanced up at him with the barest flicker of acknowledgement. Her brows knit together in annoyance. But she didn't make any move to stop him. "I hope the noodles are satisfying your appetite," he said, a soft humor lacing his words. Her eyes flicked up, cool and sharp. "I don't want to talk to eavesdroppers," she replied, her voice low and edged with irritation. Chen Ren sighed but met her gaze evenly. "I wasn't trying to eavesdrop. Your father called me there. I just happened to have a knack for being in the wrong place at the wrong time." She studied him for a moment, her expression softening just a fraction. The scowl that was on her lips turned to a thin, straight line. "I can see that," she muttered, though the edge hadn't entirely left her voice. "So, why are you bothering me now?" She swirled the noodles with her chopsticks and was playing with them as she waited for his response. Chen Ren moved closer, his tone shifting as he spoke with more purpose. "I have a way to alleviate your worries." He paused, letting his words settle. As I'm living in your house, it's only right that I lend a hand. She looked at him, skepticism written plainly on her face. She placed the chopsticks on the bowl, balancing them carefully before setting the bowl aside. How exactly can you help me? She glared at him with a deadpan look on her face. Before he could respond, she laughed humorlessly, a dry laugh through her nose. Don't joke, Chen Ren. As soon as she said it, she picked up the bowl again and started slurping noodles. I'm not joking. His voice held a quiet confidence. He gestured to the stall behind him, to the small but growing crowd of customers waiting for their turn. The place where you're eating noodles right now, I created it in mere weeks. No funding, just meager savings. And now look at it. Her eyes narrowed once again. Are you trying to brag? He shook his head. Number, I'm offering a proposal. Tang Yuchu's eyes searched his face, trying to determine if he was serious or just playing some elaborate joke. There was no deceit in his gaze, only a calm certainty. A proposal? She repeated, her voice less hostile now, but still guarded. What kind of business? She placed the bowl back on the table, giving him her full attention at the sound of his seriousness. High-end products, he said, his tone firm. Something refined, something that stands out. She exhaled sharply, her doubt clear. That sounds expensive. If it fails, the losses would be huge. I can't afford that again. I can't bear that kind of failure anymore. Chen Ren leaned in slightly, his voice dropping as if sharing a secret only for her ears. You don't have to think negatively all the time. Failure isn't a certainty. Her gaze wavered for a moment, but he pressed on. You tried to save a blacksmithing workshop for your father. You bought it and poured everything into it, hoping to turn it into something grand. Even though you're well-versed in the basics of business, you lack one thing, innovation. That's where I come in. Tang Yucho's fingers curled around the edge of the table, her expression unreadable, but Chen Ren could see the faint flicker of doubt turning into interest. Innovation, she echoed softly. He nodded, his gaze steady. I'll bring innovation. You bring the structure. Together we can build something that doesn't just survive, it thrives. For the first time since they began talking, Tang Yucho looked at him not with suspicion or irritation, but with something close to hope. But she wasn't ready to admit it yet. It sounds risky, she said, her voice quieter now. All good things are, Chen Ren replied with a faint smile. But this time, you won't be doing it alone. It seemed as if she allowed herself to consider the possibilities for a brief moment, but soon her expression shifted to one that clearly conveyed the question. Have you lost your mind? Her frown deepened as seconds passed, assessing him for any hint of deceit again, but after a long pause, she simply sighed, her shoulders drooping slightly. If you're lying, I'll kick you out myself. Chen Ren chuckled. You don't have that authority. Your father does. And let's be honest, do you really think the regular guards would be able to get me out? He folded his arms, voice lowering to a serious tone. But I'm not lying. This business will help you regain your lost honor. We'll build something that'll take the city by storm. Only if you want to. If you don't, then, well, he shrugged. She stared at him, her expression unreadable as she considered his words. 40-60, she said, at last her voice steady. In my favor for the profits. Chen Ren raised an eyebrow, a small smirk playing on his lips. 50-50, he countered, unwavering. I'm already doing you a favor by letting you in on the profits. She snickered, the tension in her posture easing just a bit. I doubt you're going to put any money into this venture, and as for labor, I'll be the one doing most of it. Not to mention, I'm putting my last bit of savings into this. The split should be in my favor. He shook his head, his smile not faltering. None of it matters without my ideas and innovation. Without me, this is just another failed business in the making. Chen Ren felt a pang of guilt settle in his chest. He was aware that the knowledge he held, the ideas, the innovation, weren't really his own. They came from Earth, from a world she knew nothing about. In a sense, he was taking advantage of her ignorance, using what he hadn't developed himself. But a little shamelessness could go a long way, and in this world, survival wasn't always about playing fair. Besides, if it meant helping her out of this mess and earning good money, he could live with it. The two of them leaned closer over the wooden table, their voices rising and falling like the tide as they haggled fiercely. Tang Yuchu's eyes sparkled with determination as she pushed for a larger share, her tone sharp and confident. You can't expect me to invest my last savings without a fair cut. I'm thinking at least 50-40 in my favor. Chen Ren crossed his arms, unyielding. That just sounds comical to me now. I'll agree to 50-50, but only if you want this to work. 50-50? That's not happening. You're not even putting in any capital. She shot back, her frustration evident. I'm the one risking everything here, and without my ideas, there's nothing worth investing or risking in at all, he countered, his voice steady. You need to recognize the value I bring to the table. She rolled her eyes, a scoff escaping her lips. Please, are you really valuing your grand ideas that highly? They're just words without a proper plan. How about 70-30? I need a cushion for my risks. 70-30? Don't make me laugh. You just increased your profits after asking 60. Chen Ren shook his head, a smirk on his face. You'll scare away any potential investors with those demands. You really think anyone will join you at that rate? If you want a partner, you'll have to meet me halfway. How about 60-40 then? That's still generous considering I'm the one bringing in the capital. 50-50. It's either that or no deal. Fine, she relented with an exasperated huff. 50-50. Her eyes gleamed with a mix of skepticism and expectation as she added, but the next discussion will be when you bring me this so-called high-end product and make sure it actually impresses me. With that, she stood, the bowls of noodles forgotten as she straightened her dress. Don't disappoint me, Chen Ren, she said coolly before turning on her heel and walking off into the city streets. Chen Ren watched her go, rubbing the back of his head in thought. The deal was set, but now came the hard part, delivering on his promise. Getting the product was, without a doubt, the toughest challenge ahead. He sighed, running a hand through his hair. Now comes the real work, he muttered, casting a glance at the noodle stall. Then realization struck him. Wait, she forgot to pay! Asterisk. Asterisk, asterisk. Once the discussion with the young miss was over, Chen Ren spent the rest of the afternoon working at the noodle stall. The hustle and bustle of serving bowls of noodles to the waiting line kept him busy, but his mind was far from settled. The deal he struck with Tang Yuchu was the easy part, making promises and talking up grand ideas. Sure, in his mind, he had 1,000 concepts for high-end products, things that could revolutionize this city. He could picture them clearly luxurious cosmetics, high-quality fabrics, herbal tonics. But as the hours ticked by and the day dragged into late afternoon, he realized something that chilled him more than he expected. This world wasn't like his own. The herbs he needed, the specific plants, the animals, none of them were familiar to him here. The flora and fauna he relied on for his ideas were different and foreign. What use was knowledge from another world if the fundamental building blocks were all wrong? Chen Ren rubbed his temple, staring out at the thinning crowd of customers. He didn't even have a good grasp of what was available locally. Without the right resources, his ideas were nothing more than fantasies. He needed a solid foundation in the herbal and animal life around the city, but therein lay the problem. Chen Ren had no books related to that. He had never been interested in herbology or biology. His knowledge from his past life was limited to what modern industry could produce. He didn't have the faintest clue how to identify rare herbs or unique ingredients in this world. And worse still, this city didn't seem to have a public library. He had asked around before, hoping for a place where he could dig up some information. But according to the servants, there was no such luxury here. Even Yalen, the cat, had been little help, though she had muttered some vague complaints about human knowledge being too scattered. When he'd brought up the idea to Shulan, she confirmed his suspicions. The local herbalists and doctors were fiercely protective of their knowledge, sharing only with their trusted apprentices. Trying to pry information out of them would take too much time, something he barely had. Chen Ren sighed, leaning against the stall's counter. His options were growing slimmer by the minute. There had to be another way. And then a flicker of memory hit him, something from Chen Ren's life here, something he had almost forgotten about. He straightened up, eyes narrowing as a thought crystallized. There was one place that might have what he needed. It wasn't a library, not in the traditional sense, but it was a place where books were plentiful. More importantly, it was a place where someone like him might just stumble upon the right book by sheer luck. His gaze turned resolute as he packed up the last of the stall's supplies, handing over the evening shift to Tang Shulin. He didn't say much to her, just a brief nod before he turned and headed into the city, a singular thought guiding his steps. By the time Chen Ren arrived at his destination, the sun had dipped low in the sky, casting the streets in a soft orange glow. He found himself standing outside an unassuming tea shop, nestled between a pair of larger merchant buildings. To most, it looked like a simple, cozy place, a retreat for the weary, where people sipped tea and escaped the noise of the marketplace. But Chen Ren knew better. He glanced at the faded sign swaying in the evening breeze. It was a tea shop, yes, but it was also something more, a place with a surprisingly large collection of novels. Stories for the idle, Chen Ren muttered to himself. But maybe, just maybe, I might be able to find what I am looking for here. He walked forward, pushing the door open, the faint scent of tea leaves and old parchment greeting him. The air inside was warm and cozy, and the soft murmur of voices made it feel almost too peaceful for the task at hand. He spotted a few patrons lounging about, their noses buried in novels as they sipped their drinks. His eyes scanned the shelves lining the walls. There, amidst the countless works of fiction, he hoped to find what he was looking for, the herbal knowledge he needed, the key to unlocking the next step of his plan. Surely, among all these books, there had to be something useful. A book, a scrap of knowledge, anything. Chen Ren strode inside, a small smile creeping across his face. Time to see what this tea shop really has to offer. ***AN. Next bonus chapter, if we reach 3,500 followers by the 18th of November. Chapter 17. The tea shop was nothing out of the ordinary. The lanterns, already lit, cast a warm glow that mingled with the lingering scent of brewing tea, creating an inviting atmosphere. Despite the late hour, the place was still full of life, with customers ranging from wandering cultivators to weary travelers, each nursing a steaming cup and engaging in low, murmured conversations. Chen Ren stepped through the entrance, his eyes scanning the familiar space. It had been a haunt of his the previous Chen Ren's. He would come here occasionally, trailing behind friends with the same lofty aspirations, searching for volumes on the lives of famous cultivators. Those old legends were filled with tales of extraordinary feats, profound enlightenment, and battles that shook mountains. That Chen Ren had been enchanted by such stories, trying to emulate the speech and mannerisms of those ancient heroes. Perhaps it was this obsession that had made him so haughty, looking down on mortals as if they were dust beneath his feet. Chen's lips twisted into a half-smile at the memory, but his expression soon shifted into one of mild curiosity as he glanced around. The tea stall hadn't changed much. The scent of worn scrolls and ink mingled with the earthy aroma of the tea. Rows of shelves lined one side of the establishment, stacked with books and scrolls, each promising knowledge for those who sought it. Once a customer selected a book, they could choose to take a seat in one of the small cubicles, cramped spaces enclosed within wooden walls, offering a modicum of privacy, or sit at the open tables, reading amidst the buzz of conversation while sipping their tea. Chen Ren walked towards the shelves, his fingers brushing against the rough spines of the scrolls as he searched for something that might be of use. Most of the volumes were the same as he remembered: biographies of storied cultivators, legends of ancient sects, and tedious records of lineages. He even caught sight of a few of the more absurdly long titles, works like The Celestial Sword That Cut Through the Humans and Heavens, or Heavenly Phoenix, Rising from Ashes to Burn Everything into Ashes. Yet, buried among these, there were some books whose names made his eyebrows twitch. Volumes like Lusty Snake and The Rising Wood sat side by side with the more serious tomes, its title boldly displayed, as if challenging anyone who dared to judge the content. Curiosity piqued. He reached for it. Only for research purposes, he muttered to himself, cracking open the pages. As he skimmed through the lines, he found that it wasn't the scandalous tale he expected. Instead, it detailed a bizarre story about a snake spirit that formed a bond with a tree beast. Their journey through the wilderness, and their trials against various predators. The language, poetic and flowery, described their struggle to survive and thrive amidst hostile terrain, and there wasn't a single racy detail to be found. He shook his head, a wry smile playing on his lips as he placed the book back on the shelf. He continued to search, his eyes narrowing as he sought something more practical, treatises on rare herbs, bestiaries that cataloged the creatures of the surrounding forests, anything that might give him an edge. But to his growing disappointment, nothing of the sort seemed to exist among the shelves. The tea house, with great reputation for its book collection, had nothing but fanciful, questionable stories and endless odes to long-dead cultivators. Frowning, his gaze drifted toward the small desk nestled in the corner of the tea stall, where an old woman sat. Her hair, having lost its color, now streaked with silver, bound up in a loose bun atop her head. Her face was wrinkled and sun-kissed, but her eyes resembled one of a hawk. She cradled a clay cup in her hands, sipping tea slowly, and occasionally moving her eyes around the shop. His memories told him that she was the owner of the place. Deciding that she might have more insight into his search, he approached the desk, offering a polite bow. His eyes went to the label on the table. Ching He. Her name must be. "Good evening, Senior Ching He. I'm looking for a particular book if you'd be so kind as to assist me." Ching, he looked up, one brow arching slightly, her eyes darting toward the shelves lining the walls. "There are plenty of books around there, young one. Take your pick," she said, her voice creaky. "I've seen the ones out there, but I can't find what I'm looking for. Specifically, I'm interested in herbs and beasts, a book that could give me detailed information on them." Ching, he leaned back in her chair, the wooden legs creaking under the shift of her weight. She set down her cup with a soft clink, peering at him over its rim. "Herbs and beasts, you say? This place isn't a sect library, boy. You want those kinds of books, then join a sect." He hesitated, then shook his head, meeting her gaze directly. "I already tried. Failed the entrance exams." A brief, almost pitying chuckle escaped the woman's lips. "Not all sects are the grand. Sky-reaching ones. There are smaller ones, always looking for stray talents." Chen Ren shook his head. "Not interested. I just need access to knowledge. That's all. I am even willing to pay more." Ching He's expression didn't change. She picked up her cup again, taking a slow sip before setting it back down. "Then you're out of luck. There are no secret collections here, no hidden tomes. If what you want isn't on those shelves, you might as well leave. As for money, you can pay for my tea and books on those shelves, nothing more than that." Shenren let out a long sigh, nodding to himself as he considered her words. His mind briefly entertained the idea of using his status as a cultivator, or perhaps invoking his recent association with the Tang clan. But as he glanced back at Ching, looking at the wrinkles around her eyes, he discarded that notion. Using his status here would be akin to acting like the previous Chenren, especially when he was just against an old woman. He needed a different method to get through her. "Thank you anyway," he said, bowing again before turning back to the shelves. After some searching, he pulled out a book titled The Immortal Travels of Lu Ji. It was yet another biography of a cultivator and his turtle whose life had become the stuff of legend. Not the practical text he sought, but at least it might offer some inspiration. He settled down in one of the public seats, choosing a corner where the noise of the tea stall was muted, and cracked open the book. As he began to read, a shadow loomed over him, and he glanced up to find Ching He standing beside him, a steaming cup of tea in her hands. "Here," she said gruffly, setting the cup down on the table beside him. "Glad you found something to read." Chen Ren blinked, surprised, before offering her a small, genuine smile. "Thank you." He reached into his pocket, pulling out a few coins and placing them on the table. She grabbed them without turning to leave. She didn't look back, but Chen Ren thought he saw the corners of her lips curl upward ever so slightly at the coins. He took a sip of the tea, savoring the warmth that spread through his chest, and let himself sink into the tales of Lu Ji, even as his mind continued to puzzle over the best way to find what he truly needed. His other hand turned the brittle pages of the biography. The dim glow of the lanterns cast shifting patterns on the floor, and the hum of conversation from the other patrons filled the air with a comforting background murmur. The tea was warm, smooth, and soothing, but his thoughts remained restless, circling back to Qinghe behind the counter. As he took another sip, a soft rustling reached his ears. A moment later, a familiar weight settled on the seat beside him, fur brushing against his arm. He glanced sideways and saw Yalen. The creature stretched leisurely, curling her tail around her paws before it spoke through his mind. "It's good you didn't try to pester her," Yellen said, her gaze shifting toward Qinghe, who was now busy wiping down a dusty ledger. "That woman is strong," he raised an eyebrow, setting the book aside for a moment. "A cultivator?" Yellen nodded, the tip of her tail flicking lazily. "One that should be an elder of a sect at the very least. Do you know what she's doing here, hiding in plain sight?" Chen Ren's gaze drifted back to Qinghe. Her mannerisms were unhurried, almost mundane, just a regular shopkeeper tending to her tea stall. Yet there was a precision to the way she moved, a calmness that seemed just a bit too steady for an elder who had supposedly lived among average folks all her life. He tried to see through the veil of ordinariness she wore like a cloak, but there was nothing to give her away. Everything about her, from the faint lines around her eyes to the way she drank, seemed unremarkable. But he couldn't dismiss what Yalen had said. If she truly was a hidden master, then it explained the knowledge in her advice earlier. Her casual mention of joining a smaller sect. He had given her no direct clue that he was a cultivator when she suddenly mentioned the sect competition. Though even mortals tried their luck in those sect competitions, hoping to secure a menial position within the sect's ranks. But she had spoken as if she knew he was a cultivator. He cast another glance her way, but she continued her work, her focus entirely on her task. Perhaps she had grown used to keeping her true nature hidden, blending into the background of this quiet corner of the world. From what he remembered, the tea stall had been around for over a decade, always present yet never standing out. And in all that time, she had never done anything to betray her strength. Never once let slip the aura that clung to true cultivators like a faint shadow. Chen Ren sipped his tea thoughtfully, a plan beginning to form in his mind. If she was indeed a hidden master, there was a chance, however slim, that she possessed the knowledge he sought, the books he needed. Ancient masters often kept hidden troves of information, things that would never find their way onto the dusty shelves of a public stall. He just needed to find the right opportunity to make himself useful, to earn her favor, to perhaps gain access to whatever secrets she might be guarding. Yalen's voice broke into his thoughts, her tone curious. "So, what's the plan then?" "Sit here drinking tea until your cup runs dry." Chen glanced down at Yalen, his lips curling into a faint smile. "I'll look out for the right opportunity to intervene. There's always something. Some small act that might win a favor. If she's hiding her strength, then she's got her reasons, and people like that often need help they don't want to ask for." He took another slow sip, feeling the warmth seep into his chest. "If nothing comes up, then I'll have to play the long game. But I don't have much time for that." Yelan's tail twitched, her gaze shifting from Chen Ren to Qinghe once more. Impatient as always, aren't you?" But there was no reproach in her tone, only a hint of amusement. Whether it took a moment or a month, he would find a way to crack open whatever mystery the old grandma held. After all, in a world of secrets and shadows, the right connections could be more valuable than any rare herb or elusive beast. And if she was truly a master, then beneath that ordinary exterior, she held more than a few keys to the knowledge he sought. Time drifted by slowly in the tea stall, the minutes bleeding into one another as Chen Ren sat in his corner, pretending to be absorbed in the dusty old biography. His gaze, however, frequently drifted over the rim of his cup to Qinghe at the counter. She continued with her routine, refilling teapots, arranging cups, and occasionally greeting new customers with a weary nod. The steady pace of her movements betrayed nothing of the hidden strength Yalen had hinted at. But even as he kept his eyes peeled, no opportunity presented itself. He watched as people came and went, workers, merchants, and the occasional scholar, all entering with the prospect of a warm drink or a brief respite from the day's troubles. Nothing of interest, nothing out of the ordinary. His second cup of tea turned cold. He ordered a third, and as the minutes stretched on, he began to wonder if he would spend the entire evening here without any progress. But just as the tea warmed his hands once more, the bells above the door chimed, announcing the arrival of a group of young women. Their attire marked them as scions of wealth, draped in robes of fine silk, embroidered with different patterns of flowers and mythical creatures. Gold-threaded tassels hung from their sleeves, swaying with every playful step. Jade bangles clinked softly on their wrists, and their hairpins shimmered in the lantern light, each one showing off their family's prosperity. Chen Ren's interest piqued as they made their way to the reception. They gathered around Qinghe, who set her teacup down with a soft clink, meeting their smiles with a polite but detached nod. "Ah, Grandma Qinghe, do you have any other books here?" one of the girls asked, her voice carrying the cultured tone of someone used to making requests. Qinghe regarded her with a raised eyebrow. "What kind are you looking for?" The girl gave a small sigh, adjusting the hem of her silken sleeve. "Most of the books here seem to cater to children or men. We've read through nearly all of the cultivation stories you have in stock. Isn't there anything different?" "Something more to our taste?" His face remained impassive as she shook her head. "This is all I have, miss. If you're looking for something different, I suggest you try the merchants next time they come through town." The disappointment in the girls' expressions was clear, but they could do little but exchange glances and mutter among themselves before turning away, their footsteps carrying them out of the tea stall in a trail of silk and perfume. Chen Ren watched their retreating figures thoughtfully, a plan forming in his mind. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. With a quick breath, he downed the last of his tea and rose to his feet, striding toward Qinghe with purpose. She looked up at his approach, her expression turning from mild curiosity to a familiar wariness. "What do you want now?" she asked, voice flat. Chen Ren offered a polite smile, gesturing in the direction of the door where the girls had exited. "Those young misses, don't you think you're losing customers by not catering to them? If you had books they wanted, they'd keep coming back, and they'd spend plenty of silver doing it." Qinghe shrugged, picking up her teacup again as if the matter was already settled. "Doesn't matter. I don't have any more books. And even if I wanted to get more, it's not easy. Merchants don't bring many these days, and the ones they do bring are mostly the same cultivation stories, tales for children. Nothing more." Chen Ren leaned in slightly, his tone gaining a touch of enthusiasm. "What if I offered you a solution to that problem?" She eyed him skeptically, one brow arching as she set her cup down again. "And what solution would that be?" He straightened, letting a bit of confidence slip into his voice. "I could write a book, one that would appeal to those girls. You have a lot of young misses visiting your shop, don't you? If you had a story that they actually wanted to read, it could bring in more business. They'd come for the tea, stay for the book, and keep returning. Girls like them talk about everything to each other, so I am pretty sure your business will boom." Qinghe's skepticism only deepened, her lips curving into a dry smile. "You don't look much like a writer to me." Chen Ren chuckled softly, spreading his hands in a disarming gesture. "Appearances can be deceiving, senior. Just give me a chance. If I can do it, will you let me have a look at the herbal books?" She let out a short, humorless laugh. "I already told you, I don't have any of those." "What part of that did you not understand?" "Maybe there are some in the back. It wouldn't hurt to take a look, would it? Just a small favor, if I manage to write something that brings more customers to your shop." Qinghe stared at him, her gaze as steady and unyielding as a mountain. For a moment, Chen Ren wondered if he had pushed too far, but he held his ground, his expression remaining calm and composed. Qinghe let out a long sigh, her breath carrying the weariness of someone who had seen too many schemes and empty promises. She took her time, letting her gaze sweep over Chen Ren, measuring him up from head to toe. Her eyes, sharp and judgmental, flicked briefly to Yalen lingering a few paces behind him. After a moment's pause, she folded her arms and gave a small, almost reluctant nod. "Sure. If you can write up a good book that brings in more business, I'll search through what I have. But understand, there's no guarantee I'll find what you're looking for." Chen Ren's face lit up with a hint of satisfaction. "That's good enough for me," he replied, his voice carrying a note of enthusiasm that hadn't been there before. Without waiting for her to change her mind, he turned on his heel, striding toward the door. If he hadn't controlled himself, he'd be bouncing on his feet. Good thing he was still sane. Yelan padded after him, her tail swishing lazily behind. As he left the tea shop, the air seemed cooler and crisper, or maybe it was just his mind. Chapter 18. His hand trembled slightly as she brought the teacup to her lips, savoring the warmth that seeped through the delicate porcelain. Her shop, filled with neatly stacked books and the faint scent of aged paper, was brightened by the sunlight pouring through the window. The gentle steam rising from the tea seemed to swirl in harmony with the rhythm of her thoughts, as if time itself had slowed to match her leisurely pace. Her gaze drifted to the window, where the city's chaos was visible. The laughter of children, the cries of merchants hawking their wares, the clattering of horse-drawn carts, all the familiar sounds of a mortal city busy with its daily routine. She observed it as one might view the ripples on a distant lake, present yet removed, the mundane happenings of a world she had once left behind and had returned to. Time, she mused, moved so swiftly for mortals, 10 years, gone in a blink. In the world of the mundane, seasons changed, children grew, and elders passed on. But for her, a decade was no more than a brief interlude, a period where no great disturbances rocked the heavens or stirred the silent flow of her chi. There had been no furious rival sects to contend with, and no ancient blood feuds revived. Just quiet days, evenings filled with novels, and the simple pleasure of anonymity. She sipped her tea again, feeling the warmth trickle down her throat. Her lips curled slightly, a rare smile that creased her otherwise serene features. She thought of the gray-haired men who sometimes lingered near her stall, attempting to catch her eye with their clumsy charm. Oh, how they tried! Offering small gifts, their flattery almost amusing even in this age. She did not desire their company. They were as uninteresting as stones by the roadside. Yet she relished the attention, that small acknowledgement of her existence and charm that hadn't faded away even with wrinkles. After all, who among those who once sought to ascend to the heavens could resist a little admiration? Even the most aloof cultivators, draped in their robes of mystery, couldn't resist the allure of fame. That was why they competed in endless tournaments, displayed their prowess for the masses, and even paid bards to spin stories of their exploits. Half of the novels cluttering her shelves were ghost-written by such cultivators, faintly disguised, exaggerated accounts of their own lives. They claimed to be above mortal affairs, yet how many of them yearned for the reverence of those they dismissed as insignificant? The truth was, even the lofty required validation from the masses they deemed beneath them. She sighed, contentedly, closing her eyes to bask in the warmth of her tea and her thoughts. A good life, a peaceful life, she murmured to herself, savoring the words like a fine cup of tea. It was a mantra she had repeated so many times over these quiet years, almost convincing herself that it could last forever. But then, the door creaked open, slicing through the tranquility of the moment. Her eyes snapped open, her gaze sharpening as she peered at the shadowed figure standing at the threshold. Ching, his brow furrowed, her grip tightening around the fragile cup, a small crack spreading through the porcelain. There he stood, the uninvited guest, the one who could shatter this piece she had worked so hard to weave. He appeared unassuming enough, dressed in simple robes, his expression as neutral as a calm lake. Yet she could sense the faint, irregular hum of his dantian beneath his surface, like a flame flickering in a breeze. He wasn't much, no prodigious talent, no aura of destiny swirling around him. A cultivator of middling rank, barely a foot into the path that defied heaven's will. She narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing the barely perceptible ripples of energy emanating from him. A third star body forging cultivator, perhaps, or fourth, if she was generous. Nothing that should pose a danger to her. Her lips twisted into a thin line. The youth was no danger on his own. Just another hopeful soul, chasing the promise of immortality, like so many others who had come before him. But then she saw it, lurking behind him, a shadow moving with liquid grace, a sleek, pristine white cat. Its fur slipped past the doorframe, padding soundlessly into the room. The cat's eyes gleamed with an unsettling intelligence, too bright and knowing for any ordinary beast. Qinghe's heart tightened at the sight. That cat, a creature that did not belong in this mortal city. Qinghe's gaze lingered on the spot where the white cat had last been seen, her pristine form slipping away with unnerving ease. A spirit beast? She was sure of it. And not just any lowly creature that prowled the edges of town, but one with a strength that could hide itself even from her senses. At the very least, it was a peak Foundation realm beast, possibly even at the elusive Meridian expansion realm. She didn't like either option. Beasts of such caliber didn't casually wander into mortal settlements like this, let alone follow around a cultivator of such modest talent. Yet, the most curious thing of all was the beast's behavior. Instead of ruling over the weaker being, it followed him, acting like a pet, docile and obedient. She had seen the cat nestling against his legs, her eyes glinting with a peculiar amusement, almost as if she was playing a game Qing he couldn't quite decipher. And now, for the last 2 days, she hadn't seen the hide or hair of either the cat or the young cultivator. She had almost convinced herself that they'd moved on, leaving her to her simple life once more. So, it comes to this, she muttered under her breath, the tea cooling in her hand, her gaze never leaving the visitor who had just stepped into her quiet corner of her shop. He strode toward her, a bright smile on his face that was almost annoyingly cheerful. She straightened, letting out a slow breath to steady herself. "Why are you here today?" she asked. Her voice clipped as she peered over her cup of tea. "Back for more books?" The young man shook his head, a mischievous twinkle in his eye. "No, Senior Qinghe. I'm here to fulfill my end of the bargain," she frowned, setting her teacup down with a faint clink. "Oh." Her tone held a trace of curiosity, but she kept her expression carefully neutral. "So, you wrote a novel?" His grin widened, pride shining in his eyes. "Yes, enough to become a big hit with the young girls." She chuckled dryly, the noise escaping through her nose. "A big hit, is it?" She studied him for a moment, then reached out as he handed her a thin, bound volume. Qinghe's hands brushed the rough pages, feeling the weight of the book and, perhaps, the weight of his ambitions. She squinted at the title and flicked open to the first page. "Very well then," she said with a touch of amusement in her voice. "Let me read." The young cultivator watched eagerly as she scanned the opening lines, leaning in slightly as if hoping to catch her first reaction. Qing sighed softly, her fingers tapping the edge of the book. What could this child possibly write, being so young and naive? She wondered. Her mind drifted back to the tales she'd read over the decades, stories of grand battles, tragic love, an ascension to heights no mortal could fathom. Surely, he would not grasp the depth that such stories required. Yet as her eyes traced over the words, a flicker of surprise crossed her face. Her reading slowed, and she glanced up at him, a wry smile tugging at her lips. Liangshan and Huayun. She emphasized the names in a tone thick with the cadence of her region, rendering his words awkwardly. Who is this shopkeeper? Anyway, that is credited as the writer of the original. The young cultivator's grin faltered slightly, but he regained his composure quickly, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. Shakespeare. It's an old tale from my place of birth, he explained. I just adapted it to be about cultivators. The original story was about 2 mortal families who ruled a city and their children. Well, they fell in love despite their families' feud. She scoffed lightly, a note of disbelief creeping into her voice. Mortal families ruling a city? What nonsense. How could such a story capture anyone's interest? Mortals can barely keep a village in order, let alone a city. It's just a story, Senior Qinghe. It's not meant to be taken so seriously, and I made it different. You know, added some of those forbidden techniques and ancient bloodlines that I saw around the books in your shop. He smiled, and his words held a hint of pride. Qinghe's lips twitched, and she found herself not knowing whether to take him seriously or not. We'll see if your little story has any depth to it. A tale of love and conflict adapted to the realm of cultivators. It is not an easy thing to write. She returned to the pages, immersing herself in the story of clashing clans, forbidden cultivation techniques, and tragic love. Yet even as she read, she kept one eye on the young man, observing the eagerness in his expression. He watched her reactions carefully, as if seeking validation. Not so different from those old men on the street, pining for a bit of her attention. And perhaps, in that small way, he was a true cultivator after all. Yet in the back of her mind, the shadow of that spirit beast lingered, reminding her that things were never as simple as they seemed. He adjusted her glasses. The faint flickering of candlelight casting shadows over her face as she began to read the first page of the young cultivator's manuscript. The story started with two rival guardian sects. One, the Sky Shroud sect, known for their mastery of sword chi, and the other, the Verdant Stream sect, masters of spirit arts. The protagonists, a young man from Sky Shroud and a woman from Verdant Stream, met under a red maple tree that grew on the boundary between their sects. Despite the tension between their factions, the two found themselves drawn to one another, their chance meetings turning into whispered conversations about the nature of cultivation, their dreams, and the harsh duties they bore for their respective sects. He smirked as she read this part, recognizing the telltale signs of a budding romance laced with the tension of forbidden encounters. It was the kind of tale that drew in young hearts, the thrill of love crossing boundaries. As she read further, the sect elders grew suspicious of their young disciples' secret meetings. The lovers, caught between loyalty to their sects and their feelings for each other, decided to meet one last time under a legendary maple tree. The young cultivator wrote of a moonlit night where spiritual energy shimmered around them, and the air was thick with unspoken words and regrets. He captured the scene well. She had to admit, his prose managed to evoke the coldness of the night and the warmth of their last embrace. But, as such stories go, tragedy soon followed. The elders of the Sky Shroud sect struck first, unleashing a storm of sword chi that tore through the forest where the two met. Not to be outdone, the Verdant Stream elders retaliated with devastating spirit arts, turning the moonlit scene into a battlefield of clashing auras. The couple tried to escape the carnage, but their enemies would not relent. With a final, desperate use of forbidden techniques, they turned their power inward, choosing to end their own lives rather than let the sects tear them apart. As she reached the last lines, describing their hands clasped together, their chi fading like the last breath of the maple leaves around them, he realized her tea had long grown cold. She set the manuscript down, feeling the heaviness and bittersweetness of the story settle in her chest. Slowly, she raised her gaze to the young cultivator, who watched her with a hopeful, yet nervous, smile. "This is actually pretty good," she said, her voice tinged with reluctant admiration. She leaned back, fingers tapping on the armrest of her chair. "How were you able to write something like this?" The young man's smile grew wider, though he maintained a humble air. "It's an adaptation, like I said. I heard it as a tale rather than read it whole. Took some time to adapt it properly, to make the dialogue flow and fit the immortal world, you know? But it turned out well." She studied him for a moment, tapping her finger thoughtfully against the book. "It might actually work. You should consider a career as a writer, rather than a cultivator. I'm sure many sects would be willing to sponsor someone who can weave stories like this. It's rare to find a talent like yours." He chuckled softly, scratching the back of his head. "I'll think about it. If my current path doesn't work out, maybe I'll take up your advice." He paused, and then his expression turned serious as he shifted the topic. "About the book? Are you satisfied with the one that I wrote? Will you give me what I seek?" He glanced at him, then back at the manuscript he'd written. "It's nicely done, even if I haven't had a chance to test whether the young girls would find it captivating, but the writing is solid, so I'll give you a chance." She stood up, smoothing out her robes. "Besides, I found a book that might interest you. Come with me." She led him to a narrow stairway at the back of the tea shop, the wooden steps creaking softly beneath their feet. The white cat appeared again, slipping through the shadows to follow them, its eyes glinting with that same amused intelligence. The young man followed her, his curiosity piqued as they made their way to a small room where a worn bookshelf stood against one wall, filled with ancient tomes. She motioned to a simple chair by a small table. "Sit, and don't touch anything," she warned. casting him a stern look before turning to search through the bookshelf. He sat obediently, watching as she thumbed through dusty scrolls and leather-bound volumes until she found what she was looking for. Carefully, she pulled out a thin, worn book and placed it in his hands. "I think this one might be to your liking," she said, her tone softer than before, as if a hint of nostalgia touched her words. "But remember, I don't give out my treasures lightly." With that, she left him in the room, heading back down the creaking stairs. As she reached her desk again, she couldn't help but glance once more at the manuscript he had left behind. She traced a finger over the cover, considering the young man's story. It had been a while since a tale had stirred something in her. Something that made her want to read it again, to see if she had missed any layers beneath its simple telling. She settled back into her chair, opened the first page, and began reading once more, this time savoring each word and searching for the subtext that might lie hidden beneath the prose, because she was sure there was more to it than what was presented, and she always liked a good, calm challenge. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk in the comparatively dark back room. Chen Ren took a moment to survey the shelves, his eyes glinting with curiosity. It was clear that Qing had more information tucked away than she let on. Ancient scrolls and old tomes, their spines cracked with age, filled every inch of the wooden shelves. He felt a twinge of excitement, knowing that this place held more than just dusty records. It held secrets. He sat down at the small table and glanced at the book Qing had handed him. Its cover was simple and unadorned, but the faded ink on the spine read the tinge flora and hidden beastsby Wu Yanxi. He flipped open the first page, the scent of old parchment wafting up, mingling with the faint aroma of incense from the shop below. The book started with an introduction about the author, a wandering cultivator who had spent decades exploring remote regions, recording details about plants and creatures seldom seen in the more civilized parts of the realm. It was a rare find, one that could easily be overlooked by someone less knowledgeable. As he read through the pages, Chen Ren skimmed past the sections on rare herbs that grew deep in spirit-infused mountains and hidden valleys, focusing instead on what could be found closer to the city. His goal was clear: herbs with pleasing fragrances. If he could find a plant that had properties to soothe the mind, or to subtly ward off lesser spirit beasts, even better. And then there were the beasts themselves. Any parts that could be used for their alchemical properties would be a bonus. He paused at a passage about hoofprint fern, a rare plant known for its golden-veined leaves that glowed in the moonlight. It had calming properties, often used by cultivators to enhance meditation, but it thrived only near ancient, undisturbed lakes, far from the bustling life of the city. Next, he found a description of violet dawnroot, a bright red herb with a subtle, citrusy scent. It was said to help focus the mind when burned as incense. It grew on the sunlit slopes of hills, needing space and elevation. He frowned. While not impossible to acquire, it was not the convenient solution he sought. Flipping a few more pages, he found a section on spirit beasts, each profile painstakingly recorded with details of their habits and habitats. A sketch of a night stalker lynx caught his eye, a creature known for its shadow affinity and prized for its dark-furred pelt, which could be used in making concealment talismans. But it was far beyond his current strength, even if he did manage to track one down. He moved on, noting its properties, but knowing it was out of reach. After a while, he stumbled upon a simple entry, Silver Mist Blossom. The name didn't seem particularly grand, but the more he read, the more it piqued his interest. It was a humble herb found near riverbanks, with delicate petals that shimmered faintly in the morning mist. The blossom emitted a gentle fragrance that was said to calm nerves and aid in sleep. But more than that, it had a subtle effect of repelling lesser spirit beasts and pests, making it valuable to protect those who worked with other, more temperamental herbs. This was the kind of plant he had been looking for. Something easy to find locally, with practical uses that could enhance the atmosphere of his quarters and keep unwanted pests at bay. He traced a finger over the illustration, imagining them blossom along the rivers that wound near the outskirts of the city. Asterisk, 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 Amon. Thank you for the support. If you haven't followed, please follow it. We are aiming for 4 KRS. Chapter 19. Chen Ren hunched over a small desk in his room. The only light came from a half-melted candle. His brush moved swiftly, filling the scroll with characters that came to his mind. He paused, the tip hovering over the paper as he thought of the recent encounter with the old lady at the tea house. A smile tugged at his lips, just barely there. The deal with her had been sort of a gamble of its own, but one that turned out better than he had expected. He had proposed writing a story, one of those romantic tales popular on Earth, but not just any tale, one that could tug at heartstrings and spark a fluttering in the hearts of young women. There was a problem, though. He had never really read those kinds of books back in his world, just watched them in movies. So, he took the fragments he remembered, twisted them with his imagination and stuff he had read about cultivation, and poured them into the scrolls over the last 2 days. Writing here had come with its surprises. His thoughts, once sluggish when it came to putting words down on paper, now flowed like a river. Once he finished the story, Ching He's approval arrived quickly, allowing him to obtain the book on herbs and beasts he had been searching for. Yet, the true treasure wasn't just in the book she'd given him. It was in the dusty, cluttered shelves he'd glimpsed behind her, shelves filled with scrolls and tomes that looked far more valuable than mere stories. Cultivation manuals, techniques, and perhaps even secret arts lay within that room. If he played his cards right, he might get access to those secrets too. But those aspirations would have to wait. Chen Ren put the scroll aside, pushing thoughts of ancient techniques and hidden power from his mind for now and focusing on his task at hand from where he was in his room. All right, so, focus. He forced himself to look at the notes he'd made in his notebook. His first goal was much simpler, herbs. Since his noodle stall was working well, he had thought a lot on his second business idea and landed on a product that he would be able to earn a lot out of, especially with Tang Yuchu, fragrances, makeup, and hygiene products. It was an idea born from a class he'd taken back in his previous life when perfumes and their crafting had been little more than an idle curiosity. Yet now, that knowledge held the potential for a lot of profit. He picked up another sheet, dipping his brush once more as he began to scribble notes. Memories of perfume-making techniques surfaced, thoughts threading through the delicate process of creating a fragrance. He jotted down the key ideas that had lingered in his mind. The use of essential oils for heart notes, the balancing of top notes like citrus to create an immediate scent, and the heavier, lasting base notes musk, sandalwood, or even something rarer. It was a process that required patience, an art of blending nature's essence into a single, captivating aroma. Chen Ren's brush moved swiftly, laying out the steps for his perfume-making process as he included his earthly knowledge with the herbs he had read about. He wrote about selecting top, middle, and base notes that he thought would fit. Whispering Lily for the initial burst, Martha Wood for depth, and Silver Mist Bloom to anchor the blend. He detailed how to combine them, starting with a few drops of each in a small bottle, adding alcohol to carry the fragrance, and letting it rest for days to meld the scents. He noted the importance of testing the mixture on the skin, adjusting with more alcohol if too strong, and recording each variation to refine what he'd have made. A faint, high-pitched sound cut through his focus, like the creak of old wood or the whisper of an unseen presence. Chen Ren's hands stilled, his breath catching in his throat as his senses sharpened. His gaze darted around the murkily lit room, the tension coiling through his muscles like a spring. Did one of the creditors send an assassin after me? No, it shouldn't be. But I still need to check. He slowly pushed back from the desk, his eyes scanning the corners, each shadow stretching longer than it should under the wavering candlelight. The silence hung heavy, every beat of his heart echoing in his ears. Then he spotted the source of the sound, a small, scraggly rat, scuttling along the edge of the room, its tiny claws scraping against the wooden floor. Chen Ren exhaled, a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. He leaned back, feeling the tightness in his shoulders ease. The rat was a scrawny creature, its fur matted and rough, the pale light casting shadows over its twitching whiskers. It paused for a heartbeat, its tiny eyes glinting like dark beads in the candlelight as it met Chen Ren's gaze. A cornered look passed between them, one of primal fear on the rat's part and a flash of something else, A sudden whim. In Chen Ren's, he stood up slowly, the wooden chair creaking beneath him. His lips twisted into a grin. "I didn't know I had rats in my room," he muttered, brushing a loose strand of hair behind his ear. Then an idea took root, his grin widening. "Maybe I can try catching it, as a treat for that high and mighty cat." He chuckled under his breath at the thought, and without further hesitation, lunged toward the rat. But the rat, sensing the danger, moved at a godly speed. It darted between his legs, slipping past the edge of the desk, and scrambled over a stack of scrolls piled in the corner. Chen Ren, not to be outdone, dove after it, his fingers just brushing against the coarse fur before it wriggled free, leaping toward his bed. He nearly stumbled, catching himself on the bedpost as he shifted through the tight space of his room, his mind racing to keep up with the rat's frantic scurrying. He winced as his elbow knocked into a porcelain cup, sending it spinning across the desk before it wobbled back to a stop. He had to be careful. One wrong move, and he'd leave a mess for Tang Shulan to clean up, not to mention the damage to his already limited belongings. The rat seemed to sense the challenge scampering with renewed speed, its tiny claws skittering over his notes, then darting under a small chest that held his writing supplies. Chen Ren huffed in frustration, quickly closing the distance, leaping to block its path. For a moment, they both froze Chen Ren, with his arm outstretched and the rat quivering in the corner. With a final quick motion, he managed to trap the creature beneath his hands, feeling it squirm against his palms. He grinned, ready to praise himself for the little victory. But then a voice from the doorway cut through his moment of triumph like a blade. "What are you doing, human?" It was a low, annoyed tone, carrying the unmistakable haughtiness of a creature who had seen far too many years to be amused by such antics. Chen Ren froze, turning slowly to see Yalen standing in the doorway, her amber eyes narrowed to slits, the tip of her tail twitching impatiently. She regarded him with a disdainful look that could have made any mortal feel foolish. He raised his hands, displaying the wriggling rat with a sheepish grin. "I thought you might appreciate a fresh catch," he offered, trying to inject a bit of charm into his voice. "You know, a snack." Yalen's glare sharpened, her whiskers twitching with irritation. "Do you think I would stoop so low to eat such a filthy creature?" she replied, her voice dripping with scorn. She cast a disdainful glance at the rat. Even a hungry stray would turn its nose up at such a pitiful offering. "I have some standards, human. If you want to feed me, try something more refined." "I'd rather eat mud than a rat." Chen Ren flinched, his shoulders sagging as he sighed, and released the rat, which immediately darted away, disappearing into a crack in the wall. He watched it vanish with exasperation and amusement, muttering under his breath, "Well, I tried my best for you, you know." Yalen, however, only smirked, a flash of amusement in her eyes that quickly turned serious. She flicked her tail toward the door. "If you truly wish to be useful, stop playing with vermin and start moving. We need to make our way to the forest and return before midnight. The window of opportunity is closing, and we need to get on with your training." Chenren straightened, dusting off his hands as he eyed her warily. What's this about anyway? And what kind of training are we talking about? Yelan turned her head. "You'll find out when we get there," she said. "Now, hurry up. The herbs we seek will not wait, and neither will your training." Asterisk. Asterisk, asterisk, Chenren moved through the mist that curled around the city, his steps careful yet swift, Yalan walking silently at his side. The lanterns that hung from the edges of rooftops did little to pierce the thick veil that blanketed everything in sight. The mist clung to him, cold and damp, and each breath drew in tendrils of vapor that seeped into his lungs. The city's boundary had always been like this at night, no matter how clear the day was. Once the sun dipped below the horizon and everything turned dark, the fog rolled in, settling over the city like an ancient habit. Chen Ren had overheard countless theories about it since arriving, rumors spun by merchants, old scholars, and idle city folks who enjoyed the mystery of it all. Some said it was the work of the sect master from the Soaring Sword sect, his power so great that he could summon an array to ward off beasts from the nearby forest, keeping them from straying too close to the city's walls. Others believed it was the result of a natural formation, a confluence of spiritual energies that gathered each night, creating a fog that acted as a barrier. Then, there were the more mundane explanations. Tales of strange plants that grew along the city's borders, exhaling mist as they absorbed the moon's light, or ancient streams hidden beneath the earth, releasing the vapor into the cool night air. Whatever the cause, the fog had been a fixture of the city for centuries, an unchanging fact of life that everyone learned to accept. Chen Ren, however, had little interest in deciphering its origins. It served its purpose tonight, helping to mask his movements as he and Yalen slipped through the twisting paths that led to the city's edge. The mist muffled the sounds of their footsteps, and he moved like a fox, covering a large distance in a matter of minutes, again thankful for the fact that he had been transmigrated as a cultivator. As they approached the outer gates, the outline of two guards materialized through the fog, their figures indistinct but solid against the shifting veil of mist. Their armor clinked softly as they turned, their expressions obscured beneath helmets that reflected the faint glow of nearby lanterns. But when Chenren revealed the faint glimmer of his cultivation aura, they barely gave him a second glance. One of them, an older man with a streak of silver in his beard, grunted a curt acknowledgement and bowed slightly before waving him through without so much as a question. Since the city had cultivators, guards seemed to let them be and not interfere. He was sure that he wasn't the only one who had thought of training in the nearby forest. Chen Ren slipped past the gate with a nod, feeling the slight tension in his shoulders ease. He had grown used to this reaction from most guards. He had discovered that most common folk treated cultivators with a blend of awe and wariness. It was a small advantage, but one he'd learned to use well. The mist beyond the gate was thicker still. He could barely see through the thick fog, but he knew that the forest should be in the distance. Chen Ren's breath formed soft clouds before him, mingling with the drifting vapor as he trudged forward, Yalen moving with unerring grace beside him. "Keep up," Yalen said, her voice a low murmur that barely disturbed the quiet. "We don't have time to waste. If we delay too long, we'll miss our chance." Chenren gritted his teeth, adjusting his stride to match her pace. The mist wrapped around them, swallowing the city behind and leaving only the path ahead. He moved deeper into the forest, the shadows shifting around him as the mist thinned, replaced by the looming silhouettes of ancient trees. He had initially planned to gather the herbs in the morning, when the sun would illuminate the undergrowth, making the search easier. But Yalen had insisted on venturing out at night, her reasoning delivered with her usual disdainful tone. According to her, training under the moon's glow would force him to adapt to the challenges of nighttime. Nocturnal beasts often come out during this hour, and if he was going to learn how to deal with cultivation shenanigans, it was important to fight them. "Nocturnal beasts have their dangers," she had said, her tail swishing with a faint hiss through the air. "Many of them become stronger under the moon's lunar chi, their instincts sharper. It's the perfect time for training. Besides, no one will be around to interrupt us." Chenren had reluctantly agreed, knowing that she had a point. Moreover, nighttime brought out not only predators that moved with deadly grace, but also certain plants to bloom herbs that hid their true qualities during the day, their petals and leaves only unfurling in the moonlight to release their potent essence. He had a few of such herbs in his list, and if he wanted to make a perfume that could truly captivate people, he needed to gather them. The forest was alive with soft rustlings and distant calls, sounds that threaded through the quiet like a constant murmuring breath. He moved carefully over the uneven ground, the notes he had scrawled earlier clutched behind him in a bag. The mist lingered here, draped low over the ground, obscuring the roots and rocks that threatened to trip him with every step. His eyes moved between the shadows, scanning the undergrowth for any sign of the herbs he sought after what felt like hours of searching. He spotted the faint glimmer of moonlight reflecting off a cluster of leaves, their edges lined with a pale, silver sheen. He crouched down, brushing aside the underbrush to reveal a low-growing plant, its buds glowing faintly in the dark. "Martha Wood," he muttered to himself, recognizing the herb from his notes. It was known for its fragrant oil and smelled like lavender, a key ingredient that could add a lingering, mysterious scent to his perfume. Carefully, he plucked the leaves, mindful not to damage the delicate roots that held the plant to the soil. He tucked them into a small pouch, his fingers working with the precision of someone who had done this before, albeit in a different world. He straightened up, his gaze sweeping the shadows again, his ears straining for any signs of movement. With Yalen by his side, Chenren didn't feel the same sense of dread he might have if he were alone. She rarely showed it, but he could sense her power, a quiet, coiled strength beneath her haughty demeanor. If something truly dangerous emerged, he knew she could handle it. It allowed him to focus on his task without constantly looking over his shoulder, without that creeping fear that something might be stalking him through the darkness. He found another herb tucked near the base of a twisted tree, its flowers closed like tiny fists, waiting for the moonlight to coax them open. This one, a whispering lily, was known for its faint, almost ethereal scent that could lend a subtle layer to his creation. He gently harvested the blossoms, placing them next to the other leaves in his pouch. Satisfied with his progress, he started toward a small riverbank nestled deeper in the woods. He simply followed the waters, trying to find what he needed, silver mist bloom. But before he could move further, he felt Yalen suddenly halt in her tracks. Her ears twitched, and she fixed her gaze toward a dark cluster of trees beyond the lake's edge. "It seems like you might finally encounter a beast worthy of my taste," she remarked, her voice cutting through the quiet like a blade. Chenren stopped, turning to face her. "What are you talking about?" he asked, his brows furrowing as he tried to peer through the shadows. "A beast is nearby," Yellen replied, a hint of amusement in her tone. "A Tier 1 creature, nothing you should fear. But it's enough for some practice. You need to fight it." He stiffened, glancing toward the darkness where Yalen's eyes were fixed. His pulse quickened, a mixture of nervousness and reluctant excitement stirring in his chest. "Are you sure I can fight it?" "I don't think I told you before, but the only beast I fought in my world was a small swarm of mosquitoes," he admitted, feeling the weight of his unease settle over him. "Also, I only know one fist technique, and even that isn't very polished. It's just a Tier 1 beast. If things go poorly, I'll pull you out before you get hurt," she replied, the confidence in her tone leaving little room for argument. Chenren swallowed, feeling the weight of the situation pressing down on him. He knew that if he wanted to survive in this world, he had to confront this fear sooner or later. The structure of this world, built on the strength of cultivators and the endless struggle against beasts and rivals, demanded courage. Better to start with a small step under the watchful eye of his unusual mentor than to be caught unprepared when real danger came knocking. "All right," he said slowly, nodding as if to reassure himself. "Let's do this." He clenched his fists, feeling a tingling in his core as he tried to steady his breathing, and began to move forward. They moved deeper into the forest until the trees began to thin, following the shimmering surface of the river. The mist had settled low here, hugging the ground and drifting like ghostly veils over the water's edge. But what drew Chenren's attention wasn't the serene view. It was the grisly scene unfolding just a few steps from the shore, near a cluster of gnarled roots that twisted into the water. A creature crouched, tearing into the carcass of a normal deer with savage hunger. It resembled a rat and was nearly as large as a wild boar, its matted, bristling fur slick with dark stains of fresh blood. Its long, crooked teeth gleamed in the moonlight as it dug into the flesh, muscles rippling beneath its coarse hide with every vicious bite. Tufts of fur were missing in places, revealing patches of rough, scarred skin as if it had survived countless brawls in its time. Its eyes, small and beady, glowed with a faint red light, casting an eerie reflection on the bloodied ground around it. Even crouched over its meal, the creature exuded a wild, untamed ferocity, the scent of blood mingling with the damp air, sharp enough to make Chenren wrinkle his nose. The deer lay limp beneath the monstrous rat's claws, its legs bent at unnatural angles, neck twisted and broken. Chenren swallowed hard, his breath catching as he tried to keep his voice steady. This thing is really Tier 1, he asked, his gaze flicking nervously from the rat beast to Yalen. It looks tough. Yalen, perched on a nearby rock with a bored expression, simply flicked her tail and gave him a sidelong glance. It's nothing you can't handle, she replied, a hint of a challenge in her tone. Don't worry. But Chen Ren couldn't quite quell the nerves that tightened in his chest as he took in the rat beast's powerful limbs and the sharp, glinting claws that dug into the deer's flesh. Compared to the small rat he had fought, this one looked more like a predator than prey. He took a deep breath, steeling himself before stepping forward. Feeling the cool air hitting his face, the rat beast's ears twitched and it jerked its head up, crimson eyes locking onto Chen Ren. Its mouth hung open, revealing rows of sharp, crooked teeth stained with the remnants of its meal. They stared at each other, the air thick with the tension of the encounter. The creature's nostrils flared as it took in his scent, and for a heartbeat, everything was still just the faint rustle of leaves and the quiet lap of water against the shore. Then, with a guttural snarl that seemed to rattle the very trees, the rat beast lunged. It moved with a speed that belied its bulky frame, a blur of matted fur and flashing claws. Chen Ren's breath hitched, and his feet seemed to root themselves to the spot as he watched the mass of muscle and fangs hurtling toward him, his mind going blank with a sudden rush of terror. The ground seemed to shake beneath the creature's charge, and all Chen Ren could do was brace himself as every cell of his body came alive with the sound of snapping branches and the beast's roar that almost deafened him. Chapter 20. The air seemed to thicken as the rat beast charged, its claws scrabbling across the rocky ground. Chen Ren's muscles tensed, his mind blanked for a split second, time stretching unnaturally. Fear prickled at the edge of his thoughts, locking him in place. He could almost hear the rhythmic pounding of his own heartbeat as he froze, watching the beast bear down on him. But then, a stray thought broke through the haze move. Electricity crackled around his fists as he snapped out of his stupor, and with a forceful exhale, he drew upon the power of the thundering fist, a technique he'd drilled countless times. His right arm whipped forward, muscles straining, and his fist collided with the rat's bony shoulder. A shockwave of energy burst from the impact, throwing the rat several feet backward, its body skidding across the dirt. Chen Ren's breath came in sharp gasps, and he glanced down at his fist, still tingling with residual energy. Surprise lit up his face. So this is thundering first. But before he could dwell on the thought, a sharp voice cut through his reverie. Focus, the blood snout isn't finished yet. It was Yelan's voice, stern as always, her amber eyes locked on the struggling beast. Blood snout. So, that's what this ugly thing is called. His gaze snapped back to the rat, just in time to see it push itself up from the ground, its bloodshot eyes fixed on him. It let out a high-pitched screech that echoed through the trees, its rage palpable. Without a moment's hesitation, it charged at him again, the ground trembling beneath its heavy footfalls. Chen Ren felt the rush of panic claw at him but forced it down, inhaling deeply. He clenched his fists, letting the lightning pool around his legs. The air around his calves crackled, and in the blink of an eye, he moved, his body disappearing just as the rat's claws slashed through the empty space where he had stood. Chen Ren reappeared several paces away, lightning still crackling around his legs. This was lightning step, a movement technique that he had practiced in the back alleys of the city, a technique that channeled lightning through the body, making him as quick as a lightning flash. The previous Chen Ren used it often, hence, despite his lack of practice, his body seemed to remember the rhythm of it, every muscle attuned to the technique's flow. He dashed to the side, blurring into motion, leaving arcs of electricity trailing behind him. The blood snout's claws slashed at him again and again. But each time, they met only the empty air. With every dodge, Chen Ren countered with a strike, his fists slamming into the rat's body, the impact ringing through the forest like distant thunder. Yet even as his attacks connected, a sinking realization grew in his mind. Each punch drove the rat back, but its tough, bristly hide absorbed the brunt of his blows. Bruises formed beneath its fur, but the beast barely slowed, its rage driving it forward through the pain. Chen Ren risked a glance towards Yelan, his unspoken plea for guidance clear in his eyes, but she simply watched from the shadows, her expression unreadable. She shook her head. A silent message. This is your battle. His thoughts swirled as he ducked under another wild swipe from the rat. What am I doing wrong? The thundering fist technique was supposed to be a powerful, decisive blow, one that could shatter bones and rend flesh, yet his attacks barely seemed to scratch the surface of the bloodsnout's defenses. He could move swiftly with lightning step, weaving through its attacks like a dancer amidst a storm. But speed alone wasn't enough. Another exchange, and this time he could feel the strain in his muscles, the growing fatigue of maintaining the lightning coursing through his legs. He gritted his teeth, pushing through the exhaustion. A thundering fist should be devastating, not just pushing a beast back. The realization stung. He was failing to channel the true essence of the technique, unable to draw out the full power that should have existed behind each strike. His movements slowed, and the rat sensed it, lunging with renewed ferocity, and as its claws grazed his cheek, drawing a thin line of blood, Chenren's mind sharpened. He could feel the raw energy flickering within him, untapped and wild. I need to channel it, direct it, or this fight will end in blood. My blood. Chenren's mind raced, recalling the manuals he had painstakingly studied. Thundering Fist wasn't just about brute force. It was about control, about channeling the energy with precision, not letting it scatter wildly around his fists. Until now, he had merely been releasing bursts of electricity with each punch, the power dispersing before it could pierce through the target. The realization hit him like a jolt of his own technique. I need to focus on it. Condense the energy into a single point, then let it explode. As the thought crystallized, he looked up to find the blood snout charging at him again. Its bloodied eyes gleaming with fury that could have killed Chenren if it had power. But this time, he was ready. He sidestepped the creature's lunge with the speed of his lightning step, the world blurring for a split second as he vanished from its path. With a surge of energy, he propelled himself upward, leaping over the rat's gnashing teeth and clawed limbs. Twisting midair, he turned to face its exposed back, gathering the lightning into his palm. With a deep breath, he let the energy concentrate, feeling the charge intensify until his entire arm buzzed with barely contained power. The air around his hand crackled, the sound like a rumbling thunderstorm. Thundering Fist! He thrust his hand forward, releasing the technique in a blinding flash of blue and golden light. Electricity arced out, a condensed, crackling bolt that struck the blood snout directly in the back. A sharp, sizzling noise filled the air as the lightning surged through the beast's body, its muscles seizing violently. Then, with a sickening sound, a portion of its chest exploded outward in a spray of flesh and blood. The rat's shriek was cut short as its body crumpled to the ground, twitching before finally lying still. Chenren landed lightly, his feet crunching on the wet ground. He stared at his hands, electricity still sparking faintly from his fingers. Awe flickered in his eyes, but when he looked down and saw the blood and gore splattered on his palms and staining the edges of his robes, a wave of nausea hit him like a punch to the gut. He stumbled back, swallowing hard, and turned toward the nearby lake. Kneeling at the water's edge, he plunged his hands into the cold, clear water, scrubbing away the sticky remains with frantic motions. His stomach twisted, the taste of bile rising in his throat. He focused on the sensation of the water, trying to drown out the memory of the flesh peeling off under his attack. Yalen approached him, her steps soundless on the forest floor. She sat down gracefully by the lake, watching him. Her eyes were squinted in amusement as she licked her paw. I'd rate that a 4 out of 10. Chenren paused, water dripping from his fingers. 4 out of 10? Seriously? Why so low? He shot her an incredulous look, half expecting some sort of praise. Yalen flicked her tail, her expression unchanging. You took too long to figure out the proper way to use the technique. A lowly beast like that shouldn't have been able to push you so far. And then you nearly vomited at the sight of a bit of gore. How will you handle tougher beasts? Not to mention, you ruined the carcass. A blast like that makes it nearly inedible. Chenren blinked, turning to look at the mutilated rat's corpse lying by the water's edge. A shiver ran down his spine at the thought of eating something so grotesque. He glanced back at her, his expression incredulous. "You would actually eat that thing?" Yellen gave him a small, enigmatic smile. "Of course, if you cook it, that is. Beast meat is often more nourishing than that of regular animals. And despite their unsavory appearance, these blood snouts live in the caves near lakes. They keep themselves clean in the waters." Chenren took another look at the bloody mess that was once the rat, its twisted body and vacant eyes staring into nothingness. He shuddered, the idea of roasting it turning his stomach once more. "I think I'll pass," he muttered, stepping away from the remains as if they might spring back to life. Yalen only chuckled, her tail flicking in amusement. "Suit yourself, but remember, next time, aim for the head. It makes for a cleaner kill." Chen Ren wiped the last of the blood from his hands and stood up, casting one more wary glance at the rat's mutilated corpse. With a deep breath, he turned his focus to the task that had originally brought him into the forest, gathering herbs. The moonlight filtered through the trees, illuminating the silver-green leaves of a plant he recognized. Its flowers had a faint blue hue, and as he reached down to pluck a few, he brought one to his nose, inhaling its soft, earthy scent. The fragrance was subtle yet refreshing, carrying a hint of sweetness. He found himself smiling, thinking this would make a decent perfume. It was a strange thought amidst the chaos of battle, but he'd always been intrigued by the simple things. He tucked the herb carefully into his satchel, stretching his arms and rolling his shoulders. The tension of the fight melted away, replaced by a sense of relief. "Well, that's that. Job's done for today," he muttered, stretching his limbs. As he turned to head back, Yalen's voice cut through the night air. "And what about those spicy herbs you were talking about back at the tea stall?" She glanced at him with a raised brow, her eyes glinting with curiosity. Chenren paused, then snapped his fingers as if just remembering. "Oh, those aren't for perfume. I wanted to get those herbs to experiment with. Try turning them into a sauce." Yalen tilted her head, a curious expression crossing her feline face. "A sauce," she echoed, as if tasting the unfamiliar word on her tongue. Chen Ren nodded eagerly, a hint of excitement creeping into his voice. "Yeah, it's something you pour over food, like noodles, to give it more flavor. I think if I get the right balance of spice and seasoning, it could really take off. It might even be a hit in the city." Yalen's eyes narrowed as she considered his words. Spicy herbs. Those are usually burned around campsites to ward off beasts. I'm not sure how much of their heat humans can actually tolerate. She spoke matter-of-factly, her tail twitching as she gauged his reaction. Chenren laughed, shrugging lightly. "That's why I need to experiment. Find the right blend, you know? But I haven't seen any of those herbs near the lake." He glanced toward the deeper, shadowy parts of the forest. "According to what I've read, they grow deeper in near a cliffside. I've also heard that stronger beasts roam around there, which, well, might be a problem. But I don't want to travel further tonight. I'm tired, and it's been a long day." Yalen arched her back, stretching gracefully as she looked up at him with a knowing smile. "So, you want to keep up with your training, then?" Her tone held a playful challenge. Chenren glanced down at his fists, still tingling faintly with the lingering sensation of power coursing through them. He met Yalen's gaze and nodded slowly, a small grin tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Yeah, I do, as gross as that fight was. It was fun, too. There's a thrill in using my techniques, testing my limits. It's one thing to have power, but using it is a whole different matter. In the city, I can barely let loose." Yalen's smirk widened, and she padded closer, her tail swaying behind her like a pendulum. "Good. Then I'll make sure to train you well. I wouldn't want my student to embarrass me by struggling with a mere rat beast again." Chenren rolled his eyes, but a hint of warmth seeped into his expression. Sure. Just don't push me too hard, or I might end up needing those herbs to treat my wounds instead of using it for cooking." Yalen's laughter echoed softly through the forest, a surprisingly melodious sound. "Rest for now, then, but don't think you'll be slacking off next time we're out here." With that, she turned and slinked away, disappearing into the shadows between the trees. He knew she wasn't going too far away, too used to having an eye on him always. Chen Ren exhaled, his smile fading into a thoughtful expression as he glanced deeper into the forest where the spicy herbs and greater challenges awaited. He'd have to face those soon enough, but tonight, he let the tension melt from his shoulders, savoring the cool night air. Asterisk, 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 Tang Yuchu sat at the large mahogany table in her room, her fingers tapping impatiently against the wood. Before her lay an open book of accounts, its pages filled with neat columns of numbers and records. She stared at them, but the content seemed to blur together, refusing to hold her attention. With a frustrated sigh, she pushed the book away slightly. Lately, it seemed she couldn't concentrate on anything. Her mind was too restless, too caught up in something else. It wasn't just business either. Meals felt tasteless, and even the simplest pleasures like the morning walk through the garden held little appeal. Just a few days ago, her closest friend had invited her to a cozy tea stall where a popular novel was being recited. It was the kind of thing she would usually enjoy, but she had turned her down without a second thought. Why? Because Chen Ren had promised her something, a new product he'd spoken of with such conviction, insisting it would work wonders and become a sensation. But what was it, exactly? How was it supposed to work? He had never elaborated, and she hadn't thought to ask at the time, thinking he'd reveal it soon enough. Now, that curiosity had become a constant itch, gnawing at the edges of her thoughts. Why hasn't he shown up yet? What could he possibly be doing that's taking so long? Her fingers stilled their tapping and she muttered under her breath, "Is he not going to show up at all?" Frustration tightened in her chest, and she pressed a hand against her forehead, her brow furrowing deeply. If he's tricked me again, I swear I'll have Father kick him out for deceiving me. The idea brought a bitter satisfaction, but beneath it, an unfamiliar twinge of disappointment. She hated feeling like she was waiting on someone, especially Chen Ren of all people. As she was caught up in her thoughts, a sudden knock at the door startled her. She straightened, smoothing her robes as her maid poked her head in. "Miss Yuchu, young Master Chen Ren is here to see you." Tang Yuchu's eyes widened in surprise. "Send him in, quickly." The maid nodded and withdrew, leaving the door ajar. A moment later, Chen Ren stepped into the room, his expression relaxed. At his hip, a small pouch was tied securely, its contents hidden but somehow intriguing. Tang Yuchu's gaze immediately locked onto the pouch before flicking back to Chen Ren's face. "So, are you here with the product you promised?" she demanded, a hint of sharpness in her tone that masked the curiosity bubbling beneath. Chen Ren smirked slightly and gave her a nod. "Obviously, I wouldn't break a promise, would I?" His tone was casual, but there was a glint in his eyes that made her heart skip a beat. Tang Yuchu leaned forward slightly, her impatience returning tenfold. At last, she thought, trying to keep the eagerness from showing on her face. "Now, let's see what you've got up your sleeve, Chen Ren." "Chapter 21, Have a seat." Tang Yuchu motioned him to sit. Chen Ren settled into the seat across from her, his expression calm, though his mind raced beneath the surface. He studied her quietly, noting the wariness in her eyes as she glanced his way. Suspicion and impatience mixed into her gaze. She was a woman with a strong but steel will, and her presence carried a sense of authority that even experienced merchants would tread carefully around. But Chen Ren knew she needed him, and a sharp look wouldn't deter him. After a moment, he spoke with a deliberate casualness, leaning back slightly in his chair. "I am sitting here, yet you didn't even have your maid bring tea for me? Aren't you concerned for your guests' comfort, young miss?" Yuchu's lips curled into a wry smile but didn't reach her eyes. "You've already had more than your fill of free tea, Chen Ren. Why should I offer more?" Chen Ren's expression soured at the comment, a faint frown crossing his brow. He straightened, meeting her gaze head-on. "Honestly, what is your problem with me?" The teasing light vanished from her face as she fixed him with a glare that could cut sharper than any blade. "You really don't remember, do you?" The question hung in the air, and Chen Ren felt extremely uneasy. He drew in a deep breath, letting the moment stretch as he gathered his thoughts. reflecting on the burden left by the actions of the man whose body he now inhabited. The previous Chen Ren's karma truly follows me like a shadow, he thought, a rueful pang twisting through him. He had inherited not just this life, but all the regrets and mistakes that came with it. He lowered his head slightly, a gesture of contrition. "I'm sorry," he said, his voice steady but subdued. "I'm sorry for trying to take advantage of you while I was drunk. I know that's not an excuse, and I shouldn't have acted that way, even if I wasn't in my right mind. But I am not the same man anymore. I would never do something like that again. All I hope for is that we can put it behind us and move forward with this business deal with mutual respect." He paused, glancing back up to meet her gaze directly. "I won't ask again. I've apologized, and there's nothing more I can do to make it right. It's up to you whether you forgive me or not, but I'd appreciate it if you could keep your sharp words to yourself, regardless." Tang Yuchu's expression shifted, the hard edge in her eyes softening as she blinked, taken aback by the sincerity in his tone. For a moment, she simply gaped at him, as if struggling to reconcile this Chen Ren with the one she remembered. Her mouth opened and closed, but no biting retort came forth. After what felt like an eternity, she lowered her head, letting out a breath she didn't realize she'd been holding. "I understand," she said quietly, her voice lacking the usual bite. "Perhaps we should move on to discussing the business idea." She hesitated for a moment, then turned toward the door. "But first, I'll have them bring tea. It seems only proper." Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Chen Ren adjusted himself in his seat as the maid poured tea between them, the steam curling upward with a faint floral scent. He took a moment to collect his thoughts before speaking. "Apologies for taking a bit longer than expected. I wanted to come sooner, but, well, the work was delicate and required time. But now, I've got something that might not only make me wealthy, but make you even wealthier." Yuchi raised both her eyebrows. "What is it then?" she asked, her voice carefully neutral, though he could see a flicker of curiosity behind her eyes. Chen Ren reached into his sleeve, pulling out a small pouch. He placed it on the table between them with a soft thud. "See for yourself," he said, leaning back slightly, gesturing for her to open it. With a skeptical glance, Tang Yucho untied the pouch and carefully drew out a small glass vial, its contents a vivid crystalline blue that caught the light and shimmered with a subtle radiance. She turned it over in her hands, examining it from every angle, then shot him a puzzled look. "And what exactly am I supposed to do with this?" "Drink it." Chen Ren chuckled softly, shaking his head. "No, nothing like that. Just place a drop or two in your palms." Yucho hesitated for a moment, but uncorked the vial, releasing a faint, enchanting aroma that immediately filled the space between them. Her eyes widened as she caught the scent, recognizing what the item was. She placed a few drops in her palms and rubbed them together, the fragrance blooming in the air around her, subtle notes of rare flowers, mingling with the warm undertone of exotic spices. Her expression shifted, surprise giving way to realization as she stared at him with eyes wide open. "Your idea was fragrances?" she asked, a hint of disbelief creeping into her voice. Chen Ren nodded, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Yes, I believe it is the perfect product for us to make a breakthrough. I've done my research, talked to Tang Shulan, and assessed the market. The perfume industry here is lucrative, with even a modest share promising substantial returns. And beyond the gold, think of the connections we'll forge with the wealthy madams of the large clans. This could open doors for us." Yuchu's expression remained guarded, though a faint glimmer of interest flickered in her eyes as she considered his words. But she didn't let her skepticism drop entirely. "I understand that, but this is not an easy market to break into. Do you have any idea how much a single bottle of this can cost? Even if you've made a good batch, that doesn't mean the wealthy families will accept it. Reputation, refinement, exclusivity, these all matter here. What makes you think you can compete with established names?" Her voice sharpened at the end, challenging, as if testing the strength of his resolve. Chen Ren met her gaze squarely, knowing that this was the crux of their negotiation. If he could convince her, they would have a chance to carve out a place in this competitive world. Chen Ren leaned forward, his tone calm yet carrying an edge of urgency. It is 15 silver for the lowest grade perfume out there. The merchants and the established shops cast exorbitant prices on such things, knowing they can get away with it, he said. Yucho sighed, rubbing the bridge of her nose. Yes, that is precisely why this isn't a simple venture. The production cost alone is immense, and I don't have a massive stockpile of silver to burn through on a risky investment like this. Her voice grew sharper as she continued, her doubts spilling forth. Moreover, the real challenge is matching the quality. We'd need at least a small string of qi trapped within the fragrances. Even for normal ones, we would need sect connections. Or we won't be able to procure a batch of these. Without that, our product would be no better than a roadside vendor's attempts at perfume. It wouldn't stand a chance against the ones currently in the market. Before she could finish, Chen Ren interrupted, raising a hand. I don't think you quite understand. She stopped mid-sentence, frowning at him. Understand? What, exactly? She asked, crossing her arms, her impatience barely masked. Chenren gestured to the vial still sitting between them on the table. How much do you think that vial is worth? Smell it again. Take your time. Yuchu glanced down at the small container, uncorking it again, and bringing it close to her nose. She let the scent flow over her, taking in the subtle complexities of the aroma. Her brows furrowed slightly as she assessed it, her thoughts turning. If I had to guess, 20, maybe 25 silver when, at least. Even without a strong key presence, its fragrance is refined. Chen Ren's lips curled into a small smile, shaking his head. Number I got it for 0 money. It didn't cost me a single copper. Yuchu's head snapped up, her eyes widening as she looked at him with disbelief. What? She blurted out. It just took some trouble gathering the right herbs and figuring out how to process them into a perfume. Chenren replied smoothly, leaning back in his chair, clearly enjoying the surprise playing across her face. In this world, perfumes and fragrances were a luxury, but not in the way one might expect. They were most commonly sourced from the Sect Mountains, remote, mystical ranges where scented plants with spiritual properties grew in the shadow of ancient cultivation grounds. It wasn't rare for these mountains to produce a special kind of flora, their essence subtly infused with traces of qi, due to the constant exposure to the spiritual energies of cultivators. Each month, as the plant's juices overflowed, they would trickle down the mountain streams, gathered by sect members and sold to the right buyers at an extravagant price. These perfumes, carrying even a faint whisper of qi, commanded a high value in the market. Some of the highest quality vials contained a quarter of a single circle of qi, enhancing their appeal and providing a subtle, refreshing aura to those who wore them. Naturally, only the wealthy could afford such a luxury, and most of the business clans that dealt with the sects guarded their supply lines closely, ensuring that the rare scented extracts reached only the hands of upper-class ladies and noble families. It was this rarity that made perfumes a coveted item, their status reinforced by the aura of prestige they carried. To most merchants, entering this market would be an uphill battle, requiring both deep pockets and strong connections to the sects. And yet, here Chen Ren was, claiming he had managed to produce something similar without the backing of a powerful sect or the blessings of a business clan. Yuchu stared at him, struggling to process his words, her suspicion momentarily overshadowed by curiosity. Chen Ren leaned forward. I have a way to extract perfumes from ordinary herbs. It's a method I've been working on, mixing and refining, and I'm still figuring out the details, but the potential is there. And I'm proposing a way for us to produce good quality perfumes using nothing more than common herbs. He paused for a moment, gauging her reaction before continuing. With this method, we could sell our products at a price far below the current market rate, 5 to 7 silver per bottle, something that would appeal to the middle class while still maintaining a high standard of quality. And for the wealthier clientele, we could create premium blends, tapping into their desire for exclusivity. He spoke slowly, laying out the structure of his idea, briefly mentioning the production process, the markets they could target, and the profits they might stand to gain. As he spoke, Yuchu's initial skepticism gave way to a growing interest, her eyes widening slightly with each new detail. She couldn't hide the calculations running through her mind, the potential profits and market shares practically dancing before her eyes. By the time Chenren finished speaking, she was leaning forward, her focus entirely on him. When he paused, she finally managed to find her voice, though it was tinged with a blend of wonder and wariness. This all sounds promising, but what is the method you're talking about? How do you plan to turn ordinary herbs into something that can rival the fragrances from the Sect Mountains? Chen Ren met her gaze evenly, his expression turning serious. Before I tell you, we need to perform a Qi oath. I know you are immortal, but I can ensure that you'll feel the weight of the oath as well. This isn't something I'm willing to share lightly. Yucho looked at him with a mixture of suspicion and curiosity. The idea of an oath must have sounded strange to her, especially since she had no experience with cultivation. But after a moment's thought, she nodded, a hint of trust creeping into her expression. All right, I'll trust that you aren't lying to me, Chenren. Chenren inclined his head and took a deep breath, feeling a slight twinge of discomfort in his chest as he prepared for the next step. He drew on his qi, letting it flow through his core, channeling the energy into a thin thread that he weaved into a pattern in the air. His hands moved, fingers tracing symbols that seemed to shimmer faintly before vanishing into the space between them. The Qi Oath was a form of soul binding that cultivators used when sealing a pact or safeguarding a precious secret. It wasn't a complex technique, but it required precision and intent, and once completed, it carried an unbreakable weight. For Chen Ren, the knowledge of the oath came easily, something that the previous Chen Ren had been familiar with, passed down through techniques he had learned before his life took a turn. Yet, as he performed the ritual, he felt a sense of necessity, an understanding that compared to the influence and resources of the Tang clan, he was merely a single cultivator, vulnerable without the protection of this oath. A faint ripple of energy settled into the air between them, the atmosphere shifting subtly as the oath took hold. I promise not to share the method of fragrance, making you would share with me without taking your permission for it. If I break the oath, my life will be forfeit, she said, making the oath. Though Tang Yucho couldn't see the qi threads, she shivered slightly as the heaviness of the promise settled over her, a subtle pressure that spoke of the seriousness of the bond they had just created. Chen Ren lowered his hands, letting the last traces of energy fade away, and met her gaze with a steady expression. Now, he said softly, I can share the method with you, and you can be sure that it will remain between us. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Chen Ren sat before a variety of herbs spread across the table before him in his room. The air was thick with the scents of dried petals, roots, and leaves he had painstakingly collected. He had spent his precious time testing different combinations, boiling and refining them, until he discovered the right mixture that could hold a fragrance rather than just a fleeting scent. Tonight, he was ready to try distilling the first batch of what he hoped would become a new path to wealth. Tang Yuqiu stood in front of a wall, her eyes fixed on him as he worked on the process. He leaned over a small clay pot, carefully heating a mixture of herbs he had ground into a fine paste. A second vessel, half filled with clear water, sat next to it. Chen Ren adjusted the flame beneath the pot, focusing his qi to maintain the precise temperature needed. It was a delicate process, one he had repeated over and over to perfect. He watched as the steam rose, carrying with it the rich, floral scent of the herbs. The steam condensed against a cool surface, trickling down into a small glass vial set underneath. The scent that filled the room was unlike anything found in the lower markets, sharp yet sweet, with an undertone of earthy richness. As the last drop settled into the vial, Chen Ren lifted it and swirled the liquid inside. The result was a vibrant blue color, glowing softly under the candlelight. It was far from the purest or most refined fragrance, but it was crafted entirely from herbs that could be found outside of the expensive sect-run sources. He placed a cork in the vial and stood up, his expression satisfied, but cautious. Chen Ren knew that this product needed testing before it could be sold. He looked back at Yuchio's widened eyes. When he handed her the vial, he spoke his thoughts aloud. We need to test this for any side effects. I used herbs that are known to be consumed safely by people, but it's best to make sure that it doesn't cause any harm when used on the skin. Safety comes first, even if the ingredients seem harmless. Yuqiu took the vial with a look of awe. She swirled it around the vial as how a man with experience would swirl a glass of fine wine. Her eyes widened as she inhaled the scent, marveling at its complexity and the clear, natural notes it carried. "This method, it's unlike anything I've ever seen," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "How do you even know how to do this, Chen-Ren?" He couldn't help curling his lips upwards. "Why would I tell you all my secrets? Just know that it's going to make us rich if we play our cards right." She stared at him for a moment, processing his words, then nodded slowly. "Yes, it will," she agreed, her mind already racing through the possibilities. Chen-Ren's expression grew serious as he leaned closer, meeting her gaze directly. "And for that to happen, you need to put in the work. My part was to create the product and develop the method. Now, it's your turn to show what the Tang clan's resources are truly worth. You'll need gatherers to collect herbs, workers who had performed a similar qi oath to distill and bottle the perfumes, and a distribution plan. From creating the product to packaging it, everything has to be handled with precision. And we can't afford delays. These perfumes are cheap to produce and quick to make. We need to seize the market before anyone else catches wind of what we're doing." Yu-Chu nodded, her eyes focusing on the vial at hand. Her earlier hesitation had vanished, replaced by a sharp focus. She even managed a small, confident smile. "Don't worry, Chen-Ren. I'll make sure our perfume business becomes the best in the city." Chen-Ren's smirk widened, and he shook his head slowly. "I wouldn't have come to the Tang clan if I just wanted to dominate the city's market. I want this business to reach beyond our borders, spread through other cities, and become a household name across the entire empire. This is just the start." Yucho's eyes flashed with something akin to ambition, something he found himself familiar with whenever he thought about his plans. "Then we'll make it happen, for both of our sakes." Chen-Ren inclined his head. Chapter 22. The perfume business moved faster than expected once Chen-Ren and Tang Yuqiu finalized their discussions. Soon, everything else settled in. Tang Yuqiu was given the task to manage the herb gathering and production, while Chen-Ren handled the marketing to make sure they were on the right side of the local laws. They took a day to read up everything on herb gathering and found a surprising thing. There were no restrictions on how much common herbs could be gathered. Only the rarer ones had restrictions. But they didn't have to care about them since the herbs they needed were extremely common. The only real concern came from the local gathering community, but that would be handled in a way that Chen-Ren found both clever and practical. Tang Yuqiu's solution was simple. Hire the community members themselves to gather the herbs, turning any potential complaints into cooperation. It was the kind of pragmatic approach he'd come to expect from someone with a business clan background, leaving him free to focus on other matters while Yuchu ironed out the smaller details. Profits would follow, eventually. As she worked to start the production, Chen-Ren shifted his attention back to the noodle stall. The scent of fresh dough and spices mingled with the crisp morning air as he rolled out another batch, watching customers queue up with hunger in their eyes. It wasn't glamorous work, but with each satisfied slurp and each coin dropped into his hands, he felt the stall inching closer to stability. The perfume venture might be a longer game, but the noodle stall, now that was where he could see results day by day. Till now, Chen-Ren had ensured that every step with his noodle stall was executed flawlessly. He had become a familiar face among the other stall owners in the market, and many had begun to show him respect, nodding in approval when he passed by. He knew a lot of it was due to his connections with the Tang clan and him being a cultivator, but it was still admiration and respect. Unfortunately, those weren't enough, not for what he envisioned. Cloud Mist City was teeming with opportunity. With his current success, he shouldn't waste any more time to see his noodles reach every corner of the city. 2 stalls could easily thrive here, maybe even 3 if he played his cards right, and that was only the beginning. Beyond this place, the entire Kalian Empire stretched out like a golden field waiting to be harvested. But to expand, he knew he needed more than just a good recipe and a prime location. He needed a brand. So far, he had only dipped his toes into a single business, one that barely hinted at the ambitions simmering in his mind. But things were changing. With the perfume venture now also set in motion, he realized that scattered ventures wouldn't cut it. He needed a common identity that would unify his efforts. something that would resonate with customers and leave an impression. Branding was his answer. Even if the concept wasn't widely known or formalized here, it was already in use. The big business clans, like the Tang clan, branded every business they owned subtly or overtly with their name. When people saw that name, they knew who they were dealing with. The sects did it, too. Members wore robes in distinct colors, displaying their allegiance for all to see, turning even a simple garment into a symbol of their strength and reputation. But Chen Ren wanted to take it further. Rather than just crafting a brand for a company that would house all his businesses, he aimed for something with a deeper resonance. He had been thinking about it these days. And after all his internal discussions, his thoughts had landed on one thing: a sect. If you want to make waves in this world, he thought, you can't just swim. You have to ride the current and steer it. Hence, after tending to his noodle stall, he went to the tea shop, having already gotten permission from Qinghe to read one more book from her hidden collection. He didn't move to another room this time and just sat at the counter, a thick tome open before him. The shop's counter was cluttered with loose leaves and porcelain cups, but the old woman next to him, Qinghe, paid him no mind. She shuffled around, muttering to herself about the weather and something about hasty young kids, but to Chen Ren, she was just another part of the background. Her indifference suited him perfectly. He didn't need prying eyes. He flipped a page of the book, its parchment worn but rich with history. The text detailed the rise and fall of the great sects. In the days before the rise of the Kalian Empire, sects stood apart from the kingdoms and empires, sovereign forces with their own laws, ambitions, and domains. They wielded power like that of nations, each sect a world unto itself. They ruled over their disciples and guarded their territories, bowing to no monarch or noble. Their strength and prestige often rivaled, and at times surpassed that of entire realms, their influence spreading like roots through the land. But all of that changed with the rise of the Kalian Empire. At its heart was the first emperor, a heavenly genius whose prowess shattered the barriers of the domain manifestation realm and reached the higher realms that only few dared to even dream of. With power unmatched, he united the scattered kingdoms and clans under a single banner, his conquests sweeping across the continent like a storm. Sects that dared to stand against him found themselves broken, swallowed whole by the empire's relentless march. Those who resisted learned quickly that defiance was met with annihilation. In some remote regions, the book explained, sects still held full autonomy, unchained by the authority of any kingdom or empire. They acted as sovereign entities, managing their territories and training disciples as they wished, following the ancient traditions of cultivation. This was more like what he remembered from the cultivation novels he used to read back home. Powerful sects that ruled entire mountain ranges or valleys, taking in disciples and shaping the fate of the land. But these were rare exceptions. The book emphasized the Kalian Empire had tightened its grip on most regions, folding nearly all but a few rebellious and demonic sects under its rule. Still, the sound of such independence caught Chen Ren's interest, and he kept reading, curiosity bubbling in his chest. He flipped through more pages until he found the section on how to establish a sect. The old ways were simple. Back then, all it took was a cultivator's word, and a new sect could rise overnight, built on the strength of their reputation and the sharpness of their sword. But the times had changed, and with it, the process had become more bureaucratic. To establish a sect, the book read in neat script, one must adhere to the modern standards set by the empire. A hierarchy has been established, beginning with the 4 guardian sects, which oversee the territories and uphold the balance of power. Below them are the established sects, which have proven their strength and stability. They number in the dozens, each with its own unique practices. At the lowest tier are the emerging sects, numerous and ever-shifting in their fortunes. These new sects often lack the prestige of their older counterparts, but may find their own paths to greatness. Chen Ren's eyes glinted as he read on. To form a sect officially, a cultivator must be at least in the 2nd realm and pay a fee of 10 spirit stones. After registration, one may request recognition from the local city lord's office. Prior to this, however, a cultivator may file for an unofficial sect status, which grants limited rights and allows for the gathering of disciples, provided no direct challenge is issued to the existing sects. The more Chen Ren read, the more the possibilities spun through his mind. A smile formed on his lips as he considered the idea of starting as an unofficial sect, slowly building up until he could pay the fee and gain recognition. It wasn't exactly what he'd dreamed of, but it was a start, one that could eventually lead to something greater. Just then, a voice cut through his thoughts, pulling him back to the present. "Boy, you're reading that dusty old thing like it is your woman's breast? Planning to join a sect, are you?" "Ching," he asked, finally taking notice of him. Chen Ren glanced up, pausing before taking a sip of the lukewarm tea beside him. "No," he said, carefully closing the book with a soft thud. "It's for something else." Ching, he raised a gray eyebrow, her expression equal parts amused and skeptical. "Oh, what would a young lad like you be so interested in, if not joining a sect?" Chen Ren leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms as he met her gaze directly. "I want to establish a sect," he said, his tone casual, as if he were discussing the weather. Her expression shifted, her crooked smile fading into something that resembled disbelief. Then, with a wheezy chuckle, she shook her head and looked at him as though he'd sprouted a second head. "Are you trying to get yourself killed, boy? You do realize you're only in the mid-stages of the first realm, right?" Chen Ren shrugged. "I know," she snorted, her thin fingers tapping rhythmically on the wooden counter. "And you're aware that the guardian sects wouldn't even take you as an outer disciple?" "Yes, you'd be laughed out before you even reach the gates." Again, Chen Ren nodded. "I know that too." The old woman narrowed her eyes, studying him as if she might see through whatever madness he was hiding. "Then why in the heavens would you want to establish a sect when you don't even qualify to be a proper outer disciple? Did you hit your head during a practice session? Boy, if anyone in the sects hears of this, they'll laugh themselves sick and take bets on how quickly you'll get yourself killed." "Maybe, but some things are worth trying, even if others think they're impossible." Chinghe stared at him for a long moment, her expression softening slightly. She leaned back against the counter, letting out a sigh that seemed to carry the weight of ages. "You remind me of some fools I knew when I was young, but we'll see if you last long enough to prove them wrong, boy." He shrugged at her words. "It just felt like the right thing to do to start my company," he replied. He knew establishing a sect wasn't as simple as opening up a noodle stall, but a sect being his company was what he was looking for. She scoffed. "And why not just establish a business clan then? It would be much more fitting than some fool's dream of starting a sect." Chen Ren shook his head. "To create a business clan, I'd need more members, more backing. But a sect that I can start on my own. Plus, if I managed to become an established sect, there would be tax benefits, lenient rules on expansion, and access to resources that a regular business just couldn't get." Her eyebrows shot up, and she let out a bark of laughter that drew a few curious looks from the other patrons. "If that ever happens in my lifetime, I'd gladly hand over this old shop to you and go live on the streets." Chen Ren smirked. "I hope it doesn't come to that." He looked at her seriously. "Street life isn't meant for the elderly." She scoffed again, this time softer, and then her expression turned serious. "Look, seriously think this through. Starting a sect isn't like setting up a market stall. You won't be able to teach just about anyone martial techniques, you know." "Who said I'm opening up a martial sect?" She blinked, clearly thrown off. "Then what kind of sect are you talking about?" "I am going to open a sect for business, one that mortals can join too, not just as helpers, but as proper members. Martial arts won't be the focus. Instead, I'll take anyone interested in making money while cultivating on the side. That's my vision, a place where even someone without a hint of talent can find a path forward, where hard work and strategy matter more than bloodline and talent." She stared at him like he'd grown 3 heads this time, then let out a long sigh. "You don't know the logistics involved in running a sect. Uniforms, managing resources, keeping your disciples in line, and then there's protecting yourself from other sects that might see you as an easy prey. You won't even be able to manage even a tenth of that." Chen Ren's gaze didn't waver. "Then I'll hire people. I believe that whatever I can't handle myself, I should have enough coin to hire someone who can. It's not about doing everything on my own. It's about knowing my limits and finding the right people to fill the gaps." Ching He's lips pressed into a thin line, her eyes narrowing. You know, immortality isn't found in making money. The path to cultivation is paved with discipline, not profit. Chen Ren just chuckled at that. There's nothing wrong with making a bit of money along the way. The more I make, the more pills, herbs, and cultivation resources I can acquire. That'll benefit my sect, won't it? She let out a deep sigh, but a hint of a smile tugged at her lips. You might be crazier than I thought, but there's some truth in that, I suppose. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by a loud commotion from across the tea shop. Two young women had begun shouting at each other, their voices rising until they drew the attention of everyone in the room. Then, without warning, they lunged at each other, hands glowing faintly with the aura of low-level cultivators. Tables were knocked aside as they clashed, cups and plates scattering onto the floor. The old woman shook her head, a look of exasperation crossing her face. See that? Fights break out everywhere, especially among sect members. Those two are barely in the initial stages, and you're not much stronger than them. If you start up a sect, how are you going to deal with situations like this? You wouldn't be able to handle it. Chen Ren leaned back, a confident glint in his eyes. Do you want to make a bet? She looked at him and cleared her throat. A bet, you say? And what exactly are you betting on? I'll settle that fight right in front of you. It will prove I can at least handle cultivators, Chen Ren said, pointing casually at the two quarreling cultivators. If I can do that without using my fists, you'll owe me a favor. Let me read more books from your collection, without any questions. Asterisk, asterisk. Asterisk, asterisk, the moonlight was bright against the darkness, its pale light filtering through the slats in the window, illuminating a scene of bloodshed. A man lay on the floor, clutching his side as blood seeped through his fingers, pooling beneath him. Around him were the lifeless bodies of guards, their faces twisted in shock, and a woman, dressed in concubine silks, sprawled motionless on the ground. Her glassy eyes stared into the darkness as if pleading for help that never came. Above the dying man stood another, draped in dark robes that seemed to blend with the shadows, a bloodied sword gleaming in his grip. His eyes glowed with a malevolent light as he stepped closer, the edge of his blade catching the moonlight. A twisted smile curled on his lips. Rongzhen, it will be easier for both of us if you just tell me where the artifact is, he drawled, his voice dripping with mockery. Rongzhen clutched his wound, his breathing ragged as he shook his head frantically. I don't know. Take everything in this room. Just please, spare my life. The demonic cultivator chuckled, a low and sinister sound that seemed to chill the air around him. Oh, I plan to take everything, he replied, leaning closer until his shadow swallowed Rongzhen whole. But I don't need you. With a sudden, jerking movement, dark tendrils erupted from his hands, twisting like serpents as they plunged into Rongzhen's abdomen. The man's eyes bulged, and a choked gurgle escaped his lips as the tendrils drained his life force, turning his skin ashen. Rongzhen's body twitched violently before going limp, his lifeless form crumpling to the floor like a discarded doll. The demonic cultivator grimaced as he finished, pulling his hand back and watching the tendrils retract. He made a face as if tasting something bitter. I expected better from a wealthy man's soul, he muttered, wiping his hand on the edge of his cloak. From the shadows, a ghostly figure materialized, pale and translucent, his form barely holding together. He hovered over the scene, his robes drifting as if caught in an invisible wind. The ghost's hollow eyes glowed with a faint, eerie light. He wasn't a cultivator, the ghost remarked, his voice echoing unnaturally. All mortal souls are bland, Gutian. You should know that by now. Gutian sighed, casting an annoyed glance at the wraith. Another waste of a night. I thought this one might be hiding something worthwhile. The ghost drifted closer, his gaze shifting around the room. Perhaps not as much of a waste as you think. Check under that floorboard over there. He gestured with a translucent hand toward a loose plank near the corner of the room. Gutian arched an eyebrow but obeyed. With a swift kick, he broke through the floorboards, revealing a small, concealed compartment. Inside was a wooden box, dusty and worn. He pried it open, revealing a dark, sinister-looking sword. The metal seemed to hum faintly with a toxic energy, a faint, greenish mist curling around its edge. The ghost's eyes glinted. An artifact. I can feel a poisonous aura emanating from it. This isn't some cheap trinket. An Earth-grade artifact at the very least. Gutien's lips twisted into a smirk as he lifted the sword, feeling its weight and the power thrumming within it. I keep finding these lucky encounters ever since you bound yourself to me, Master. The ghost's laughter echoed through the room, a haunting sound that sent shivers through the air. Don't let it get to your head, Gutien. The luckier you are, the more you'll be tested. That's the way of a heaven's favored. Gutien's smirk deepened, his eyes gleaming. With my methods, Master, I think I'm more of a hell's favored. He sheathed the sword at his side, taking one last look at the killings he had been responsible for. A part of him ached, knowing they didn't deserve it, but Gutien had forsaken chasing the path of a righteous cultivator long back. Now he only coveted power. With that thought in his mind, he left the room, leaving the task of retrieving the bodies to any servants or family members who might find Rongjian tomorrow morning. He was sure that the sight of his dead body would be a good surprise for them. Chapter 23. The tension in the tea shop was thick, like a brewing storm. Every customer had turned their heads toward the corner where two young women stood, faces flushed and voices raised. Even the server paused mid-pour, eyes darting between the arguing girls, afraid that one wrong move might escalate things further. Chen Ren felt the movement, the shift of all those eyes as he wove through the maze of chairs and tables, making his way toward the commotion. Now, their eyes were on him. They were watching as if he was crazy to run into the middle of that fight. He swiped his eyes all over just once and focused on where he was headed. Why were they even fighting? As he got closer, the nature of their argument became clearer, though their words were tangled in shouts and indignation. But the sudden realization struck him, stopping him in his tracks. The source of their fury? It was a romance book. His romance book. One of the girls, her face scrunched up in a righteous scowl, jabbed a finger toward the other. She was tall enough to intimidate the shorter girl with purple hair. But it wasn't her height that gave her the upper hand. It was her eyes. They were sharp as a knife as they bore onto the shorter woman. The shorter woman flinched at her words when she spoke. The main protagonist deserved to die. He turned his back on his sect. And don't forget, he had a childhood fiancée. Think of how she would have felt, abandoned just because he got some foolish ideas in his head about love. It was betrayal, plain and simple. Her opponent, eyes wide with passion, crossed her arms and shook her head vigorously. You just don't get it, Yun Chao. You are not even trying to understand. That's what real love is about. He went against everything, even the rules of his own world for her. That's why the book is beautiful. That's why it's right. You can't say it's wrong just because it's unconventional. Yun Chao scoffed, hands on her hips, chin raised. If it was truly the right path, Mei Lian, then the heavens wouldn't have punished them. You think his suffering was a coincidence? That's fate correcting a mistake? Chen Ren paused a few paces away, his lips twitching into a wry smile. He had written that book mostly as a way to gain access to the herbal books and bestiary, never imagining it would spark this kind of fervor. Sure, he had heard about the book catching some steam lately, and Qing he had also reluctantly let him borrow a second book from her collection due to his rising popularity. But he certainly hadn't expected it to be the cause of a full-blown argument between two budding cultivators. Not just any argument, one that looked like it could turn into a duel any time sooner. Clearing his throat, he let out a small, deliberate cough to catch their attention. When their heated debate halted for a moment, he stepped in with a polite smile. Excuse me, but perhaps I could offer my perspective on this matter. Both girls whipped their heads toward him, looking him up and down with disdain. And just who do you think you are? Yun Chao girl snapped, crossing her arms tighter. We're having a serious discussion here, so scram. The other girl nodded, frowning at him as if he'd just suggested something utterly ridiculous. Yeah, get lost. This is between us. Chen Ren's smile faltered for a moment, and he scratched the back of his head, unsure if he should laugh or be exasperated. He had dealt with many things since starting his little noodle stall, but being dismissed from a debate about his own work was a new one. Soon, they went back to their back-and-forth argument, almost as if he was invisible. Chen Ren's smile tightened as he noticed the two girls' irritation rising again, their voices straining with each heated word. With another glance around the tea shop, he saw how uncomfortable most people seemed, watching the argument unfold like a slow-motion disaster. Some people even attempted to close their ears so they could focus on the book splayed open in front of them. Only a few watched with curiosity and excitement, while sipping their tea as if using their argument as entertainment. A sigh threatened to escape Chen Ren's lips, but instead, he raised his hand slightly, trying to keep his tone calm but firm. Your serious discussion is making the other customers uncomfortable, and you're one misstep away from breaking something in the shop. And who are you to represent everyone here? Xianxia asked loudly. A small silence followed her question. No one to everyone here, but my name is Chen Ren. The girl in question opened her mouth, clearly ready to snap at him again. But then she froze, her eyes widening in sudden recognition. Wait, did you just say Chen Ren? As in Chen Ren, the one who wrote Liangshan and Hua Yun? Chen Ren gave a small, humble nod. Yes, that's me. And I must admit, I couldn't help myself from coming over when I realized you were discussing my book with such passion. Both girls stared at him, mouths slightly agape. The shorter one among the duo Mei Lian, visibly fidgeting her fingers as she continued to stare at him. A few awkward seconds ticked by before she cleared her throat loudly. Her face flushed with excitement, and she gestured to an empty chair at their table. Would you like to join us? We, have a lot of questions. Chen Ren accepted the offer with a nod, pulling out the chair and settling into it. The tense atmosphere softened as he took his seat, and the other patrons in the shop resumed their conversations, though many kept a curious eye on the corner. As soon as he sat down, the questions came tumbling out. Xianxia leaned forward eagerly, the earlier sharpness in her voice replaced by genuine curiosity. I just have to know. When the protagonist left his sect for the girl, that wasn't a heart demon forming in him, was it? Chen Ren shook his head, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. No, it wasn't. It was love of the purest kind. Yes, he had conflicts about going against his sect, but he was following the core tenet of his clan to always follow his heart as long as he believed he was in the right. And don't forget, the female lead was going to be sacrificed by her own elders. For him, saving her was justified. Xianxia bit her lip, mulling over his words, while Mei Lian chimed in with a hopeful tone. So, the true essence of the book is about true love, right? Chen Ren smiled, but internally, he was frowning. If he was honest, he hadn't thought a ton about the story and added whatever tropes he could fit into it while taking the core plot from Earth's classic story. If he had actually thought about the essence or themes of the book, he wouldn't be able to complete it in 3 days. But now, as those two pairs of eyes waited for him carefully, he pulled himself out of the trance and decided to do one thing he was good at: bullshitting. There are many themes in the story, and they intertwine, depending on which characters you focus on. But if I were to sum it up, it's also about how ancient rivalries, those that have gone on for centuries, often without anyone remembering how they even began, can end up destroying the younger generation. The protagonist's love story is just one way that theme plays out. As he spoke, he noticed more girls drawing closer, their faces glowing with curiosity. They pulled up chairs or simply sat on the edges of nearby tables, inching closer, eyes bright with enthusiasm. Before he knew it, several of them were leaning in, some even placing their hands on his arm as they bombarded him with questions about plot twists, character motivations, and hidden meanings in his story. Chen Ren kept up with their excitement, answering each question with a smile, though he couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed by the sudden attention. He had always imagined his writing might reach people, but he never thought it would turn a quiet afternoon into a bustling discussion circle in the middle of a tea shop. As time drifted on, Chen Ren found himself in a situation he could only describe as serendipitous. The small gathering of curious readers had turned into a full-on fan club, with young, pretty girls hanging on his every word. They crowded around him, leaning in with eager faces, their questions coming faster than he could answer. Before long, more snacks appeared on the table. Someone had even brought over a plate of freshly steamed dumplings, insisting he try them. One particularly bold girl held a dumpling up to his lips with a shy smile, urging him to take a bite while she asked about a certain plot twist. So, when the protagonist's she shattered after the betrayal, was that a symbol for... Chen-ren managed a muffled answer as he accepted the dumpling, unable to stop a bemused grin from spreading across his face. He had expected a few interested readers, maybe some debates or even criticism, but this sudden celebrity treatment was a pleasant surprise. For a moment, he wondered if today the goddess of luck had decided to bless him, showering him with this unexpected charm. Not that he was about to complain. No, he was thoroughly enjoying every bit of attention, basking in the admiration. He simply wanted to drink tea, answer questions, and eat the girls' dumplings. But amid the laughter and chatter, his gaze strayed over to the tea shop counter, where Qinghe stood watching. Her expression was complicated, a blend of exasperation, disbelief, and something he could only describe as begrudging amusement. It was as if she couldn't decide whether to scold him or be proud that her tea shop was now buzzing with so much energy. Perched beside her on the counter, the amber-eyed cat lounged, her tail flicking lazily. But as soon as their eyes met, her whiskers twitched, and he heard a familiar, dry voice slip directly into his thoughts. "It seems like there's a reason why you took over Chen-ren's body. Both of you are more than capable of handling a few girls at a time." Chen-ren barely stopped himself from choking on the dumpling, managing to maintain his outward composure. Even as he grimaced internally, he shot Yalin a look of annoyance. But deep down, he couldn't deny that a part of him was reveling in the unexpected turn of events. Focus, he told himself, even as he felt a little rush of pride. He returned his attention to the girls, offering a polished response to yet another question about his protagonist's moral dilemmas. Yet, in the back of his mind, he couldn't help but think that maybe, just maybe, there were some perks to his new life after all. Days flew by as Tang Yuqiu established a small production workshop for their perfume venture. Working closely with Chen-ren to get everything just right, she carefully selected a few of her most trusted aides, and together, they set up the process to craft their scents. They spent long evenings deciding on the different kinds of perfumes they would sell, pricing strategies, and the best way to package the final product. Given the high cost of glass, they chose to go with elegant wooden bottles adorned with intricate engravings. Each bottle bore both the Tang clan name and Chen-ren's sect mark, a golden coin with the face of a dragon, the same beast Chen-ren had seen during his deep connection with his Dao. Even though he hadn't officially registered his sect or chosen a name, the symbol felt like a natural choice. After several days of tiring but systematic process, Chen-ren and Tang Yuqiu met in the workshop to inspect the first batch of perfumes ready for the market. As he picked up a bottle, he admired the craftsmanship. The wooden casing was smooth to the touch, engraved with detailed patterns of flowing clouds and waves, with the dragon coin symbol subtly etched on one side and the Tang clan emblem on the other. The scent he opened was named Fenghua, Opulent Breeze, a fresh blend of herbs and light floral notes, capturing the essence of a crisp morning in the mountains, but also a hint of luxurious mysteriousness from the fragrance of the Martha wood he used. He took a deep breath, savoring the fragrance, and then glanced at Yuqiu with a satisfied nod. "It looks good. I believe it'll be a big hit." Yuqiu crossed her arms, a small smile playing on her lips. "I believe so too. We've already gotten the permit, but I don't think it will be as easy as you're imagining, even with us selling it at such low prices." Chen-ren raised an eyebrow. "Why is that?" she sighed, leaning against the workbench. "The winds in the business world are shifting, and the existing players have already caught a whiff of our plans. Since I'm part of the Tang clan, they're keeping a close eye on us. And if we start taking a big chunk out of the market with such affordable prices, they're not going to take it lightly." Chen-ren considered her words for a moment before replying. "But there won't be any trouble from the sects. They don't have partnerships in the perfume trade. They simply provide the resources." Yuqiu nodded in agreement. "Yes, but the businesses themselves, families like the Kang Clan and the Baihu Trade Association, are not easy to go against. They've dominated the market for years." He offered a reassuring smile. "We're already doing everything we can to protect ourselves. Are you sticking to the precautions I suggested? She met his gaze firmly. I am. Then we'll be fine, he said, confidence in his tone. For now, our focus should be on marketing. That's what will make the difference. Yu-Chu tilted her head, curious. Do you have any ideas for that? Chen Ren's eyes gleamed with excitement as a plan took shape in his mind. Yeah, a few things. The more I thought it through, the clearer the marketing strategy became. I believe you'll like it. Let me tell you about it. Chen Ren took a step forward while Yucho drew a smile on her face that showed how she already trusted him before he could complete the plan in his mind. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk a Hanen. Sorry for the delay. Been busy with my brother's wedding. Chapter 24. Tang Yucho's eyes fluttered open, drawn out of sleep by the light caress of dawn's light slipping through the cracks of her window shutters. The warmth of the sun's early rays touched her face, gentle and persistent, coaxing her awake. She blinked, momentarily dazed, as she soaked in the serene morning hues filtering into her room. A nervous thrill raced through her veins, making her heart thud a little faster. A quiet anticipation that prickled beneath her skin. Today is the day, she murmured, her voice barely audible in the quiet of the morning. Yet the words stirred something deep inside her. Her mind drifted back, unbidden, to a time not so long ago. A time when her father had finally granted her the chance to prove herself. Back then, she had been eager and full of ideas, diving headfirst into the challenge. She had researched tirelessly, seeking out methods to increase productivity, negotiating with blacksmiths to craft better tools, and cutting prices to undercut her competitors. The thrill of new possibilities had fueled her every step. But reality had been harsh. The workforce had struggled to keep up with the demands, and soon profits dwindled. Customers turned away, lured by more established names and better alternatives. Each passing day had layered dread upon her shoulders, a weight that grew heavier with every failure. Yet she still remembered the thrill of those first few days, the heady excitement that had surged through her veins, the electric hope that had made her believe she could reshape her fate. Now, that same excitement and nervousness welled up in her again, but it was tempered by experience, shaded by the shadows of past failures. As she rose from bed, a new thought anchored her, grounding her racing mind. Number this time, it will be different. I am not alone. It wouldn't be the same if it does. Well, someone will be leaving the Tang Clan manor and it won't be me. Ignoring the small doubts that started creeping from the back of her head, she started freshening up. She dressed with care, choosing a deep lavender robe embroidered with silver threads that caught the morning light, dignified yet approachable, she thought. It was a look that spoke of elegance, without the ostentation that might scare away their first customers. Her maid, Linger, awaited her outside, hands folded neatly, her face a mirror of calm reassurance. They shared a quiet understanding as they stepped into the lacquered carriage, the wheels creaking into motion on the streets. The city awoke around them, lanterns extinguishing as the sun climbed higher, vendors calling out in the distance, and the faint clattering of morning carts blending into a familiar hum. Linger glanced at her, catching the faint crease between Tang Yuchu's brows. Miss, it will be all right, she said softly, the hope in her voice steady like a river's current. This venture will be a great success. Tang Yuchu forced a smile and nodded, but her hands twisted in her lap, the nervous energy refusing to settle. I hope so, she replied, her voice carrying a hint of doubt that she couldn't quite hide. I don't trust Chen Ren, not entirely. But everything he's done so far makes me believe he has a plan. We just need to follow it. Her voice grew firmer as she spoke, like she was convincing herself as much as Linger. The carriage rolled to a gentle stop, and as they stepped down, Tang Yucho's breath caught in her throat. Before her stood the shop, a space she had rented from the Tang clan. One of the few empty properties they owned in the busy heart of the city. The location was prime. Situated where several streets converged, a crossroads where the clamor of the market street bled into the stately calm of the upper districts. It was the kind of place where merchants rubbed shoulders with nobles, where the scent of spices mingled with the perfume of the wealthier residents. Her eyes lingered on the freshly painted sign above the door. Heavenly fragrances. The characters were bold yet graceful. They seemed to hold a promise, a hope that this new beginning could bloom into something more. For a moment, she just stood there, the morning sun warming her back, taking in the sight of the shop that held all her dreams and worries, even though she wished this anxiety was temporary. The sign of heavenly fragrances bore the symbols of the Tang clan, alongside a fancily carved golden coin emblem. The coin symbolized Chen Ren's role in the venture, adding a touch that complemented the Tang clan's prestige with a fresh, distinctive flair, and he had picked the name of the shop without much deliberation, insisting that anything with heavenly in it sounds grand and impressive. Tang Yuqiu had considered arguing against it, but his certainty, and perhaps a hint of reasoning, had quieted her objections, leaving her to concede. The door creaked as Linger pushed it open. The scent of newly polished counters, mingling with the subtle perfume samples she and Chen Ren had labored over, hoping to entice even the most discerning of noses. Tang Yuqiu inhaled deeply, a faint smile curving her lips despite the anxious flutter in her chest. Here, in this small shop nestled at the city's beating heart, was the chance to prove herself again. She just had to seize it. She took a deep breath, steadying her nerves, and stepped through the doors of the shop. Inside, the sweet and musky aroma of the perfumes they had painstakingly crafted filled the air. Rows of wooden vials lined the shelves, each holding a different hue of liquid, from deep amber to a beautiful lavender. The perfumes gleamed under the soft glow of enchanted lanterns, their essence catching the light as if promising untold luxuries. 2 employees stood by the entrance, bowing deeply as she entered, their postures respectful yet confident. They were young, well-groomed men with striking features, high cheekbones, clear skin, and sharp, symmetrical lines that would draw attention from any passerby. Chen Ren had been insistent on hiring them. "If our main customers will be women," he had said with a sly grin, "then it's only wise to take advantage of pretty privilege." Tang Yuqiu didn't entirely understand the term, but she had grasped the essence of his strategy, and she had to admit the logic had merit. There was a charm to these handsome employees that could certainly sway a few extra purchases. She acknowledged their greetings with a nod, the tension in her shoulders easing slightly at their well-practiced, eager smiles. "Prepare for the launch," she instructed, her voice steady, but her heart still beating a little too fast. The employees bowed again, promising to handle the preparations, and she turned towards the back of the shop, Linger trailing close behind. They moved down a narrow hallway, the air gradually growing richer with the scents of herbs and spices. The fragrance shifted with each step. Notes of sweet jasmine mingled with the sharpness of mint, followed by the earthy undertone of sandalwood. As they reached a larger chamber, Tang Yuqiu found herself standing in what Chen Ren had referred to as the assembly line. It was a concept that seemed almost foreign to her, but she could see the efficiency in its design. The room was filled with rows of workstations, each one dedicated to a different task in the perfume-making process. The employees, 4 in total, moved with focused precision, their hands deft and practiced. Tang Yuqiu's gaze swept across the room, taking in each station. At the first station, a worker sat with a woven basket brimming with freshly harvested herbs and blossoms. His hands moved deftly as he separated petals from stems, using a small sickle. He hummed quietly as he worked, each cut releasing a fresh burst of scent into the air, his rhythm steady and unbroken. Nearby, another employee sorted through piles of dried flowers and herbs, carefully removing impurities and shaking out any lingering dust. He then placed the ingredients into large earthen bowls, readying them for the next step. The third worker focused on the delicate task of essence extraction. He stood beside a set of gleaming brass stills, each one designed to draw out the essential oils from the prepared ingredients. A thin stream of vapor drifted upward as he adjusted the heat with a precise touch, coaxing out the potent scents within. Further down the line, the final station held a worker who blended the extracted oils into carefully labeled wooden containers. His hands moved with the care of a master painter, mixing drops of different oils with a pipette, creating fragrant symphonies that would later be fine-tuned and aged. Tang Yuqiu watched for a moment, the methodical movement of the workers soothing some of her lingering nerves. There was something almost hypnotic about the way they worked. the low hum of the stills creating a steady rhythm in the room. It was a far cry from the chaotic struggles of her last venture. Here, there was an order to things, a sense that each step had its place. Linger shifted beside her, glancing at her with a faint smile. The workers are diligent, miss. Young Master Chen Ren's plans seem to be coming together. Tang Yuqiu nodded slowly, her eyes lingering on the careful process unfolding before her. Yes, they are, she replied, the words softer than she intended. She wouldn't admit it openly, but in moments like these, it was hard not to see that Chen Ren's unorthodox methods carried a certain brilliance. Maybe, just maybe, this time things truly would be different. Tang Yuqiu stood there for a moment, taking in the organized chaos of the perfume production line, workers moving between their stations with purpose, each task flowing seamlessly into the next. The methodical efficiency of it all, the streamlined process of turning raw herbs into delicate, refined fragrances, still amazed her. Once again, her thoughts drifted to Chen Ren and the seemingly endless depths of his ingenuity. How had he come up with this production method? It had allowed them to set up the shop in a fraction of the time she'd thought possible, turning what could have been a slow and arduous process into something swift and effective. Now, all that remained was for the people to come through those doors and experience their creations. Turning back toward the front of the shop, Tang Yuqiu made her way to the counter where one of the employees stood. His posture straightened as she approached and asked, "Where is Chen Ren?" The young man dipped his head respectfully before answering. "He was here earlier this morning, Miss Yuqiu. He checked over everything, made sure the batches were in order, and then left, saying he needed to start marketing." At that, Tang Yuqiu paused, her brow furrowing slightly. She knew a few aspects of Chen Ren's plan. He had gathered a group of children to distribute pamphlets across the city, small sheets of paper listing their perfume varieties, prices, and a promise of discounts for the first visitors. It was a simple enough strategy, one that would ensure their name spread quickly through the crowded streets. But she was certain there was more to his scheme than just this, some other tactic or trick that he had yet to share with her. He had been evasive when she pressed him for details, simply offering a confident smile and saying, "You'll see the results of it. Just be patient." It was maddening, really, how he could speak with such assurance, as if he could already see the outcome while she struggled to envision the next few steps. She turned back to the employee, curiosity gnawing at her. Did he leave any other instructions? The servant glanced at the ground for a moment, considering, before he shook his head. He only said to make sure everything was in place, that the shop was stocked and the workers ready, and that there would be a lot of customers by the end of the day. He hesitated before adding, "But we've been open for an hour now, and no one has come in yet." Tang Yuqiu nodded slowly, a sigh slipping from her lips as she glanced towards the door. The empty street outside seemed to taunt her, the stillness contrasting sharply with the buzz of excitement and nerves in her chest. She tried to swallow down the unease that bubbled up, but the silence of the shop seemed to magnify every doubt. The promise of a bustling crowd by day's end sounded more like a boast right now, a far-off hope. Yet, there was something about Chen Ren's unwavering confidence, about the glint in his eyes when he spoke of this venture, that kept her from dismissing his words entirely. He wouldn't have made such a claim if he didn't have something planned. But what exactly could he be up to, out there in the city's winding alleys and crowded squares? She clenched her hands at her sides, trying to maintain her composure in front of the staff. "We'll wait then," she said, more to herself than anyone else. "Make sure everything stays ready. If he's right, we need to be prepared." She forced herself to keep her gaze steady on the door, watching as a few passersby glanced at the shop's sign before moving on. What kind of marketing could he be doing? The question lingered in her mind, an itch she couldn't quite scratch. As she waited, she couldn't help but wonder if once again, Chen Ren's unexpected methods would turn the tide in their favor. Asterisk, asterisk. Asterisk, the air was thick with smoke as Baihu. The lord of the Baihu Trade Association leaned back in his chair, lazily blowing out a stream of white smoke from his curved pipe. The scented haze swirled around him, filling the room with the rich aroma of rare herbs. He had always enjoyed the tranquility that smoking brought, a small respite from the endless calculations of profit and trade. But today, his peace was interrupted by the sound of footsteps shuffling into his private chamber. One of his associates stepped forward, bowing deeply before holding out a small, folded pamphlet. "My lord, the reports have been verified," the associate said, his voice careful, measured. "Tang Yuchu of the Tang clan has indeed opened a perfume shop in the city. The rumors were accurate. She is collaborating with a cultivator named Chen Ren, and they've promised to sell perfumes at less than half our prices." The lord's eyes flicked upward at the mention, curiosity momentarily interrupting his languid repose. He took the pamphlet from the servant's outstretched hands, glancing down at the neatly printed prices and descriptions of fragrances. His lips curled into a mocking smirk as he examined the word-heavenly fragrances. "Chen Ren, is it?" he muttered, still staring at the paper. What sect does he belong to? Could it be that the Soaring Sword sect has decided to involve themselves with the Tang clan now? The servant hesitated before shaking his head. "No, my lord, the man is sectless. Our sources say he's little more than a stray dog in the cultivation world. His only claim to fame seems to be a noodle shop he started a few months back. And he isn't strong. He lost to Li Xuan during the sect entrance examinations and nearly died. It's unlikely he'll have any significant backing or power." Bai Hu leaned back, letting out a deep, rumbling laugh that shook the air. His amusement was palpable, echoing through the chamber. He set the pipe back to his lips, taking another leisurely puff before speaking. "A noodle seller, you say? Tang Yucho, that brainless girl, partnering with some nobody who couldn't even make it into a proper sect. Huh! The Tang clan must have grown truly desperate if they're allowing her to throw away money like this." His gaze turned sharp, disdain flickering in his eyes as he continued. "It's strange enough that Tang Yuchu's father dotes on her so much. She should have been married off by now, serving some political purpose. But instead, he's letting her play at being a merchant, burning his coffers in the process." He paused, frowning at his own words. Well, it's not my problem if he wants to ruin his own clan's finances. They'll pay for their folly soon enough. The servant cleared his throat, a hint of nervousness creeping into his voice. "What would you like us to do, my lord? Should we take any measures against this new shop?" Bai Hu waved a dismissive hand, the smoke from his pipe swirling around his fingers. "Keep a close eye on them, but I doubt it will matter. In a month, their little venture will be closed. Mark my words. Let them enjoy their brief moment of hope, and try to find out if any sect is helping them with these perfumes. Even a sectless nobody could be playing a deeper game. Get me a few samples of those too." The servant bowed again and hurriedly left, leaving Bai Hu alone with his thoughts. He took another slow draw from his pipe, letting the smoke seep into his lungs before releasing it in a steady stream. A lazy smirk played at his lips as he muttered to himself. Any low-level cultivator thinks they can just waltz into the business world and make a name for themselves. The foolish lot, always dreaming, never understanding the true nature of the market. He chuckled, shaking his head as if amused by some private joke. In his mind, the outcome was already certain. Another upstart crushed beneath the weight of reality, and as the smoke curled in the air, it seemed to carry his confidence with it, drifting through the room like a shadow of his assuredness. Anen just came back from my brother's wedding and got sick. That is why the schedule has messed up. I will try to pick everything up by tomorrow. Thank you for the support. Chapter 25. Melian was the 30th daughter of an elder of the Soaring Sword sect. Yet that grand title masked a much humbler truth. Her mother had been a commoner, an innkeeper's daughter who had nursed her father back to health after he was wounded outside the sect's mountain gates during a mission. It was a liaison born of fleeting gratitude on his part and hope on hers, a brief affair that had resulted in her birth. But being a daughter of a big-shot cultivator was no blessing for her. Her brother and sister, children of her father's favored wives, had the elder's pride. She had only his name and occasionally a monthly allowance, a gift from a man who viewed her as one of his many, many obligations. Even the day after it was discovered that she had some spark of cultivation talent, her father still gave her no extra attention. Unlike her siblings, she had average skills and wasn't even admitted to the sect proper. A flower blooming on dry earth, her father had called her. with a strange, cool distance that made her heart shrivel as she bowed before him. So, Melian had turned from cultivation, her spirit bound not to lofty dreams of immortality but to simpler delights. When her mother lamented her lack of ambition, Melian countered that the pursuit of life's pleasures was, in itself, a noble quest. Pretty dresses, laughter with friends, glances from young men, the hum of a flute at a late-night party. She clung to these things as fiercely as her siblings clung to their swords and scrolls. Yet, recently, she'd found herself drawn again and again to a place as humble as her mother's inn had once been, a small tea shop in the center of the city. The shop had a warmth to it, the air filled with a fragrance of fresh tea leaves and ink-stained parchment. The source that took her attention, however, was not the tea itself, but the stories told within its walls by an unusual young man named Chen Ren. Chen Ren was hardly remarkable at first glance other than his face average in stature, his robes plain like a normal cultivator. Yet he had the mind of a genius author. She had fallen in love with his novel Xianxia and Huayun, the tale of romance, valor, and tragedy igniting a wistful longing in Melian's heart, one she hadn't known she possessed. But it was only a start. Once he had found out that he had a small following, Chen Ren had started talking about different stories every day. Out of all of them, she liked one named Siderel the best, even if the name was strange. The contents of it were like one of a dream about a concubine's daughter's romance with a prince. And hearing Chen Ren talk about it made her feel like such a thing had really happened once. She'd found herself attending his readings daily, not just to hear the tales of love and tragedy, but to watch the easy way he commanded his audience's attention. Each line, each carefully well-thought word, seemed to echo through her mind even long after she'd left the shop. And every time the tea shop seats got filled with other affluent young ladies, she was one of the first to listen to his tales, and in some small way, that made her feel special. It gave her a sense of pride. This afternoon, she made her way to the tea shop with light steps again, her heart lifting in anticipation. As she entered, she found him where she had hoped, seated at the center of a captivated crowd. Chen Ren's presence was magnetic, and though he sat with effortless calm, his gaze was unwavering. He answered each question thrown his way with his eyes alight, taking time to select his words before telling. No, beautifully crafting yet another story. It was clear he reveled in his role as the shop's storyteller. Around him, young ladies of various stations leaned forward, and some young men sat a short distance away, casting envious glances at him, and occasionally at her as she entered. She caught a few of those glances herself, but brushed them aside, making her way toward Chen Ren. The voices softened as she drew near, and though he barely acknowledged her at first, she could almost feel his awareness of her presence. Today, perhaps, there would be another story that would keep her up at night in her delusions. As Melian approached Chen Ren, she halted, catching an unexpected sweetness in the air. It was faint at first, like the barest hint of spring blossoms. But as she stepped closer, the scent grew stronger and richer, wrapping around her senses until she could barely think of anything else. Her eyes flickered down to the wooden bottles arranged before him, each one assembled neatly, with swirling patterns along their polished surfaces that signed at something rare and precious within. She noticed the symbol of a golden coin and dragon etched on their surface. Chen Ren's gaze caught hers, and he lifted a hand in greeting, his lips curving into a smile that made her heart skip a beat. "Melian," he called, his voice warm and inviting. "You're finally here. I have something to show you." She approached with curiosity, unable to resist asking, "Is it perfume you're wearing? I haven't smelled anything quite like it." Chen Ren's smile deepened, and he gave a small, knowing nod. "Of course you haven't," he replied. "You remember that scene from the Liangshan and Huayun story I told last month? The one where Huayun wore a special fragrance during her second meeting with Liangshan?" The memory sprang to life in her mind. The daring mission that brought the star-crossed couple together. The female lead's bold choice to wear a rare perfume that left the male lead captivated. Their paths colliding in secret under the moonlight. "Yes, I remember," she murmured, recalling how she and the other girls had sighed over the romantic tension of that scene. That perfume was a rare treasure, its production method rumored to be lost for centuries. Exactly Chen Ren's eyes sparkled. The method for creating it is long forgotten by most, but my clan once practiced this art. These perfumes you see here, he gestured to the wooden bottles, were made using the same technique. Even the priciest spiritual perfumes can't compare. Curiosity drew her hand to one of the bottles, her fingers brushing the smooth wood as she carefully lifted it to her nose. The aroma that greeted her was even more intoxicating up close, a blend of warmth, spice, and floral notes so perfectly balanced that it seemed to melt into her senses. She closed her eyes, savoring the fragrance, her pulse quickening as a soft blush warmed her cheeks. That one, Chen Ren said with a faint grin, is Caldopulent Breeze. It is a blend of rare blossoms and subtle herbs that make it almost irresistible. It has quite the effect on the opposite gender. A nudge, if you will, toward a bit of extra attention. Melian's heart fluttered. She couldn't help the intrigue that bubbled within her at the thought. So, if someone were to wear this around someone they liked, it might just work? Precisely, Chen Ren replied, his gaze meeting hers, steady and amused. Think of it as an ancient charm refined to speak to the male heart. I don't know if it will make the person fall for you, but they would certainly give you more than a look. I'm sure there's someone each of you has in mind, after all. At Chen Ren's words, a wave of murmurs and blushing faces swept through the crowd. Melian could feel the weight of several gazes fixed on the bottle in her hands. Eager, almost predatory glances from the other girls who seemed to share her newly found interest in the perfume's promise. Even she couldn't help but wonder, could it really work? Involuntarily, her thoughts drifted to Li Xuan, her father's favored disciple and the son of the city lord, a man of notable standing and graceful bearing, one she had glimpsed only a handful of times, but thought of more than she would ever admit. Compared to him, her standing was meager, her cultivation weak. She was a flower in the shadows, hardly worthy of his gaze. But perhaps, just perhaps, this perfume could change things, giving her the boldness she'd always lacked, perhaps even a chance to bridge the distance between them. It would be a dream come true. Still contemplating, she looked at Chen Ren and asked, "Are you selling these?" As if on cue, the other girls echoed her question, each of them leaning in eagerly. Chen Ren flashed them a charming smile, casually leaning back as if he hadn't just turned their thoughts upside down. Yes, indeed. I wouldn't keep such methods to myself. It would be a shame if only I had kept the pleasure of such scents, right? So, I've opened a perfume shop. Naturally, as a virtuous man who values fairness and has no desire to be greedy, I've set the price modestly at only 5 to 8 silver wen for each bottle. I'd be earning just enough to cover my costs. Really? Mei Lian's eyes widened. 5 to 8 silver wen. Her own perfumes, stored carefully at home, had cost her 25 silver wen each, far too precious to use liberally. Each bottle represented weeks of saving, her indulgences carefully rationed for only the most special of occasions. And yet here was Chen Ren, offering a perfume with charm and allure beyond anything she'd worn, and for a mere fraction of the price. As she mulled this over, Chen Ren's voice drew her from her thoughts. "So, how about it?" he asked, his tone as smooth as the fragrance lingering in the air. "Would you all care to take a short walk to my shop? You can browse and see which perfumes suit you best." The girls' excitement was palpable, some of them already half rising from their seats in anticipation. Before anyone else could respond, Melian blurted out, "Yes, please." The other girls quickly voiced their agreement, some flashing her envious glances as if she had been the first to discover a hidden treasure. Chen Ren chuckled softly, giving an amused look over them all. With a gesture that was equal parts flourish and invitation, he signaled them to follow him. Asterisk. Asterisk asterisk Chen Ren stood in the middle of his perfume shop, surrounded by the wafting scents of floral and herbal blends that filled the air. His gaze drifted over the group of young misses clustered around, their faces flushed with excitement as they lifted the small bottles displayed, sampling them with an air of reverence. Some of them shot occasional glances toward the staff's handsome features, who, to their credit, maintained a professional stance, allowing no interference beyond what was needed to assist. Chen Ren smirked inwardly, pleased with their discipline. The last thing he needed was anything untoward, disrupting the sense of mystique he'd worked so hard to create. It was almost laughable how easily it had all come together. Selling perfumes, as it turned out, was even simpler than selling noodles. And it was all thanks to a single idea that had dawned on him when he'd first found himself surrounded by those curious, enamored young women at the tea shop. All he'd needed to do was convince them that his perfumes were the same ones from the stories he'd told. A rare blend, a lost art. These words were enough for them to follow him to his shop with starry eyes, ready to make him richer. Just as he was reveling in the success of his little scheme, he caught Tang Yuchu's gaze from across the room, her expression somewhere between amusement and suspicion. The look was enough to prompt a raised eyebrow from him. "What's that look about?" he asked, unable to hold back a smirk. Tang Yuchu folded her arms. "Oh, nothing. It's just, for a moment, I almost forgot you were a hedonist," she replied, a hint of teasing in her tone. "The way you've been acting these past few weeks, I half expected you'd forgotten it too. But it seems I was wrong." Chen Ren chuckled, feigning offense as he tilted his head. "Now, is that supposed to be a compliment or an insult?" "Both," she shot back, grinning. Her gaze shifted to the young ladies, each lost in her own cloud of fragrance. "Though I have to admit, you surprised me. How on earth did you manage to gather this crowd?" "I know a few of them. They're not the type to just fool around with any guy." "There's no fooling around here," he answered smoothly, as if offended by the suggestion. "I happen to frequent the same tea shop as them, and, well, I simply befriended them." A few words, a hint of promise, a sample or two, and they were ready to come see the real thing. He cast a meaningful glance over the crowd, his eyes gleaming with a quiet confidence. "But the real business starts now." She tilted her head, intrigued. "And what exactly does that mean?" A sense of satisfaction filled him with her question, but it wasn't just about the perfumes, it was about the next step. He glanced at Tang Yuchu, his lips curling into a faint smile. "Word of mouth," he said, gesturing subtly toward the ladies. "These young misses will go to parties and gatherings, and others will notice the scents. It'll spread to the ladies and their families, then their friends, and soon everyone will know. Between that and the pamphlets we are already distributing, it won't be long before the middle-class ladies are drawn in too. If you don't know, the middle class always wants to appear richer than what they are, and our prices are low enough for them to have that chance. And once that happens, we'll barely have enough staff to keep up with the demand." Tang Yuchu raised an eyebrow, her skepticism clear. "Sounds like a dream," he chuckled. "Well, it's happening right in front of you." His gaze sharpened. "But don't forget what I said before. Vultures will come. We're eating into their market share, and they won't let that go without a fight. They'll try to block us or copy our methods. Their prices are too high for anyone but the wealthy, so they can't compete with what we're offering here." She considered his words, nodding slowly. "So you're sure they'll retaliate?" "Oh, I'm certain," he replied confidently. "If this goes the way I think it will, we'll take a big chunk of their market and expand it at the same time. But I have to admit," his eyes glinted with amusement, "I'd love to be there when they finally realize what's happening. I'm sure they're just expecting us to flop. Imagine their faces in a week when they see our business flourishing and realize it's already too late." Tang Yuchu stifled a laugh, smirking as she looked at him. "That would be funny, and we will be ready when they come for us." "Oh, we will," he replied smoothly, his voice steady as he watched the customers around them. "In the meantime, let's see just how far word of mouth will take us." Chapter 26. The week flew by in a flurry of scents, simmering broths, physical training, and evening reading. His attention was required for one thing after another, or sometimes 2 or more things at the same time. Chen Ren had hoped that this cultivation world might have had its own sense of time, perhaps longer hours or slower days. But it turned out that even here, a day only granted 24 hours. With his noodle stall running each morning, perfume shop drawing an endless stream of eager customers, training with Yalen and late nights spent poring over dusty scrolls in the tea house, he barely had a moment to breathe, let alone some alone time. Even the thought itself made him sigh out loud. Were it not for Tang Shulan, who was handling the busy hours at the stall and the children continuing the marketing process as they had been told, or Tang Yuchu and her staff managing the perfume shop's customers' demands, he would have been stretched to his breaking point. If anything, it had been humbling to know that even with his cultivation, he still had his limits. He realized that true power wasn't in individual strength, but having people to rely on. Even if he couldn't trust everyone with his secrets, there were enough people that he could delegate tasks that he didn't want to do himself. His thoughts frequently drifted to forming his own sect, to have a force of loyal individuals to carry out his will, protect his interests, and push his vision forward. But the price tag for even beginning to establish a sect was steep. The going rate was 10 low-grade spirit stones, a fortune he hadn't yet amassed. One low-grade spirit stone alone was worth about 100 silver wen, an amount that might sustain a family of 4 for a few months. And with 2 businesses that he had just started, and the debt to Feng Ming that he hadn't cleared, he had no extra wen lying around to invest in a sect. Not until he started to get the profit from his perfume business. For now, that dream would have to remain on hold. He would look for ways to get into an unofficial sect status for the time being. Yet with all the busy days and never-ending customers, there was one other change that hadn't been expected. A noticeable shift in his own cultivation. At first, it was a subtle pulse, a faint ripple of qi awakening within him whenever his perfume shop made a sale. He could barely feel its power, but weirdly enough, he somehow knew that it had always been there. It felt somewhat like an organ, like a part of him. But with each passing day, every time he witnessed how more customers filled in with an eagerness that quite matched his enthusiasm about his businesses, the pulse strengthened like it absorbed something from the growing popularity around him. Unsurprisingly, Yalin had also taken notice. One afternoon, Chen Ren stood behind the counter of his perfume shop, a quiet satisfaction settling over him as he watched the bustling scene before him. His gaze swept across the crowd, each person moving with purpose through the newly displayed batches of perfumes. At least 20 women of all ages browsed the shelves, their eyes lighting up as they took in the liquids that glistened like jewels in the soft afternoon light. He couldn't help but notice how some of them hesitated near the more exclusive perfume bottles, the ones that sat on polished wooden stands, slightly elevated above the rest. Those were priced higher, their labels embossed with noticeable silver lettering, each scent more luxurious than the last. Fingers hovered, eyes lingered, and Chen Ren could see the spark of temptation flickering within them. The white-furred cat sat primly on the countertop beside him, her amber eyes blinking slowly as she followed his eyes. But it seemed that the bustling customers weren't her concern. "You're very close to a breakthrough," Yalin noted, her tail swishing elegantly. Very, very close." Chen Ren's attention was immediately withdrawn from the customers. "At this rate, you might even jump 2 stars in the body forging realm if this flow of qi continues." Chen Ren's mouth tilted into a smirk, his eyes once again going back to the patrons that milled around, sniffing perfumes and discussing their favorite scent among the ones that were there. Tang Yuchu and her staff moved briskly, trying to keep up with the influx of customers. The middle-class ladies had arrived just as he'd planned, dressed in their simpler clothing, but with eyes just as eager as the more affluent young misses. He saw a trio among the crowd, even trying to push other women away to get to try out one of the scents. He could only hope that there would be no bloodshed. But anyway, the word of mouth had done its work, bringing them to his door without so much as a single gold coin spent on advertisements. Chen Ren glanced at Yalin, his thoughts stirring as he observed the faint glow of the qi entering his body. "I didn't see such a rapid boost with the noodle stall when I was doing my best to keep it afloat," he spoke internally, watching the cat as she stretched lazily atop the counter. "Could it be the big amounts of profit this shop is making?" Yalin tilted her head and gave him a wry look. "Perhaps," she purred, and answered him through his mind. Though there are always other factors, each path in the Tao has countless layers. But if more profits with every new business are going to spur your progress, then I'd say you should be launching a new venture every month." Chen Ren let out a soft, wry chuckle. If someone looked at him, it would appear as if he was laughing alone and would term him as crazy. Thankfully, everyone was busy doing their own stuff. some more serious than the others. He quickly composed himself and looked at Yalen. That's moving a bit fast. It takes time to manage things, you know? It's not as easy as you say. Yalen's eyes gleamed, and her whiskers twitched with amusement. Not like you're targeting cultivators here. Mortals are easier, less likely to send you flying if they're unhappy with your products. He shook his head. He could think of a lot of scenarios where the will of mortals could overpower cultivators. Even if this world didn't have anything such as firearms, bombs, and nukes, there were a lot of influential mortals too. Some mortals have a certain power. Of course, not in chi or cultivation techniques, but when it comes to wealth and reputation, they can be just as dangerous. Moreover, there are always weapons that would be able to kill cultivators in one go. Yalen gave him an odd look. What type of weapons would those be? I have never heard of something like that. Before Chen Ren could respond and go over the history of his own world where guns had changed the whole warring scene, a middle-aged woman in modest but neatly kept robes approached the counter, holding a perfume bottle with an air of curiosity. Her height was what he noticed at first. She was extremely tall, taller than Chen Ren, but he could tell that she was a mortal, and not a wealthy one. Her eyes lingered on him for a few seconds. He cleared his throat, and she immediately broke her trance and nodded to the bottle in her hands. "Hello," she said, her voice laced with hesitance. "Could you tell me the price of this? And perhaps a bit about its qualities?" Chen Ren's eyes brightened with a salesman's zeal, and he leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice just enough to capture the woman's attention. "This fragrance is designed to leave a subtle, lingering impression on others. Some even say it has a faint charm for drawing admiration from the opposite gender. Let's say it makes you smell mysterious. People will take a second look at you, and the best part? It is only 8 wen." The woman's cheeks tinged with a rosy blush, and she chuckled, slightly embarrassed. "Oh, that's charming. But I'm hardly in my youth anymore for such tricks." Chen Ren frowned at that. "Youth? What does that entail to you because you look great? And madam, if I were seeking someone, I'd be honored to ask for your hand." He delivered it smoothly, a practiced compliment with just enough sincerity to make her laugh, a delighted twinkle in her eye. "Oh, you are a charmer," she said, the blush deepening as she fished out her silver and placed it on the counter. She glanced down at Yalen, her hand extending to pet the cat. Yalen's tail flicked in warning, and with an indignant hiss, she ducked just out of reach. The woman quickly withdrew her hand, casting Chen Ren an apologetic look as she bustled out of the shop. It happened too quickly as the woman practically fled from the shop. Once she was gone, Chen Ren raised an eyebrow at Yalen. "A little more courtesy with the customers wouldn't hurt, you know?" Yalen sniffed, grooming her fur with a practiced swipe of her tongue. "My fur requires maintenance. Not just anyone can touch it." She held her head high. "It takes time to set it." "Set in? How do you even set in your fur?" Glorious spit. "How else? It's a task for higher beings alone." Chen Ren chuckled, shaking his head with amusement, but the moment didn't last. His laughter faded as he caught sight of Tang Yuqiu weaving her way purposefully through the shop, slipping between customers with her usual grace, and stopping in front of a worker. They talked for a brief moment, and her expression shifted. Almost as on cue, she looked directly at Chen Ren and started marching towards him. There was an urgency in her stride, a subtle tension in the set of her shoulders. When their eyes met again, her gaze locked onto his. Chen Ren felt a ripple of curiosity stir within him. Whatever the worker had told her there wasn't a small matter. He straightened, his casual stance shifting as he prepared himself for the news she clearly carried. "What's going on?" he asked, attempting to keep his voice steady from sounding too curious. Tang Yuqiu stepped closer and said with a low voice, "I just received a report. The Baihu Trade Association's head isn't pleased. It seems they've noticed our little shop's success." Chen Ren's expression darkened slightly. "And the Kang clan, they're bound to have caught wind by now, too. They are watching us quietly, but I don't think they will do anything. Their perfume business is just one of their many holdings, and they're not eager to lose any relationship with the Tang clan. But by who? He doesn't care. Their entire brand revolves around perfumes, so he can't afford to just sit back while we grow. It's only a matter of time before they make a move. Chen Ren nodded. So it begins. 1 week of peace and prosperity was more than I expected. Tang Yuchu looked at him expectantly. So, what do you plan to do? For now, nothing, Chen Ren said with a casual shrug, though a glint of calculation sparked in his eyes. We've prepared for most things they might attempt, but their opening move will reveal the rest of their strategy. They can't come at us legally, so they're left with a handful of unsavory options. Try to sabotage our supply chain, poach our staff to sniff out our methods, tarnish our reputation with slander, or resort to a full-blown assault. He paused, his gaze sharpening as his thoughts spun. Or maybe they'll try all of them at once. If they're rattled enough, they'll throw everything they've got our way. A smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. But no matter what angle they take, it's going to be interesting to watch them squirm. His fingers tapped on the countertop in a rhythmic beat, as if already counting down the inevitable. Asterisk. Asterisk asterisk the tension in the Baihu trade. Association's headquarters was thick enough to cut with a knife. President Baihu slammed his fist down on the polished mahogany table, causing a stack of reports to scatter, their pages fluttering in the sudden silence. His face was red with fury, and his sharp gaze swept over the assembled staff. Each word he spoke laced with rage. How could this happen? He barked, his voice echoing inside his office. Over 100 customers in just a week buying from them, he snarled, his voice thick with disbelief and simmering anger. Even high society is abuzz with talk of these so-called new perfumes. Most of them wouldn't touch the stuff themselves. Of course, they consider the low price beneath them. But then tell me, how in the heavens are they managing to sell so much? Are the middle class just buying anything now? He threw a scornful look at the perfume samples scattered on the table, eyes narrowing as if each bottle mocked him with its success. Have they found some secret formula to draw in customers by the droves? Can anyone explain this absurdity to me? A junior associate tentatively raised his hand, clearing his throat before he spoke. He visibly shrank back to his seat when Baihu's eyes fell on him. Speak, sir, like you said. It is mostly due to their appeal among middle-class women. The prices make it affordable, and their numbers are high. Even if they've barely grazed our upper-tier clientele, they're pulling in a whole new market segment. Market segment, Baihu snarled, his fists clenching. I fucking couldn't care less about segments. The longer they're out there selling, the closer they get to producing something aimed at our premium brands. And when they do, they'll eat into our market share. That rogue cultivator is making a fool of us. He seized a bottle his staff had managed to acquire from Heavenly Fragrances, holding it up with a look of utter disdain. Turning it over in his hand, he scrutinized the plain wooden casing and the design of the golden coin with the dragon around it, his lips curling in disgust. Look at this, he sneered, voice dripping with contempt. Not a single trace of qi, not a whisper of spiritual energy, nothing. And yet it's selling like wildfire. How are they pulling this off with something so ordinary? He huffed, setting the bottle down with an angry clink as he continued. It's absurd. Those middle-class women have no discernment at all. They don't care about spiritual refinement, only that they smell better than a street rat. The thought gnawed at him, his fingers tapping furiously on the table as he spat. They might as well be selling colored water in a glass jar, and those fools would still line up to buy it. President Baihu's staff exchanged glances, their tension palpable as they hesitated before one brave soul stepped forward, voice wary but steady. So, what should we do, sir? Baihu's eyes narrowed, and he took a deep breath, the frustration in his expression slowly giving way to something more calculating. He clenched and unclenched his fists, feeling the anger running through every cell of his body. But he must control his feelings. He needed to be logical. I'm thinking, he replied. At that moment, the door opened with a quiet click and a tall, striking young man strode in. His features were a reflection of Baihu's own, only younger, sharper, and cut with an elegance that drew a second look. Dark eyes glittered beneath perfectly arched brows, and a confident smirk played across his lips as he bowed in respect. Father, Allow me to take care of this matter. Bai Hu's eyebrows shot up, his gaze hardening. And what exactly are you saying, Bai Shen? You do realize this isn't some trivial issue. It's a business threat, one I can't afford to let slide. Bai Shen met his father's intense gaze with an unflinching calm. I'm aware, father. That's precisely why I want to handle it. All I've been doing is just overseeing some of our shops. It's time I learned to face real competition. If I am to take over the Baihu Trade Association someday, I need this experience. Please, let me handle this. A flicker of thought passed through Baihu's eyes as he weighed his son's words. He was right. He needed this experience. And if Baihu knew anything, it was that they both were cut from the same cloth. Like him, his son wouldn't hold back at any kinds of threat. After a long moment, he nodded, his voice slow and firm. Very well, then. You're free to proceed as you see fit, but be clear-minded and deliberate. I want Heavenly Fragrances out of business as soon as possible. Understood? Bai Shen's smirk widened as he gave a slight bow. I understand perfectly, father. I'll make sure they're wiped off the map. He straightened, his voice carrying a quiet conviction, and without further words, he turned and left the office. The rest of the staff looked at his fleeting back, taking a sigh of relief, thinking they had escaped their boss's screaming. Asterisk outside, Bai Shen stopped on the stone steps, his gaze lifting to the skies. The clouds were thick, covering the sun as it struggled to pierce through. He smirked, his eyes dark with a simmering ambition. Tang Yuchu, he muttered under his breath, voice laced with venom. You dared to turn down my proposal, only to seek solace with some rogue cultivator. You think you can rise without me? Foolish. I'll see to it that you fall, and fall hard. His fingers clenched, his voice dropping to a whisper. When that day comes, the only hand you'll reach for will be mine. And when I have you, the Tang clan will fall to me as well. With a final smirk, Bai Shen turned on his heel, his stride confident, already savoring the power he envisioned within his grasp. Chapter 27. Heavenly Fragrances grew larger with each passing day. The name itself became familiar in the city's middle-class households. The rapid development within such a short time was unusual, but Chen Ren had expected this would happen. What had started as whispers of an exotic yet affordable perfume soon became an uproar. Each happy customer seemed to pull another into its fold. And soon, Heavenly Fragrances was on every discerning lady's lips, quite literally, a scent too captivating to ignore. The social circles of the middle-class women, notorious for their close-knit networks and strong influence, became a web for the perfume's fame to flourish. Something common with these sorts of circles was that they wouldn't hype up just any product. And when they did, it became the talk of their gatherings, regaling each other with stories of compliments they received, and the sense of sophistication the perfume imparted. The fragrance was no longer just a simple luxury. It was now a trend that every middle-class woman should have. So eager not to fall behind, more women found themselves splurging on the fragrant indulgence. Some spent more than they could comfortably afford. All for the allure of being part of this new trend. A single bottle of Heavenly Fragrances had quickly become more than just a scent. It was a statement, a piece of prestige, and every woman who wore it felt just a little bit more enchanted. A chain reaction had begun, and every purchase, every conversation, rippled outward, drawing in more and more. But Chen Ren didn't sit back and let word of mouth do all the work. He actively drove the demand, laying down the foundation for Heavenly Fragrance's growing fame. The initial wave of interest had come from his strategic pamphlets and the tea house promotion, where his marketing through his stories had paved the way. Mei Lin's small crew had been hired to distribute the pamphlets around the city, especially near the residential streets where most of the middle class lived. Yet he knew that, to sustain momentum, he would need more than just initial curiosity. The tea shop promotion had a limited reach, with mostly upper-class ladies visiting regularly, and while they had shown some interest, the perfumes had yet to gain a strong foothold in elite circles. This left Chen Ren considering his next steps. If the tea house had helped plant the seeds, then he would need other community hubs to see his idea fully bloom. So, he decided to take his marketing efforts further, focusing on areas where groups of women gathered together regularly. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Standing outside a small seamstress's shop, Chen Ren crossed his arms and observed the scene inside. Through the open doors, he could see women gathered in clusters, their chatter filling the air as they waited for their clothes to be mended. An elderly seamstress sat in the center, her hands deftly weaving stitches into a worn robe. Yet, for once, the women's eyes were not on the seamstress's skillful hands. Instead, they were all focused on Tang Shulan, who stood confidently in the middle of the room, her calm presence commanding their attention. She stood straight, her hands moving in the air every time she spoke, but her movements were graceful, well rehearsed if anything. From his position, Chen Ren couldn't make out every word, but he could see the spell she was weaving on her audience. Tang Shulan held one of Heavenly Fragrance's bottles in her hand, her fingers gliding gracefully over its simple yet elegant design. Her smile was warm and inviting as she tilted the bottle, and one of the ladies gasped softly, eyes widening with interest. The ladies murmured excitedly among themselves, nudging one another with anticipation as they watched Tang Shulan. Chen Ren could see how carefully she controlled the moment, waiting until the woman's attention was thoroughly piqued before explaining the scent. Her natural charm was working wonders, and from the way the ladies hung on her every word, he could already imagine half of them purchasing a bottle by the end of the afternoon. Chen Ren's lips curved into a satisfied smile. He folded his arms and let out a low chuckle to himself. Heavenly Fragrances might have started as an experiment, but it was quickly turning into his strongest asset. He watched patiently as Tang Shulan charmed the small crowd in the shop, her words soft and compelling. As she shared the tales behind Heavenly Fragrance's latest scent, he noticed that even from a distance, a faint but captivating aroma surrounded her, lingering in the air and adding an effortless allure to her presence. In the end, she took out one of their newer scents, Swan's Velvet. The wooden bottle was filled with a scent that would make anyone take a second look at the wearer sweet, floral, and enchanting. She muttered something and twisted the bottle for the ladies to see. Then she extended it to arm's length and sprinkled once, twice, and thrice. The ladies around her gasped and clutched each other, some even closing their eyes and inhaling deeply. The exaggerated reaction made Chen Ren smile. The newest perfume always had that effect on them, no matter where they went. He turned around from looking inside the shop and waited for Tang Shulan to come out. Soon, the floral scent filled his nostrils and looked back to see her petite figure. "How did that go?" Chen Ren asked. She immediately wiped a bit of sweat from her forehead, exhaling a small sigh as she looked up at Chen Ren. "Young master, please tell me that was the last shop. I think I've talked about perfumes enough for an entire month. I'm exhausted." Chen Ren smiled, nodding approvingly. "You did an amazing job, Shulan. And yes, that was the last one for today. I believe that should be more than enough to keep the word spreading for now." His gaze shifted back toward the women now buzzing amongst themselves. "The way they were looking at you, I could practically see the envy in their eyes. It's clear they noticed how nice you smelled." She chuckled and nodded. "They were. And when I mentioned how things between me and my husband had been going so well since I started using it, they looked like they'd make a beeline to Heavenly Fragrances the second they left here." She gave a small laugh, then sighed. "I suppose I'm getting better at lying, or as you call it, stretching the truth." Chen Ren's grin widened as he nodded knowingly. "It's all part of business. Besides, we're not lying about the quality of the product itself. It's just good storytelling." He paused, glancing at the street beyond the shop. "Let's head back. I think you've more than earned a break today." She raised an eyebrow, looking slightly concerned. "What about the stall? I closed it before coming here, but won't we miss the evening wave?" Chen Ren shrugged. "It's just one evening. We'll manage without it, and you've been working hard lately. You should get some rest." Tang Shulan seemed to relax a bit, her usual brisk frontier softened. "Well, thank you, young master. I'll be ready to start again, right where I left off tomorrow." She nodded at her own words, and they continued down the bustling street toward the store. As they walked, Chen Ren glanced at her, a slight guilt tightening his chest. Yes, he wanted money, plenty of it. In fact, but he understood that the true lifeblood of a successful business lay in the well-being of its people. The health, both physical and mental, of everyone working alongside him mattered far more than the allure of quick profits. He could see the toll the long hours were taking on Tang Shulan. She had been managing the stall on her own far too often, juggling the demands of customers and the intricacies of the business without a moment's rest. Today, allowing her a break felt like a small, yet significant step toward easing his conscience. It was a chance for her to recharge, to step back from the relentless pace they had set, and it felt right. He knew that a content and well-rested employee was far more valuable than a few extra coins in the till. As he watched her wipe the sweat from her brow, he felt a swell of determination. If he was to build something lasting and meaningful, he needed to ensure that the people who helped him achieve that were supported and cared for, not just as workers, but as individuals with their own lives and needs. They continued to walk. Although a silence threatened to come between them, Tang Shulan broke it by talking about the recent developments. The Baihu Trade Association has been awfully quiet for the last 2 days. Do you think they're letting this go? She said, a touch of concern in her voice. Chen Ren shook his head thoughtfully. No, I doubt it. They're definitely up to something. We just don't know what yet. They're probably trying to gather information, figuring out if any sect is backing us and getting a feel for our resources. We use such a different method from what they know that it's bound to raise questions. But sooner or later, they'll make their move. She nodded, smiling slightly. You're good at coming up with possible theories of what might happen. He chuckled. I just try to consider every possible angle. It's a habit I picked up in school. Shulan tilted her head curiously. School? Oh, well. For a brief moment, Chenren hesitated. He spoke too soon. Schools weren't common in this world, and only the wealthier clans, or scholar households, knew how to read and write and passed it to their children through private lessons. But the feeling soon turned to a pang of homesickness. Yeah, there was one in the city I was born in, he said vaguely, glancing ahead as the storefront came into view. But anyway, let's see how the store is doing today. Good save. He mentally patted himself in the back and entered Heavenly Fragrances. The shop still had a few customers, checking over the perfumes with the staff gently explaining everything about them. But rather than them, his eyes focused more on Tang Yuqiu at the counter. Her brow furrowed in concentration as she spoke with an older man. He knew who the man was, Elder Chu, the leader of the gathering community they were using to procure herbs. Elder Chu had his arms crossed in front of him as he spoke in a very low tone, his voice just enough for only the pair to hear. His expression matched Tang Yuqiu's serious expression, and the two appeared deep in conversation, exchanging words that seemed to weigh heavily between them. Chenren's heart sank as he observed the intensity of their discussion. One look at their serious expressions told him everything he needed to know. Something had gone wrong. He turned to Tang Shulan. Looks like one of the scenarios I thought of has already come knocking. Asterisk, 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 Chenren, Tang Yuqiu, and Elder Chu stepped back a bit, allowing the extremely lively store's noise to fade as they moved into a quieter corner, inside their storage room. Chenren observed Elder Chu's worried expression and waited, letting the older man gather his words. I'm assuming another group of gatherers has started taking all the herbs we need, Chenren said, prompting him. Elder Chu gave a heavy nod, his expression darkening as he leaned closer. Yes, young master, they turned up just yesterday. But they're relentless, practically stripping the area of every useful herb. As it stands, no permit is needed for these common plants, so by law, they have every right to gather them. But they've taken it further. They've positioned themselves in all our regular gathering spots, intercepting us and making it clear that any attempt to collect there will be met with consequences. He hesitated, a glint of frustration in his eyes. They don't just imply retribution, they threaten it outright if any of us so much as set foot nearby. Tang Yuqiu's eyes narrowed, her lips pressed into a thin line. Have you gone to the city guards about it? We have, but they refuse to help, Elder Chu replied, frustration seeping into his voice. They claim their duty ends at the city limits and won't risk venturing into the forest to interfere. All they know, the men haven't broken any laws. Tang Yuqiu scowled, her brow furrowing deeply. Perhaps we could send the Tang clan guards with you? Elder Chu considered her offer, nodding slowly. It would help, Miss Yu Chu. But I worry it might just escalate things into a full confrontation. Their numbers are significant. About 3 dozen. Quite a few of them are heavily armed. If we can't access our usual areas, we'd have to go deeper into the forest, and that would bring the risk of higher-tier beasts. Chen Ren nodded at Elder Chu, understanding where he was coming from. If they sent guards with him, a conflict was surely going to start, and the gathering community would be caught pretty badly in it. He didn't want such a thing. For now, stay clear of them. Focus on identifying who they are and report back, Chen Ren said. We'll give you further instructions once we know what we're dealing with. With a respectful nod, Elder Chu departed, leaving Chen Ren and Tang Yuchu in a thoughtful silence. Chen Ren's gaze hardened as he turned to her. Looks like I was right. They're targeting our supply lines. She nodded, looking troubled. I could still send our guards, but 3 dozen is no small number. A confrontation might not end well for us. Chen Ren smiled faintly. Seems the Baihu Trade Association isn't underestimating us anymore. But that's exactly why we secured several months' worth of supplies in advance. They'll find it harder than they think to hurt us. Tang Yuchu's eyes gleamed with a mixture of admiration and relief as she nodded. Her confidence in him visibly reinforced. Her lips curved into a nod of approval as Chen Ren opened the hefty container that was in the back of them. Inside, tightly packed heaps of dried herbs filled the space, their subtle, earthy scents mixing in the air. Chen Ren smirked, tapping the side of the container before gesturing around the room, where similar crates were stacked nearly to the ceiling, filled with months' worth of essential supplies. If the Baihu Trade Association thinks they can stop us by cutting off our supplies, he said with a glint of confidence in his eye, they're in for a surprise. As he inspected the crates, he turned back to Tang Yucho. So, how's the planting coming along? A hint of pride sparkled in her eyes. Better than expected. Actually, we've successfully planted common herb varieties around our rice fields. They're taking well to the soil, growing strong on the northern side of the city where we fortified our lands. It's safe from Baihu Trade Association's reach, too. Chen Ren's grin widened, satisfaction blooming across his face. They'd planned this well. From the start, he'd anticipated the possibility of trouble with supply chains, especially from a competitor as large and well-established as the Baihu Trade Association. It was why he'd pressed Tang Yucho to invest in a significant stockpile, securing enough herbs to meet production demands for several months. It had been a large investment, one that had initially seemed excessive, but he'd insisted, confident that preparation would give them an upper hand, and he hadn't just left it at that. There had been a second plan, which was the plantation. By redirecting resources to plant common herbs within the Tang clan's rice farms, they'd established a long-term, self-sustaining source of supply. In a few months, by the time their stored herbs ran low, those plants would be ready for harvest. Their supply would be safe, secure, and best of all, untouchable by their competition. Good work, Yuchu, he said, his tone approving. Once those herbs are ready, we'll be nearly untouchable. They'll have wasted all their efforts, and we'll still be growing. Chen Ren smirked, a glint of mischief in his eye as he crossed his arms. Let's see how they react. Once they realize choking our supply chain doesn't even make a dent. Asterisk, 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 in a spacious room. Bai Shen sat in a high-backed chair, surrounded by crate stacked with bundles of fresh herbs. Their earthy and potent scents filled the air, mingling into a thick, pungent aroma that only deepened his irritation. He rubbed his forehead, his fingers pressing hard against his temple as if willing his thoughts to untangle. Instead, the smell seemed to cling to him, amplifying the tense atmosphere in the room. His narrowed gaze shifted to the staff member standing stiffly before him, the man visibly uneasy under Bai Shen's scrutinizing stare. Shadows from the sparse candlelight cast across the staff member's face, catching the nervous flicker in his eyes as he waited for Bai Shen to speak. Speak now, can you? I don't pay you to stay mute, Bai Shen sighed loudly. Sir, the staff began, his voice filled with uneasiness as he looked at him. Today, around 50 customers bought items from Heavenly Fragrances. It seems that much of the middle class is now aware of them, and there's been a rush as people are eager to get their perfumes. The sales are high, and we're expecting the momentum might slow down and stabilize. But for some reason, their products are practically flying off the shelves. Bai Shen clenched his fists on the armrest, a dark look settling over his face. A week has passed since we took over their supply chain, stopping the gatherers from accessing the herbs they need. How are they still producing so much? He paused, his frustration evident as he mulled over the problem. Did they start out with a year's stockpile? The staff's face remained neutral, but the tension was clear as he continued. We haven't been able to confirm that, sir. So far, any attempts to find out have led us nowhere. Of course, it hasn't. His jaw clenched at the outcome of his plan. What about their employees? Have you had any success convincing someone to switch sides? The staff looked hesitant, but he cleared his throat and said, We've reached out to 3 of them so far, but none have shown any willingness to switch loyalties or reveal the formula, no matter how much we offer. It seems all of them are long-standing Tang family employees, and they're well compensated, even when we attempted. Additional encouragement, they refused to say a word. Bai Shen's frown deepened, his irritation growing. They were that loyal. The staff hesitated, then nodded. We suspect they've been bound by a qi oath, sir. Breaking that oath would have severe repercussions, possibly even death. They're steadfast in their silence. For a moment, Bai Shen's fingers drummed against the wooden armrest, the taps echoing in the quiet room. Bai Shen's eyes narrowed, his lips pulling into a sneer. Then offer them a price worth forfeiting their lives for. We need that formula, he hissed, fingers tapping irritably against the arm of his chair. Heavenly Fragrances is eating into the middle-class market share that we were never able to tap before, and that needs to stop. The staff member, who had already been shifting uncomfortably, looked down, exhaling quietly before speaking. It's no longer possible, sir, he admitted cautiously. After the threats we issued, they're practically impossible to approach. They have guards hanging around them now. Bai Shen's irritation boiled over. Useless, all of you! In a swift motion, he grabbed a handful of herbs from a nearby crate and hurled them toward the staff member. Leaves and stems scattered through the air, and the man barely managed to dodge, stumbling back against the crates lining the wall. Every move I make is thwarted. Everything is falling apart. I can't work like this. The staff quickly collected himself, swallowing as he ventured, Young Master Shen. It's known that the cultivator Chen Ren carries quite a few debts. Perhaps we could acquire them and gain leverage over the business through that. Bai Shen's cold gaze flicked to the staff, who flinched slightly under the intensity of it. You think I haven't considered that? His voice was icy. I already reached out to every creditor holding Chen Ren's debts, but those cowards refused, saying they didn't want to involve themselves. And I have no doubt it's that old fox Tang Jihao pulling the strings behind the scenes, making sure no one dares cross his daughter's business. Then, what now, sir? The staff asked, eyes downcast. Bai Shen rose to his feet in slow motion, adjusting his sleeves. He pursed his lips and stood taller. Since I can't sever their supply line or buy out their employees, and leverage from debts is beyond reach, I'll resort to the one thing that can silence any opposition. His gaze hardened, a dark light glinting in his eyes as he spoke with deadly finality. Absolute might. Asterisk, asterisk, asteriskain. If any one of you don't know, you would get 15 chapters ahead of Magus Reborn, 7,300 followers and counting 2 on Patreon, alongside Tao of Money for no extra charges. I have been getting messages with readers asking about it. Chapter 28. Despite the relentless sabotage of their supply lines by the Baihu Trade Association, Heavenly Fragrances grew stronger with each passing day. It was as though the heavens themselves had taken a liking to Chen Ren in this world. As the time went on, he felt more relaxed. Unlike the initial days where his eyes always scanned for threats, now he felt at ease. Obviously, he wasn't foolish enough to think that Baihu Trades wouldn't try something new, but something had shifted. A quiet confidence had settled into his bones. His second business, the one that had started out as little more than a daring gamble, was thriving, and Chen Ren could no longer ignore the fact that it was moving on its own, gaining momentum as if the tides themselves had shifted in his favor. And that was worthy of a celebration on its own. Deep down, he knew it was all due to the hard work and careful planning that had been put into work, which would result in getting back his medallion sooner. It was no longer a pressing worry. The debts, too, that had once seemed like a huge mountain before him, were beginning to shrink in size. The surge of success also carried a surge of energy within him. As his businesses flourished, so too did his cultivation. The energy in his dantian flowed like a river in flood, ready to burst forth and carry him to the next star. He felt his strength growing every day and his body humming with vitality, his soul expanding. But Yalen had warned him not to rush. "Your foundation is not solid enough," she had told him one evening. "Rushing ahead will only make your cultivation unstable. Strength gained without a firm foundation is like a house built on sand." Chen Ren had understood the truth in her words. He knew that if he advanced too quickly, the power he gained would slip through his fingers like water. So, he had agreed to wait. His dantian swelled with energy every day, but he focused instead on his basic techniques, his footwork, his breath control, and his internal strength. He would wait until the day was right, until the foundation had been fully set before advancing to the next star of cultivation. And so, he bided his time, quietly practicing his basics, knowing that his true breakthrough would come only when the foundation was unshakable. But amidst this flurry of activity, his thriving businesses, his growing power, and his ongoing training, there was one task that had been occupying his thoughts more and more. He had been dreaming of it for a while, waiting for the moment when the time would be right. And now, at last, he felt it had come. It was time to register his sect. Unofficially, of course. In this world, forming a sect was no small feat. It was not merely a matter of gathering a few disciples and proclaiming oneself as a sect leader. According to the laws of the empire, an official sect required a formal registration process, complete with an application detailing the sect's values, goals, and leadership structure. Even for an unofficial sect, the application needed to be submitted to the city lord's office. This was not a formality one could ignore, for failure to register could lead to unwanted attention from the local authorities. Fortunately for Chen Ren, there was no cap on who could be a leader of a sect. Even someone at the body-forging realm, like him, could claim the title. After gathering all the necessary information about the process of registration, he made his way toward the city lord's office. Yalen followed behind him, her steps light and graceful, her presence like a soft whisper on the wind. As always, she moved with the languid grace of a cat, her posture relaxed, yet her eyes ever watchful. In fact, with the way she acted so casually beside him, it was hard to remember that she was something more than just a pet, one who had lived through centuries and seen far more than he could imagine. The city lord's office was located right in the center of the city. Its marble columns reached toward the sky from 4 directions, 2 at the front and 2 from behind. The whole building was white, and it shone under the midday sun. The building was a symbol of the Kalian Empire's might and prosperity. Its polished gates were colored with gold. There were guards stationed at every entrance, their expressions impassive as they observed the comings and goings of the people. One word that described the ongoing activities of the place would be busy. Merchants, cultivators, bureaucrats, and normal commoners walking in and out of the grand entrance, some hurrying with urgent matters, others exchanging polite nods and greetings. The scale of the place was staggering, with multiple wings and levels filled with bustling offices. As they approached the main entrance, Chen Ren paused momentarily to take in the sight of a large stone tablet standing near the courtyard. Its surface was polished to a gleam, and inscriptions ran across it in flowing script. It was a monument to the history of the Kalian Empire, reminding everyone how far they had come. Chen Ren's gaze lingered on the stone tablet for a while, his mind wandering. Kalian Empire was the biggest power in this world, but there was always something about the empire that struck him as fragile. How could a single emperor, even one of such immense power, keep it together for so long? Something about the weight of thousands of years. The endless cycles of history made him wonder how it had all survived. For example, cultivators could live for a long time, so how come not one of them had gotten strong enough to challenge the might of the empire? From what he knew, the empire was founded by Xianxia, a nascent soul cultivator. Yet as he thought further about him, he realized there were no records about him that he could remember. He had just vanished one day, leaving the whole empire to his descendants. I wonder if he simply got killed, since nascent soul cultivators can live for thousands of years. But who will be strong enough to kill such a being? He muttered, reading the stone table, where information about the current Emperor Xianxia was written. The current emperor, a domain manifestation stage cultivator, ruled over the empire's vast territories. Despite being an entire realm weaker than the founder, it was said that his power was unmatched, his control over the empire absolute. The cities stretched far and wide, and the sects, each with their own powerful cultivators, were united under his rule. It all sounded like the height of stability, yet there was a gnawing feeling in Chen Ren's chest. A question that remained unanswered: how had the empire lasted for so long? His musing was interrupted by Yelin's soft voice, cutting through his thoughts like a cool breeze. "Thousands of years is a long time, isn't it?" she said, talking to his mind. "I've wondered about that too. I've heard whispers of rebellions, but they were all swiftly quashed. The royal family is strong, stronger than any of the rebellious factions could ever hope to be. Even the first emperor was like that, unyielding." Chen Ren turned toward her. "You mean the founder, Xianju? The one who established the Kalian Empire?" Yelin nodded. "He was already a legend by the time I got my senses. The stories about him. There were mysteries surrounding him, even back then." "What kind of mysteries?" "Mostly about the founding of the empire. There are very few records of how it came to be. But there were rumors. Some say the Kalian Empire emerged from the ashes of a cataclysm that destroyed all the other empires and kingdoms. It's said that Xianju rose from that destruction, like a phoenix, uniting the fractured lands and forging the empire while making the weakened sects his subordinates. But these are just rumors, and I doubt anyone will ever uncover the full truth unless they become royalty themselves." Chen Ren's brow furrowed. The idea of an empire rising from such devastation fascinated him, but it also struck him as tragic. An entire world consumed by a cataclysm, only for a new order to rise from its ruins. It made him wonder if there was something more to the empire's stability than met the eye. Yalin, however, was quick to dismiss it with a lazy stretch, her tail flicking behind her. "Either way, these things aren't important for you to learn about right now. There is nothing you can do with that knowledge anyway. You are more concerned with your own rise, aren't you? Let's go inside." Chen Ren smiled, amused by her practicality. "You are right, I suppose. Let's take care of what matters first." With a final glance at the tablet, Chen Ren turned and stepped through the gilded gates of the city lord's office. He approached the receptionist's desk, where a young woman sat with an air of practiced indifference, her quill moving swiftly over a ledger. Her eyes were narrowed at whatever she was writing on. "I'm here to register my sect as an unofficial one," he said steadily. She looked up at him for a moment, her eyes moving over him as if appraising his status, then nodded. "Go up to the second floor, room 215. You'll find an official there who can assist you." "Thank you," he said, giving her a polite nod before turning to ascend the staircase. Yelin, following behind him like a shadow, swooshed her tail in a languid motion, seemingly uninterested in the busy surroundings. The second floor was quieter, the grand echo of the lobby muted by thick carpets and polished wood. The hallway stretched out before him, lined with closed doors and the occasional guard or assistant passing by. At the end of the hall, room 215 had a simple plaque affixed to the door. Chen Ren approached, gently pushing it open. Inside, it was a normal office, a little less ornate than the grandiose structure of the building might suggest, but still neat and professional. The room was well lit, with a large table at the far side, piles of scrolls and paper scattered neatly in organized disarray. Behind one of the nearby desks sat an official, a man in his late 30s, with black robes adorned with the insignia of the city lord's office. He was bent over a piece of parchment, scribbling something with a quill, completely absorbed in his work. As soon as Chen Ren saw him, he recognized him as Liu Wen, one of his first and regular customers who would try his noodles every day. Near the center of the room, two men sat at a table, one leaning forward with an intense focus, while the other was reclining back in his chair, eyes narrowed in concentration. He also recognized these two men, Zhang Wei and Lin Feng. Although these two weren't as regular, they would still try out the noodles every few days, and would often ask for a second bowl. They were playing chess, a game that had clearly captured their full attention. Their moves were slow but careful, and from the looks of it, they had been at it for some time. The atmosphere in the room felt relaxed, perhaps a little too much so given the status of the place. Ignoring them, he stepped forward towards Li Wen and his eyes widened slightly, a flicker of recognition passing through them. "Ah, Scholar Wen," Chen Ren said, standing before the stall with a polite smile. He hoped his registration would be quicker with familiar faces. "It's good to see you again." Li Wen blinked, clearly taken aback for a moment. "Aha, it's you, the noodle stall owner," he said, adjusting his robes with a small cough, obviously trying to make sense of the situation. "I didn't expect to see you here. I don't know if you are lost, but this is the room for sect registration." Chen Ren chuckled, the tension in his shoulders easing as he extended his hand in a friendly gesture. "Yes, Scholar Wen. I'm a cultivator as well. Noodles are just a business of mine. I came here to register my sect, an unofficial one, of course." Li Wen's eyes widened further, and for a moment his expression grew stiff. He looked between Chen Ren and the two chess players, a slightly bewildered expression forming on his face. It was clear that Li Wen hadn't realized who Chen Ren was beyond his role as the noodle vendor. Li Wen soon masked his surprise as he smiled apologetically, realizing the misunderstanding. "I'm sorry. I never addressed you properly before. I should have been more respectful." With that, he gave a small, formal bow, intending to show Chen Ren the respect he felt was due. Chen Ren, still somewhat flustered, waved a hand in protest. No, there's no need for that. I should be thanking you for trying my noodles. Now, if it's not too much trouble, could we proceed with the registration for my sect?" Li Wen nodded quickly, recovering his usual composure. Yes, of course. My apologies for the delay. Just give me a moment. I'm not the one handling the sect registrations, usually more on the finance side of things, but I'm covering for a friend today. I'll get you the form." Chen Ren nodded in understanding. Li Wen stood up from his seat and walked over to a shelf on the wall, pulling down a scroll and quickly unfurling it. After glancing at it for a moment, he walked back to Chen Ren. "Here," Li Wen said, handing the scroll to him. "This is the debrief form, basically things that you need to know about. But I believe you won't be here if you don't know the right way to register. Anyways, it's just protocol. I will bring you the application form soon. You'll need to fill it out with your sect's name, its values, and any members you have. Then, it will be processed and reviewed. If everything is in order, you'll get approval for it to be recognized as an unofficial sect." He accepted the scroll with a nod. "Thank you, Scholar Wen. I appreciate your help." He unfurled the scroll, glancing over pages. Li Wen was right. He already knew the things that were written. Li Wen gave a tired smile. "I'm just doing my job," he said, rubbing the back of his neck. "It's not often I see someone I recognize here. Anyway, wait for a bit as I get the form." He left after giving another bow. Chen Ren sat at the desk, reading through the scroll leisurely to see if he had forgotten something when his ears were drawn to the quiet murmurs of conversation between the two men still playing chess nearby. The room was filled with a soft ambient noise, rustling papers, quills scratching against parchment, the faint shuffle of footsteps as people moved in and out. But these two men seemed oblivious to the rest of the office. Their conversation, more casual than anything of great importance, floated to Chen Ren's ears. "Did you hear? The city tournament is starting in 2 months, Zhang Wei said, tapping a pawn across the chessboard with an absent flick of his wrist. "Really?" Lin Feng replied, lifting an eyebrow as he pondered his next move. "I didn't know they would hold it so soon." "Yeah, it seems like it has been scheduled for a while. I wonder who's going to win this time. What sects do you think will send their competitors?" Well, Li Xuan's probably going to take the win again, right?" Zhang Wei chuckled, shaking his head. "I don't know. He might, but there's a big question mark hanging over him now that he entered the Soaring Sword sect. That might change things. My bet's on the Voidblade sect this time. Voidblade? They lost a sect war and disappeared. Didn't you know? What do you mean, disappeared? The entire sect building got confiscated. The sect vanished off the map, just like that. No one knows what happened. They say there's a lot of internal politics behind it, but whatever the case, they're no longer around to compete. Really? That is crazy. Voidblade sect was a powerhouse 3 years back. How could they just vanish like that? Yeah, Lin Feng murmured, tapping his fingers against the chessboard. It's all whispers, really. But it's a shame, though. They were strong. I guess there's no guarantee of success even if you're strong. Chen Ren listened intently, his mind turning. He knew of the Voidblade sect. It was one of the sects Chen Ren wanted to get into if Soaring Sword sect didn't take him. Although not as grand as the Soaring Sword sect, it was one of the well-known established sects, and apparently now it was reduced to nothing. It was a powerful reminder of the unpredictable tides of power in the cultivation world for him. Even a sect with a rich history and strong disciples could be wiped out in the blink of an eye, either through internal betrayal or external war. It made him wonder about his own ambitions, how easily they could come crumbling down if the right forces were at play. Yelin's voice broke through his thoughts. Will you be taking part in the tournament? Chen Ren glanced up at her, still processing what he'd heard. She was sitting at the edge of the room, her tail curled around her legs, watching the chess players with mild interest. He tilted his head slightly, considering the question. If sect cultivators are going to be entering, it's bound to be fierce. I probably won't, though. I'm not strong enough, I believe, but... He paused, the thought lingering in his mind. I might change my mind once I see the prizes. Who knows? It might be worth it. True. There's always a reason to join a competition if the rewards are great enough. At that moment, Lu Wen returned, holding the application form in his hand. Here, he said, offering it to Chen Ren. Please fill this one out, and I'll submit it for you to be registered as an unofficial sect. Chen Ren took the form, unfurling it with a glance. It was simple enough sections for the sect's name, the name of the sect leader, a short description of the sect's mission and goals, and of course, the sect crest. All things he had already considered and decided upon, he filled it out quickly, every line coming naturally to him. He filled in his own name as the leader, wrote a short but clear description of the sect's values, and sketched a basic idea of its crest. Once completed, he handed the form back to Lu Wen, who looked it over with a quick scan. Divine Coin Sect, Lu Wen said with a raised eyebrow. A sect focused on business and cultivation? Huh, never saw that before. Chen Ren stood silent, simply nodding. Lu Wen continued. That's a unique idea. I haven't heard of many sects that take that approach. He paused for a moment, as if contemplating it further, then set the form aside. All right, I'll submit this to the City Lord's office for processing. You should receive a confirmation soon enough. Thank you, Scholar Wen, Chen Ren said, his gratitude sincere. I appreciate your help. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk Chen. Ren stood at the front of his new stall that Tang Jihao had helped build. Eyes scanning the area, a sense of pride swelling in his chest. The stall was modest but well built, the hard work of helping Tang Yuqiu paying off in every detail. He hadn't manually set up everything, but the entire design was his work. It was made up of wood, the exterior painted in a simple but elegant shade of green that matched the natural surroundings. A counter was set up in the front, where customers could easily approach to make their purchases. A few seats were placed around the stall, offering a place for those who wanted to sit and enjoy their noodles, or just take a break from the busy street. At the back of the stall, a small cozy corner had been set up for Tang Shulan. She would be working here with a seat which she didn't have before, so she could rest whenever she could. But it wasn't just the exterior that caught his attention. No, his gaze moved upward, where the sect crest had been proudly placed on a sign above the stall. The crest was simple, yet meaningful. An image of a golden dragon on a coin surrounded by swirling energies, symbolizing both wealth and cultivation, the merging of the material and spiritual. Chen Ren smiled softly as he took in the sight. Surely I came a long way from that small noodle stall. But still, so far to go. The Divine Coinsex noodle stall was busy with customers, some returning for their daily fix of noodles, others drawn in by the enticing smell of freshly cooked food. The steady flow of people had turned the corner of the street into a small gathering, with lines of customers waiting to be served. Chen Ren leaned against the side of the stall, his arms folded, observing the scene. Tang Shulan moved as usual, taking orders, preparing dishes, and managing the growing crowd. She was gentle yet precise with her movements, a smile never leaving her face as she greeted each customer. The scent of boiling broth and fried ingredients filled the air. His eyes flickered to a group of street children who had gathered around the stall. They were quick, their nimble hands darting in and out as they helped Shulan manage the orders, running small errands, delivering food, and helping with whatever they could. Chen Ren had known they had been helping out ever since the noodle stall had begun growing in popularity, but seeing them now, as an integral part of the stall's operation, made him feel a mix of pride and concern. He approached Tang Shulan, watching the group for a moment before turning his gaze to the bustling crowd. "It looks like business has really boomed," he said, feeling satisfaction. Shulan glanced up at him, her smile warm. "We've got a lot of repeat customers now. The noodles are light and easy to eat, and they crave it every day." Chen Ren nodded thoughtfully. "I believe we can start thinking about expansion once I figure out the sauce. It's the key to making us stand out even more." "Expansion?" Shulan asked. "Yeah," Chen Ren continued, his mind already turning to future plans. "I want to open more stalls, hire employees, and let them handle the operations. That way, I can focus on other things and let the business grow by itself." Shulan was about to respond, but just then, the leader of the street children, Mei Lin, called out to her, asking for help. "Young master, we can talk about it later," she said. "There's something I need to take care of, but before I go, could you give those noodles to those people over there?" She pointed down the street toward a small corner where a cluster of figures sat hunched over. Chen Ren's gaze followed her finger, and he froze. The group of people were sitting at the edge of the street, dressed in ragged clothes, with dirt smudged across their faces. Their eyes were filled with hopelessness as they watched the crowd move. Some of them had their legs crossed awkwardly, while others seemed to be hunched over as if carrying invisible burdens. They didn't seem like ordinary customers. No, these were beggars. Their posture and appearance easily gave them away. "You're feeding them?" Chen Ren asked, his brows furrowing as he glanced back at Shulan. Shulan nodded, her expression soft. "I felt for them, so I started giving them noodles every day. They've started gathering around now." She paused, and her gaze softened further. "All of them have physical deficiencies, and they don't have the money for treatment. I feel bad." Chen Ren watched her for a moment, his mind turning over her words. He wasn't a man to turn his back on the poor, but there was always a limit. "I see," he said slowly. "I don't mind feeding them, but just make sure we don't get more of them." "I'm not running a charity here," he wanted to say, but he knew better. She was empathetic, and he understood that. Shulan nodded in agreement, her expression thoughtful. "Of course, young master." As she turned to attend to the children, Chen Ren picked up the batch of noodles she had set aside, still mulling over the situation. It wasn't that he didn't care, but there were always consequences. More beggars would mean more mouths to feed, and soon he would have a crowd of freeloaders on his hands. It wasn't his job to take care of the city's problems. It was the authorities' responsibility to manage the streets. Still, he couldn't bring himself to refuse to give noodles. The group of beggars had been lingering around for some time, and some of them had even started approaching the stall looking for food. With a sigh, he made his way toward the corner. The beggars were quiet, huddled together on the dirt-covered ground in an uneasy stillness. Their faces were gaunt, their bodies thin, and their clothes were threadbare. Some of them didn't even have shoes. Chen Ren approached, and as he did, the beggars slowly turned their heads towards him. Their eyes were hollow, filled with a deep sadness. One by one, they murmured their gratitude. "Thank you for your generosity, young master," they said in unison, their voices faint but clear. Chen Ren nodded stiffly as he handed out the noodles, each one muttering their thanks as they received their portions. But then, as he came to the last person in line, something caught his eye. A figure was sitting at the far end of the group alone, their head lowered. At first glance, there was nothing unusual about them, except that they didn't seem to belong with the others. The person had long, disheveled hair that fell like a veil over the face. Their posture was different, stronger, more upright. But their head was lowered, hiding their features. He couldn't see any physical deficiency and couldn't even tell if it was a man or a woman. Chen Ren hesitated for a moment before crouching down, offering the noodles with a soft voice. "Here, eat. You look like you haven't eaten much in days." The person slowly lifted their head, and as they did, Chen Ren saw their face for the first time. A woman. Her features were sharp, delicate even, but there was something unsettling about her. Her cheeks were sunken, her skin pale and stretched thin over her bones. But it was her eyes that struck him. Violet eyes, piercing, full of something he couldn't quite place. They glinted with an intensity that made him uneasy. "Why are you feeding me?" she asked, her voice low, almost defiant. Chen Ren didn't quite know how to respond. "You look hungry," he said lamely. The woman stared at him for a long moment, her gaze unwavering. "What do you want in return?" He fumbled for an answer, feeling out of his depth. "Nothing," he repeated his intentions. "I'm just giving it to you because you look like you haven't eaten much." She glanced down at the noodles, her lips curling into something that wasn't quite a smile. "I don't think you're capable of giving me anything," he said, as a matter of fact. He set the noodles down before her. "Just eat it," he said for the third time, then turned and walked away. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about that encounter, but as he returned to the stall, the strange sense of unease faded, only to be replaced by something much more immediate. A large group of men, all dressed in black, were slowly making their way toward the stall. He froze, his heart sinking as he watched them. They moved with a quiet confidence, as though they owned the street. One of the men at the front shouted, his voice carrying across the street. "Listen up, everyone! Blood snakes are doing an inspection here tonight. Show us proper respect and behave? Blood snakes?" Chen Ren's brow furrowed, and a sense of dread settled in his chest. He didn't know who or what the blood snakes were, but the way the men moved, the way they commanded the street, told him that this was no ordinary group. Asterisk, 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 AN. Almost 5K words. Thank you for reading. Chapter 29. Blood snakes took the marketplace by shock. Whispers slithered through the crowd, all the eyes darting nervously to the end where they moved with purpose. There were 10 of them, wearing black shirts with the emblem of a blood-red snake stitched across their chest. Their grins spoke of the power they possessed, as they thrust their chests out with each step they took. A tall, bald man walked in the front, acting like the leader as he waved to a few stall owners. Chen Ren felt their arrogance reeking out of every side look they gave. "Ruffians! That's what these assholes look like." Behind him, customers who had been chattering only moments ago fell silent. He looked back and saw how they were stiff with fear. Their eyes widened, and some even visibly shivered. Even stall owners, who normally barked and bantered with customers, were quiet, almost as if some force had muted them. Old Man Tian, whose wrinkled hands were usually busy arranging his wares, stood frozen. His eyes kept daring around as though he was trying to find a way out of the street. Amidst noticing all the reactions towards the blood snakes, Chen Ren stood motionless. He looked through his memory, remembering if he knew of them until a memory struck. A conversation the old him had with one of his friends about gangs controlling the underground market of the city. Blood snakes was one of them. His gaze shifted to Tang Shulin beside him, her usually composed expression now tight with unease. "Are they the gang that controls this side of the city?" he murmured, keeping his voice low as he watched their predatory movements. She nodded, a shadow passing over her face. "Yes, they're called the Blood Snakes, one of the 3 major factions that run the city's underbelly. They have a strong grip on the underground potion market and are known for being ruthless. Crossing them is asking for trouble." Her eyes narrowed, scanning the scene as the gang members paused at various stalls, sending the merchants into a flurry of fearful compliance. "But I can't figure out why they're here today. Chen Ren's brows knitted together, his eyes following the tense glances exchanged between the stall owners and the gang. It almost felt as if they happened in slow motion, the passerby quickening their steps or diverting their routes to avoid coming too close. One elderly vendor trembling as he handed over a pouch of coins. It was probably his entire stash of profits for the day, week, or even month. Who knew? The gang members sneered, pocketing the money before moving on, leaving the vendor visibly shaken. It doesn't seem like this is the first time they've done this, Chen Ren muttered, eyes hardening as he took in the scene. The blood snakes didn't come just for show. They came to collect, intimidate, and remind everyone of their power. Their actions sent a pulse of anger through him. Whatever their purpose today, it wasn't for good. If anything, Chenren wanted to know why they had shown themselves suddenly when he hadn't seen any of them in the past month. As the first of the gang members reached their vicinity, the smile on his face widened, revealing teeth that gleamed unnaturally white. The man's eyes glistened with a predatory look as he surveyed the scene, taking in the array of stalls and the frozen stares that greeted him. Power, palpable and oppressive, settled over the marketplace like an unseen hand. And in that suffocating silence, Chen Ren stood unmoving. The ruffians strolled from stall to stall, their heavy boots hitting the cobblestones with a rhythmic thud that seemed to echo through the street. They paused at each, their voices low but edged with menace. A murmur of protest would rise out of the merchants, but it was always swallowed quickly by the sound of coin purses being emptied. The day's earnings slipped from trembling hands into greedy palms, and the laughter that followed was cold and victorious, as though they'd won something far greater than just coins. He glanced at Old Man Tian's skewer stall as the thugs walked towards it. Chen Ren's muscles tensed. The old vendor, whose graying hair and stooped shoulders betrayed a life lived under the weight of years, was holding himself together with what little dignity remained. His fingers quivered, brushing against the skewers as if he could somehow make them sizzle louder to drown out the scene unfolding in front of him. The ruffians were coming closer now. They moved with a purpose, like wolves circling their prey. The bald thug leading them was a mountain of muscle. His tattooed arm flexed as he reached for the collar of Old Man Tian's threadbare tunic, lifting him effortlessly from the ground. The old man gasped, a small, pitiful sound echoing out, his feet dangling inches above the dirt. The others flanked him, laughing at the scene. Chen Ren's gaze narrowed, his heart thudding in his chest. He could see it, the struggle in the old man's eyes, the unwillingness to look up, to face the inevitable. Fear was settling in his bones like a cold fog. The bald thug's voice was dripping with mock familiarity as he spoke. "Old man, it's been a while, hasn't it?" His grin spread, and his eyes gleamed with a dangerous hunger. His hand traveled from the vendor's collar to the round belly that had grown soft with age, fingers pinching as he laughed. "Judging by that round belly of yours, I'd say you've been eating just fine." Old Man Tian's lips quivered as he forced the words out. "Just doing decently, my lord. My old bones, they don't move as they used to." The bald man's eyes flicked to the sizzling skewers, their savory scent thick in the air. His sneer softened for a brief moment as he took in the smell. He reached down and snatched one of the skewers from the grill, ignoring the heat, and bit into it with a grunt of approval. The moment of softness vanished, replaced by something far more venomous. "Your food might be old like you, but it's still good," he said between chews, his mouth half full, a greasy grin tugging at his lips. "Must be raking in a tidy sum, eh? Why don't you share some of that with me? My pockets are feeling rather light these days." Old Man Tan's hands shook so violently that the pouch of coins he held almost slipped from his grip. He fumbled as he tried to offer a few scattered pieces of copper. His fingers trembled, betraying him in front of the thug, who only sneered at the small, pathetic offering. Before the old man could register what was happening, the thug's hand was already around the pouch, snatching it with a swift, greedy swipe. He held it up, eyes twinkling with malicious delight as he gave it a shake. The coins inside clinked together, a sound that seemed to mock Old Man Tian's helplessness. The bald thug's grin twisted, and his voice lowered, dripping with cruelty. "Be thankful I'm sparing your miserable life, old man," he spat, his breath hot and rank. Don't cling to that money like your life depends on it. You won't need it in the afterlife, and you're already halfway there." The words hung in the air, bitter and unrelenting. Old Man Tian's shoulders sagged even lower, and Chen Ren could see the moment the last shred of defiance left his body. He watched the ruffian, still grinning as he pocketed the coins, and a fire stirred in his chest, a flame sparked by the injustice of it all. Chen Ren watched the scene with a frown, his brow furrowed as his senses sharpened. Where did these people come from? Where are the guards? Have they been paid off? His instincts told him that something deeper was at play here. He shifted slightly, searching for Yalin. The cat wasn't on her normal spot on top of the stall, so he looked around for a few seconds before he felt her sitting right behind him. Her amber eyes gleamed with an otherworldly calm. She looked unbothered by the surrounding tension, her tail flicking lazily as she studied the scene with the kind of detached amusement only a spirit beast like her could possess. Before he could say anything, her voice cut through the stillness, her words laced with quiet command. "Don't you dare give away your money like a coward." The soft sound of her voice held the weight of a warning, the sharpness of it jarring against the otherwise heavy atmosphere. Chen Ren's lips twitched upward, but only slightly, as he spoke in the silence of his mind. "I never said I would." His gaze never left the thugs moving through the crowd. "It's just strange. These people, they appear out of nowhere. I've been here long enough to know the ebb and flow of things, and I've never seen anything like this. What do you think?" Yalin's tail flicked again as she narrowed her eyes, her attention flicking from one thug to another. "A lot of them are just mortals, drunk on power, thinking they can run the place with their numbers. But the bald one, the one leading them, he's at the 5th star of the body forging realm." Her voice dropped, dripping with disdain. "There are 3 more cultivators, each at the 3rd star of the body forging realm. Cultivators with spirit roots, but they've chosen to become nothing more than thugs, extorting the weak. A disgrace, no better than demonic cultivators." Chen Ren's gaze hardened as he took in the information. He could see the power radiating off the bald thug and the others, no less dangerous, even if they lacked the same star rank. His mind began to work, considering the implications. "It'll be a tough fight then," he murmured under his breath, already calculating the risks. Yalin's gaze softened, as though she could read his thoughts with ease. "You should be able to defeat them if you keep your eyes and ears open," she said, her voice steady with quiet confidence. "Your techniques are more refined than theirs. They'll be no match for you if you don't underestimate them. And if things get out of hand, I'll step in." He knew she was right. Chen Clan's techniques were not weak, and although a sect like Soaring Sword Sect might have better techniques, he wouldn't expect that from street thugs, even if they were cultivators. "Okay," he said softly, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the market. "But I need to know if there's anything more to their extortion racket. If there's a deeper conspiracy, it could change everything." Yalin's ears twitched, her tail flicking once more, as she stared at the group with an eerie calm. There always is. People like them don't just appear for nothing. Her voice was laced with a knowing edge. "But don't be too hasty. We can get everything out of them once we beat them up. Just stay alert. If you can handle beasts, you can handle thugs." Chen Ren's eyes sharpened, his resolve settling into something unshakable. "I'll take care of it. I always do." As he finished the conversation with Yalin, the thugs finished with the other stalls and moved towards him. His customers parted ways for them as 2 men flanked his stall as if standing there to make sure he couldn't run away. Around Chen Ren, the children who had been eagerly helping a few minutes before stilled, their wide eyes darting between the approaching gang and him. Tang Shulan's posture stiffened, her fingers curling into tight fists. Well, the bald man drawled as he came to a stop in front of Chen Ren's modest stall. His eyes, sharp as knives, took in every detail. "If it isn't the delicacy I've been hearing so much about. You invented it, right? I heard you are a small-time cultivator who already gave up on reaching the heavens and is now making perfumes. But hey, at least they are earning you good money." The 2 men behind him snickered, one elbowing the other, a cultivator peddling perfumes. "What a joke," one of them jeered, his laughter loud and mocking. Chen Ren's chest tightened, a cold realization seeping into his veins. If he was just suspicious before, the words confirmed the fact that there was something else going on. He wasn't just paranoid. These men knew more than they should. His heart thudded in a steady, ominous beat as he gave a glance at Tang Shulan. She met his gaze head-on, eyes fierce, smoldering with defiance despite the danger coiled around them. The bald man, a mountain of muscle and menace, raised a hand and snapped his fingers. The sound cut through the market like a blade, silencing his comrades instantly. Let's not make fun of this young man over here. Money is money and everyone wants it. Even us cultivators, he said, his voice rough and tainted with malice. He walked around showing off his arrogance and slapped his palm against Old Man Tian's wooden stall, which was right next to Chen Ren's, making the fragile structure shudder under the force. The skewers rattled, one clattering to the ground and rolling to a stop near Chen Ren's feet. But let's not waste time, eh? The bald man's eyes gleamed with an ugly feral light as they settled on Shulan. Hand over every coin you've got here, he continued, the edge of a smirk creeping up his scarred face. And the girl comes with me. My bed's been too cold these days. His finger jabbed toward Shulan, punctuating his words with a twisted promise. The marketplace seemed to collectively inhale, as if the world itself was holding its breath. Tang Shulan's jaw tightened, and she met his leering gaze with eyes that could slice through iron. The tension between them crackled like a drawn blade. Chen Ren's vision narrowed, the world around him fading as a deep, seething fury took root. His voice, when he spoke, was low and controlled, emphasizing every syllable. He literally spat his words. Try that, and I promise you won't be able to touch any women going forward. The bald man's eyes widened briefly before his smirk returned, broader and uglier than before. He threw his head back and let out a bark of laughter that bounced off the nearby stalls and echoed into the watching crowd. His lackeys joined in, their laughter a grating chorus that sank claws into Chen Ren's composure. Oh, is that so? The thug taunted, spreading his arms wide as he turned to address the cluster of bystanders who stood frozen at the edges of the market, their faces pale and drawn. Listen up, everyone. This young master here seems quite enamored with his little maid. But look at her. He gestured toward Shulan. She's not even that pretty. More laughter followed, harsh and mocking, drilling into Chen Ren's ears. His fingers curled into fists, nails biting into his palms. But the laughter faded as the bald man's smile disappeared, replaced by a look of cold calculation. He leaned in, voice dropping to a near whisper. How about this? I won't take the girl. Instead, give me your perfume formula. My boss is interested in it, you see. He's quite fond of perfumes. Chen Ren's eyes hardened. He can come to my shop and try the perfumes. As for the formula, I don't think he can afford it. The bald man's jaw twitched, his smile souring. My boss doesn't buy what he can take. He prefers acquisitions. Chen Ren didn't flinch, his voice steady as a blade. Then I have 2 words for him. Fuck off. The moment Chen Ren's defiant words left his lips, the bald man's face darkened. His eyes, now smoldering with rage, narrowed to slits as he drew his fist back, ready to strike. But before the blow could connect, Chen Ren's instincts surged, and with a flicker of his feet, he propelled himself forward. Lightning steps sparking beneath him, the sudden movement sent a ripple through the onlookers, gasps escaping the mouths of those who dared to watch. The bald man's punch met space, his momentum carrying him forward as he stumbled and spun around, eyes flaring with fury. You've picked the wrong fight, he roared, veins bulging on his neck. He lowered himself like a charging beast, muscles coiling as he unleashed a battle cry. Raging bull rush! With a force that cracked the stones beneath his feet, he charged, each step shaking the ground. Chen Ren dodged to the side, barely escaping the head-on rush. The wind from the bald man's charge ruffled his robes, and sweat trickled down his brow. He clenched his jaw. This man was faster and stronger, a formidable opponent. But defeat wasn't an option. Before Chen Ren could catch his breath, 2 mortal lackeys rushed at him, fists swinging. He caught one by the wrist, his fingers tightening like iron. The man's eyes widened in shock as a flash of electric blue light crackled from Chen Ren's palm. Thundering fists. The jolt sent the lackey stumbling back, yelping in pain. The second thug flinched, but before he could retreat, Chen-ren repeated the strike, sending him sprawling. The brief victory was cut short by a bellow from the bald man, who had already whirled around and resumed his charge. "I'll crush you." The gap between them disappeared in a heartbeat, and Chen-ren's mind raced. He darted into the open space of the market, weaving between overturned carts and dodging terrified bystanders. "Come on, is that the best you've got?" Chen-ren taunted, trying to buy himself precious seconds while striking at the gang members scattered around. The bald man's eyes burned with rage as he plowed through obstacles like a bull gone mad, his singular focus on Chen-ren unwavering. Suddenly, Chen-ren's luck ran out. The bald man pivoted with unexpected speed and struck him with a headfirst blow. Bull smack! The impact sent Chen-ren hurtling backward, his body crashing into a wooden stall that splintered under the force. Pain flared across his back as he gasped, pushing himself up on shaking arms. Before he could fully regain his stance, another shout cut through the chaos, sharp and hissing like the creature it invoked. "Cobra Fang!" The voice belonged to a wiry man who leaped into the fray, his movements fluid and sinuous, as if his joints were made of water. His eyes gleamed with a predator's focus. Chen-ren's chest tightened. This man was one of the 3-star body Forging Realm cultivators. The air crackled with sudden tension as the man's fist lashed out, a strike as quick and venomous as a serpent's bite. Chen-ren's instincts screamed, and he pushed his body into motion, twisting just enough to avoid the blow. The wind of the missed strike brushed his cheek like a cold whisper, and the ground seemed to lurch beneath him as he spun back, breath ragged. He didn't pause. Chen-ren channeled his chi, feeling it spark like wildfire through his veins. With a surge of determination, he unleashed lightning frenzy. His fists blurred, trailing sparks, as they met the cultivator's torso. The man's eyes widened in shock as the force crashed into him, sending him sprawling backward into a nearby cart, which exploded into splinters and sent up a plume of dust and shattered wood. A fleeting wave of triumph rippled through Chen-ren's chest, but it was crushed a heartbeat later. Iron bands locked around him from behind, a crushing, unrelenting grip that threatened to crack his ribs on contact. The bald thug's brute strength was immense. He gritted his teeth as pain seared through his back, muscles screaming as he struggled to breathe, let alone move. "Hold still," the bald man growled, his breath hot and rancid against Chen-ren's ear. "Jaw, break his ribs." Another man, scarred and grinning with feral delight, stepped into view. The marketplace seemed to shrink, the noise of the crowd fading to a dull roar as the new threat moved closer. "Multiple snake bites," he intoned, the technique name slicing through the air. Chen-ren's world exploded into a white-hot agony as the blows rained down, reverberating through his bones and forcing the breath from his lungs. His vision darkened at the edges, a dance of shadows and pain as he lashed out blindly with a desperate kick. The strike connected with a satisfying thud, sending Feng stumbling back a few steps, a curse on his lips, but the reprieve was momentary. The vice-like hold on him tightened, the pressure biting deeper until it felt as if his ribs might shatter under the strain. Blood thundered in his ears, drowning out everything but the raw, animalistic drive to survive. His vision wavered, the world around him threatening to blur into nothingness. Should I call out for Yalen? The thought, sharp and urgent, clawed at his mind. Pride, though, rose like a stubborn flame. Yalen had faith that he could handle this, and so did he. With a gasp, he steeled himself, even as a fresh wave of pain lanced through him. Just then, a glint of metal caught his eye. A knife, its edge slicing through the air toward him with deadly intent. Asterisk, 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 Gayan. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Chapter 30. Chen-ren caught the piece of sharp metal, striking him through the air. His body reacted faster than his mind, twisting in the air sharply. The knife whistled past him, slicing so close that he could feel its chill brush against his cheeks. But the knife's momentum downgraded and found its mark on the leg of the bald man who had been holding him as if he was clinging to his dear life. A strangled cry erupted from the bald thug's throat. His iron grip fell away as he stumbled back, eyes wide with pain and rage, hands reflexively reaching for the buried blade. Blood dripped down his leg as he staggered, his breath coming in gasps as he clutched at the knife buried deep in his flesh. His expression twisted in agony, but his eyes burned with unrelenting fury, hatred spilling from his every movement. Chen Ren didn't hesitate. His body surged into motion. In one fluid motion, he sprang to his feet, eyes darting to where the knife had come from. There, at the edge of the market, stood the beggar girl who he just gave noodles to. Her eyes were burning with determination, and 3 more knives shone in her small, weak, calloused hands. If anything, she seemed much more strong now. Where had she even gotten them from? Chen Ren couldn't guess, but there was no time to wonder. The girl stood firm. Her tiny figure seemed taller than before, as though the chaos that surrounded her didn't affect her, but she was focused, ready for action. Chen Ren quickly shrugged off his attention from her and turned to the bald man who was now howling with rage and pain. He wrenched the knife from his leg, the blood staining his fingers, while his breath came in jagged gasps. His bloodshot eyes shot at Chen Ren, which seemed to boil with passionate hatred. Ah. The bald man brayed and prepared to lunge forward. At the same time, Chen saw how Ji staggered upright with a grin that was painful to watch. Looking like an absolute maniac, he brushed splinters and dust from his shoulders, and by how his smirk expanded, this scene seemed to only fuel his twisted excitement. He cracked his knuckles. Chen Ren's senses sharpened. His instincts screamed at him that he couldn't face both at once. Frantically, his eyes swept through the stalls, searching for an advantage. Something. Anything. Well, anything except for the woman with knives. Vegetables, skewers, carts, wares, pineapples, ladles. But then, his gaze landed on a nearby cart bearing a wok of bubbling oil. The liquid was as angry as the bald man. Without hesitation, he lunged towards it. As if on cue, the bald thug charged. His arms swung wildly towards Chen Ren, his face twisted in every way possible. Chen Ren didn't stop his feet either, and the market seemed to slow. Almost. There. The thug was too close now, and there was no time to think. Just as the man drew near, Chen seized the wok of oil, his grip firm despite the weight of the vessel and the searing, burning pain that came with it. He waited no second before flinging the boiling oil, his wrist snapping for its speed. The liquid arsed through thin air and splattered across the bald thug and Jew. The 2 men screamed, their cries of agony cutting through the air like a knife. The oil immediately burned their skin, splashing across their faces, clothes, and exposed limbs. The searing liquid scorched their flesh, sending them into spasms, their hands clawing at their bodies in a pathetic attempt to stop the pain. And the smell of burnt flesh and scorched fabric filled the air immediately, making every other smell of the market disappear. With that, the market fell into absolute havoc. The onlookers shrieked and scrambled to avoid the splattering oil and the fight overall. But all Chen could focus on were the 2 men who were squirming in pain before him. He had no time to linger on their suffering, for his fight was far from over. The warmth left his eyes, replaced with lightning as he summoned his qi. His fist crackled with lightning-infused energy, and with a savage roar, he launched into a strike. Thundering punch! His fist crashed into the bald man's chest. The thud's breath left him in a sharp, strangled gasp. He was sent sprawling to the ground. His body went limp, breathless and motionless. A broken heap at his feet, turning swiftly. He was ready to send a similar blow to Jai. But to his surprise, the wiry cultivator was already slumping to his knees. It was quite the sight to see his malice-filled grin turn to a grimace of agony, just because of the searing hot oil. No, it was not the oil. It was then, he saw, 2 of the beggar girl's knives were buried deep in the man's shoulders, and blood poured down his arm, slick and crimson. He trembled as life drained from his eyes, his body faltering as his will to fight died. Silence swept through the market. The stench of smoke, burnt bodies, and spilt blood made bile rise in his throat. Chen Ren's senses clouded with the 3, but he forced himself to snap into reality. wanting to deal with the rest of the members. But they seemed to have already scattered, vanished into the maze of alleys, their cowardness outweighing whatever purpose they came for. Breathing slowly, Chen Ren let the tension in his muscles ease. He stepped toward the fallen bald thug, whose body lay contorted on the ground, twitching with the last remnants of life. With a swift movement, he retrieved the pouch of coins the man had stolen from the stall owners. The coins jingled with a cold, metallic sound as he inspected the contents. It wasn't an overly large sum, but it was a day's worth of all the stalls, and he wasn't going to let mere thugs have it. Chen Ren met the bald man's dull, pain-glazed eyes, his expression hardening. The thug's chest heaved with labored breaths, but he could do little more than look up, unable to move. With a swift motion, Chen Ren delivered a sharp kick to the man's ribs, the sound of bone cracking ringing around him. "This is what you get for being a ruffian," he spat the words. He looked over at the beggar girl, who stood just beyond the carnage, her eyes still burning with determination. Her breath came in slow, measured puffs, and though she had just played her part in the battle, there was no hint of satisfaction in her expression, only the same quiet look on her face that had been there when he had given her the noodles. She met his gaze with a small nod before retreating to her familiar spot, curling up as if nothing had happened, then picked up the bowl of noodles he had given her. Quietly slurping on it, a flicker of gratitude surged within him, urging him to step forward and thank her for her silent support. Before he could act on it, a familiar voice cut through his mind like a crisp wind. 6.5 out of 10. Chen Ren turned to see Yalen, the cat with the knowing eyes, approaching with an air of detached elegance. The shimmer of her fur caught the moonlight as she assessed him with a critical gleam. Beside her, a worried Tang Shulan rushed forward. Yalon continued not giving Shulan heed. Better this time. You faced greater numbers and managed to use your environment effectively. But you could have been more ruthless, and you did have some assistance. Moreover, you are shouting your technique's name seemingly for foolish reasons. Just because the thugs are doing it don't mean you need to emulate them. Shanren's brow lifted, a half-smirk tugging at his lips. You're still evaluating me? Yelen's eyes narrowed slightly, glistening with an enigmatic glint. Of course. I'll evaluate every battle you fight. You're not above judgment. Before he could reply, Shulan reached him, her soft voice cutting through his thoughts. Young master, are you okay? He let out a breath, rolling his shoulders as the dull ache of bruises reminded him of the struggle. A few scratches, and my back feels like I fought a mountain, but I'll be fine. Nothing to worry about. If you discover this narrative on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the violation. His gaze shifted beyond Shulan, settling on the bald thug still groaning in agony and the stunned stall owners who were beginning to gather around. But the real concern isn't my injuries, he muttered, eyes sharpening. These thugs weren't just here for extortion. They wanted the perfume formula. Otherwise, they wouldn't have brought cultivators with them. The blood snakes are eyeing my businesses. Tang Shulan's eyes widened. What are you going to do now? Chen Ren thought for a moment, before a grimace settled on his face. We need to check on heavenly fragrances. If I am right, this wasn't the only place they hit. Asterisk. Asterisk, asterisk. Chen Ren had expected that their stall wouldn't be the only one to be affected by the blood snake attacks. As they moved closer to the area, the sight before him confirmed his suspicions. The outside scene of their perfume shop was in disarray. The door seemed to be broken, and the board with their stall name was on the ground. Even other shops around them seemed to have taken some damage, and a good number of people were out in the open, talking in hushed whispers. The signs of a violent altercation were unmistakable. He saw Tang Yucho standing outside, flanked by the guards who had been assigned to them by the Tang clan. They had anticipated something like an attack, though they could never have predicted that a powerful gang would be involved. The calm resolve on Yuchu's face quickly turned into a tense line when she saw Chen Ren approaching. As he got closer, Chen Ren's gaze swept the area, taking in the damage. His heart sank as he observed. There was blood on the ground, some still fresh, some beginning to dry on the paved streets. The air was thick with the lingering smell of burnt wood, herbs, and the faint metallic stench of blood. A few perfume bottles were spilled out on the streets, evidence of the struggle that had taken place. It was clear the attackers had tried to destroy their stock. Fortunately, only a few of them were scattered. Did blood snakes attack you? Chen Ren called out, his voice low, scanning Tang Yuchu's expression for any signs of distress. Yuchu's gaze met his, hard and focused, and she gave a short nod. Her lips pressed into a tight line. Yes, they did. A group of half a dozen people. She hesitated for a moment before continuing, but the guards handled it. They just threatened us and told us to give up the formula or they'd do more. Though, they flung a part of our stocks out on the streets and broke our board. Were you here when it happened? Did they hurt you? Chen Ren asked, looking over her body. Thankfully, she didn't seem to be injured. Yu Chu took a breath before explaining, Yes, I was here when they came. And no, the guards protected me, so I was mostly unharmed and I believe they were trying to go past me to harm our stocks. Although they were from blood snakes, they didn't seem to be trained. The guards handled them easily, but they shouted that they would be back again. They're clearly not finished with us. But how do you know the blood snakes attacked us? Did they? Chen Ren nodded before she could complete her sentence. They came after me too, he said, his voice low, eyes flicking to the unconscious forms of the bald thug and Zhe, who were now lying on a cart being carried by old man Tian's grandson. They sent cultivators, barely managed to take them down, but I caught these two. He pointed toward the two thugs, both of whom were still breathing, but their injuries would take time to heal. The cart rattled softly as old man Tian's grandson moved them to the side of the street. Yu Chu's frown deepened as she processed the information. They sent cultivators? They are clearly not undermining us. Chen Ren sighed. Yeah, and it is clear they were keeping an eye on us. They only sent cultivators to target me knowing I am one too, and I don't think they are going to just give up. If we sit around doing nothing, they might escalate things. A bigger attack could be coming. Yu Chu looked at him, puzzled. But why would they want to escalate things? What do they want from us? Shenren's eyes narrowed, putting the pieces together. He had thought about this before he came here. It is the Baihu Trade Association. They can't do anything alone with our supply lines and staff secured, so they got the gang involved. Why they're working together is beyond me, but it's not good for us. Baihu's reach is far, but I never thought they would get someone like blood snakes involved. Yu Chu's face flushed with anger as the realization hit her. She took a step forward, her voice rising with frustration. I'll go deal with them myself. They can't just bully the Tang clan like this. Chen Ren stepped in front of her. If you go now, they'll just deny everything, he said, cutting her off. They'll say they don't know anything about it. Without proof, it'll just be another set of accusations with no way to back them up. That's why they didn't send their own men to handle this. They don't want to leave a trail. If you storm in there, they'll lie through their teeth and say they were never involved. Tang Shulan stepped forward, her expression one of determination mixed with concern. So what do we do now? She asked, glancing between Chen Ren and Yu Chu. Should we inform the city guards? Chen Ren shook his head, his eyes scanning the damage once more before returning his gaze to Shulan. We can, but I don't think anything will come out of it. The blood snakes attacked our shop without any city guards around, and there weren't any stationed down the market street either. He paused for a moment, as if considering the implications of his words. The truth is, they're already bought. Remember, they were easily bribed by the bun shop owner. If such a person can do so, then a gang would have way more power. We can go and complain, but I don't expect them to take any action. It'll just be a formality. Tang Yucho's face tightened at the suggestion. So what? We just let them get away with this? We won't even try to get them to listen. I don't doubt that the Tang clan could force them to give us protection, but it won't stop the blood snakes. Gangs like that don't care about any clan. They only respect power, and I was just talking to Shulan about this. Do you know why the blood snakes can operate in the city without anyone stopping them? Yu Chu frowned, crossing her arms over her chest. Why? Chen Ren's voice dropped slightly, his expression grim. Their boss, Yu Kuang, the leader of the blood snakes, is a Foundation realm cultivator. I asked around before coming here. That statement sent everyone into deep thought. Yuchu couldn't help but pace back and forth in front of Chen Ren. Finally, she stopped and blinked at him, disbelief in her eyes, a Foundation Realm cultivator. That's insane. Such a person is powerful enough to become an inner sect disciple in the Soaring Sword sect. Chenren nodded. He can defeat someone like me, hundreds of times over, without even breaking a sweat. Not only that, they have dozens of body-forging realm cultivators. That is why the blood snakes can do whatever they want, without fear of reprisal from anyone. No clan, no guard, no one can stand against him without serious consequences. Yuchu looked down, her jaw clenched in thought, and then she looked up, meeting Chenren's gaze again. "Does the Tang clan have someone like that?" he asked. Yuchu shook his head. "Number the Tang clan doesn't have anyone on that level. I am pretty sure my father can hire one, but it is rare to find someone at that level among the rogue cultivators." "Then we're stuck in this situation," he said quietly. "We can't just force them to leave us alone. Not with someone like that pulling the strings. We need to be careful. We can't just rush in head first. We need a plan. A way to deal with the blood snakes keeping their boss in mind. Because if we go up against him, we'll be crushed." A silence fell over them as the gravity of the situation settled in. It's almost like everyone knew that something had to be done, but no one knew how to go about it without making the situation worse. For maybe the first time since coming to this world, Chen Ren felt like he was grasping at straws. A Foundation Realm cultivator was way beyond his current state. They had a difference of 1.5 realm between us. Tang Clan might be able to get more security, but against someone like him, even they needed to be careful. That only left a few options, though. It wasn't as if every door was closed. He still had a trump card in Yellen, and going by his estimates of her strength, she could deal against someone like Yu Kwang. But was this worth revealing her identity? He wasn't sure. The more he had seen of his world, the more he realized that having a trump card like her was bigger than any cheat he might have received. His mind raced, trying to come up with a solution where he could deal with blood snakes without anyone finding out about Yalan. His gaze shifted from Yucho to the 2 unconscious thugs, Baldy and G, who lay slumped in the cart. Then, his eyes flicked over to Yalen, who had been quietly observing the conversation from the sidelines. A sudden thought struck him. "I believe I have an idea," he said, getting the attention of both the women. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. AN. I got comments in last chapter of people disappointed about Tao of Money having fights. Although this is a more slice-of-life book, there will be fights. They won't always be brawls, as Chenren will scheme his way out of them. But there will be fights other than just businesses. Also, the shouting out martial techniques part was more for showing he is still green, as you can see in this chapter. P.S. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon.